Okay.
That's
Well,
fucking crazy.
everything looks good to go now. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a very civil debate where we will be discussing whether or not Marvel's Captain America Civil War Avengers 2.5 is objectively well written. To measure that, we will be appealing to the logical consistency of the plot, characters, world building, and continuity. On the panel, we have several guests for a 3-on-3 discussion. Without launching into any points yet, can you guys give me your general conclusion on the film's quality? Tom, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I rate it very highly, second to Infinity War, personally, for me. Like, what I want to get across straight away is people, I don't know if you'll make the argument, I doubt you will, but people saying it's not a very good adaptation of the comic.
Yeah, no,
And it's just,
No.
no.
that's
Yeah, and
not anything that we'll entertain on this stream.
No, yeah, that's good. And I love the comic, but like the film events leading up to the film Civil War and the comics is 100% completely different circumstances,
Yeah.
and they're not at all comparable. And they do borrow some elements, like just like superficial stuff, like visuals from the comics, but
Yeah.
but on its own, like I feel like what it does with the characters is very, very strong.
Yeah, that should be established that like
We won't
within
bring up any
these
comics.
within these arguments, the arguments will solely be based on the continuity that's been established by the MCU. Rick, do you want to tell us your general consensus or your general conclusion on the film's quality?
Well, subjectively, I kind of enjoy some of it, and then objectively, I think it's poorly written. I think I'm not gonna get into it yet, but there's a lot of issues in there with the writing of the actual narrative. Not a lot with the character stuff, because the character payoffs are always like strong parts of the MCU as far as like the Avengers go, but actual plot, yeah.
Fair enough. Taco, what do you think?
It's a tie between it, Infinity War, and Winter Soldier for me. It's hard for me to choose which one I love more. I do, after rewatching it, despite having some issues that I'm sure we'll get into, I do think that the plot is largely well done, and obviously, I think we can at least agree that the character payoffs are really good.
Fair enough. Who do we got left? Isaiah?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah.
So, to be honest, I don't really give a shit about the MCU. Most of the films I've only seen because I've had friends who have been like, "Oh, let's go see the movie," so I enjoy them. Basically, just as what they are. I don't really care about I don't really have any investment, as I kind of said. That being said, I've only seen Civil War twice. First time I saw it in theaters, I was like, yeah, entertaining enough, but there were just some parts of the story that I thought were kind of dumb. And that's kind of how, after we watched it again a couple days ago, that's kind of how I still feel about it.
Max, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. I'm a massive comic book nerd and massive fan of the MCU, but I honestly believe that Civil War is probably one of the best movies in this series. Pretty much, yeah. It's consistent and all that nice stuff. I can't wait to get into this blood sport.
All right. Yeah, so lastly but not least, I'll go ahead. I basically have come to the conclusion that the film is not well written. It does have some good elements to it. There are some things that I do enjoy, but I don't think it's well written because many of the characters either need to be psychic or teleport for the plot to happen. And that's basically all I want to say at this point. I think it's best if we talk about the movie now in chronological order, and I actually have the script pulled up of the whole movie, which has a ton of notes that my team and I have gathered. So without further ado, let's dive in.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Woo!
All right, so right off the bat, in this very first scene, there is a significant problem. Okay, and to paint a picture, I guess you have Bucky, the Winter Soldier. The Hydra guy is reading off his code words, so he can brainwash him, and he says, "I have a mission for you: sanction and extract. no witnesses. So sanction meaning permission to punish. Extract meaning to remove or take out, especially by force. So we're doing good so far. No witnesses. Gee, maybe make sure you're not being video recorded.
They did deal with the camera.
Yeah, they
Not-
shot it and then they retrieved the videotape. They
Hydra had,
After
Right.
the fact. Like if you're a special agent of, well, a special assassin, most of the time when they give you a no witnesses, instruction, you're gonna scout out the area to make sure that it is indeed secluded with no witnesses, and especially video cameras.
And let me add that so you're driving on a old dirt road in the dark, and there's
Yeah,
some
deserted.
lights on it, and nobody's around, and you just happen to smash them into a tree right there on the side of a dirt road. And isn't that lucky that there's just a convenient camera pointed directly at that tree,
Yeah.
eye level
They
to
exist.
the murder? Isn't that really convenient
like-
that there's just a
it's
random
like-
camera there?
Yeah, well, it's like
To
nipple
make
high
everything
at
happen.
first. Well, there's
Why
like
is there a
multiple
camera on a
cameras.
dirt road? Why?
Yeah, that's kind of-
right. It's completely ridiculous. Why?
Yeah.
All
It
right.
makes no sense. And if they wanted, like, I heard two arguments about this, and it was like one of them was, okay, there's a camera, and he wanted to kill them in front of the camera to confirm the kill and to get the tape. I'm like, why would you want anybody to see you get killed? And I heard another one that was like, okay,
Well, you wouldn't
there's
need
just
the
a camera
footage.
there.
Wait a minute.
Why?
Wait a minute. To debunk that, you wouldn't need the footage because you have the super soldier
Yeah,
serum.
right. Yeah, no, I'm saying,
Just
yeah, I
wait
was
for
like,
the
that's,
obituary.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you know they're dead.
Figure, so.
So, but-
Obituary.
Well, the entire plot happens because there is a camera on a
Just-
dirt road pointed
Yeah.
at the tree where he kills them, and that
Yeah.
makes everything in the story happen.
Able to happen.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't say
Response.
it's because of everything that happens.
No,
Everything happens because of that video.
No.
The video is
Not
not
literally
what makes
everything.
happen.
Not because of the video.
No.
No.
Because of the video in Zemo, but we'll get to Zemo later.
Well, not
Well, yeah, but the assumption is that everything comes after that camera
All right,
recording. No,
how about
everything is
why
coming from
is
the
the
event.
why is a camera on a dirt road pointed at the tree, and is that not lucky?
Well, that
Yeah,
is
even
lucky,
even if
but-
not everything comes from it, it's a very big part of Zemo's, quite frankly, ridiculous plan. So
Mhm.
it's extremely convenient that that magical camera just so happened to be pointing
There's
on that
there's gonna yeah.
traffic
random
cameras
road.
exist.
There's gonna be a running theme of
traffic
that was
cameras
convenient
exist in the middle of the forest.
in the middle of the forest in the dark on a dirt road. Dirt road. So there's no pavement, but they have money for cameras on that dirt road, pointed
Have money
at
for
that
lights.
tree. At the tree. It could have been
Uh,
anywhere else on the road.
I will concede that the camera placement is very convenient. I wouldn't say contrived, but
It's
very, very
contrived.
convenient.
I mean,
It's
I'll
contrived.
admit it's a
But it
convenient,
is-
but it's nothing huge.
It's
Yeah, and I guess you could say that it's rectified by the fact that Bucky and Hydra do acknowledge the camera and deal with it and take the footage
Sure.
so no one sees it.
Exactly.
But I do agree, it is a it's
Why?
a weird
If I
excuse
may
to have it.
speak,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No, I was just about to say it is a weird
Um,
excuse to have the camera there.
Yeah,
Can I
I
just
just
ask-
wanted to say.
Go ahead.
All right, I was gonna say you may say it's not huge despite it being convenient, but it's like I mean I guess we'll get to it later on, but you realize basically the fight at the end of the movie, the destruction of relationships literally can only happen
relies
because
on
of
that video.
It relies on that video existing,
Oh.
and maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but I'm not gonna get too detailed into it. But when we were watching it a couple days ago, we literally said the biggest, I guess, effect from Zemo's plan is the fact that the Avengers aren't together when Thanos attacks. Like that's a pretty big fucking thing that happens. I mean, maybe not in the movie specifically, but if we're looking at all the characters and their storylines, it's like that small, slightly convenient thing, as you say, kind of has a very big importance.
Sure.
I want to ask
Alright, so
a question first before
Well-
you. I just want to know, why would Hydra keep the footage? Why wouldn't they just destroy it?
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, you would think they would go with something
tape
like
sh-
Blacklist.
That tape
and stuff.
shouldn't exist in
True.
the first place, and the fact that it does exist and it's not destroyed by Hydra is even more stupid. I mean, you're gonna notice
contrived.
contrivance after contrivance after contrivance after contrivance when we're doing this, and this is the first minute of the movie.
Yeah. And like, not to come off as complete assholes, there are things that we like in this movie.
Yeah, there is.
No.
There
Of
are.
course, no. And actually, this is a very good point. And actually, I was actually gonna fight myself here. In Winter, because I just watched Winter Soldier before this started. He has a black mask that covers most of his face. It is
And
not
that he doesn't have it.
doesn't appear in an event that happens before it. Because in
Hey,
Winter
like
Soldier, he loses it because Captain punches him in the face. But yeah.
Oh, and to be fair, I really like Winter Soldier. That's my favorite in the MCU.
Hey, Winter Soldier's good.
Oh yeah, I really like that film too.
I really wish
Yeah.
that fight wasn't shaky cam because I'm
was-
a massive fan of choreography.
Massive.
But no, to be
Alright.
honest, yeah, you kind of got a point. I wouldn't say it's the hinge point of this movie. You do bring up a good point that it does break up the Avengers for later movies, and yeah, that is a massive role into the entire MCU.
Alright.
But for this movie, it wasn't set up because of this. Zemo's plan wasn't exactly to find this exact tape. His plan was to find any bit of evidence. Now, you also bring up the great point of the evidence shouldn't be there in the fucking first place, which, yeah, it shouldn't be.
Mhm.
But Zemo wasn't exactly looking for this tape. He was looking for something to destroy the Avengers.
That was lucky he found that tape.
Now,
Very.
now, let me ask you this. This movie takes place in which year? 2016? Because it's supposed to be present day, so I'm assuming, it's present day when the movie is released, right?
Yeah, because they mentioned that Sokovia was like a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well,
I'm not
says,
good with keeping up with the years, so I'm not.
well,
100%
it said on screen on the subtitles, present day. The question is,
Yeah.
like, when did the movie kind of come out? If that's
It came
like
out,
out
the
in
standard.
It came out in
2016.
2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And a lot
between
Yeah,
of
the
the
MCU,
time frame they
lined
do-
up with like the years that the movies
Yeah.
came out.
okay.
Because they say 8
Yeah.
years
Listen.
ago, Tony Stark came out as Iron Man.
Yeah.
All right. So between the year 1991 and 2016, Hydra has the super soldier serum for 25 years and does fuck all with it.
No, they used it.
Yeah, they
Well,
used
they
it.
Yeah,
used it
but
and
they-
accidentally
but they
created
did it.
monsters.
Yeah,
They had a bunch of Winter Soldiers, and they were later frozen.
they did. That is correct. And then what did they do with them?
Well, they kept them on ice because
It's
they couldn't
it's
control them,
established in the film by Bucky himself. He says these soldiers are so dangerous. They could take out a country within a single night without anybody even knowing what happened. Hydra just sat on this for 25 years and did fuck all with it and just left them in a vat in Siberia so that Zemo could find the fucking footage.
Well,
in the same
they
exact
became
place
unstable, and they couldn't
as-
control them.
Yeah.
well, actually, not even that.
No, that's not true
hasn't
because that's not true either because in the movie, Captain America asked Bucky, "Can the Doctor control them?" Bucky says, "Enough."
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Hydra been in power for the past 30 years?
Yeah.
Longer.
They really don't need the soldiers to uproot
40,
a government because they're kind of in control of one of the biggest governments. They control
Yeah.
Shield.
They've infiltrated Shield and in the U.S. government as well.
Yeah, but
Yes,
Shield,
that is
but,
true.
but
And
Shield,
funny enough,
go ahead.
I guess we'll get to it. But funny enough, that exact fact is another thing that is another problem we have with this movie too.
Yeah. And we'll get there, but just to say, like, Shield has been gone for some time now.
Shield's only been gone for like.
2
Well,
years.
I'd have to
2
look at
years,
the
I
exact
think, yeah.
years, but it's only been a couple years.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Winter Soldier was 2014, so yeah,
Yeah, it was
2
about-
years.
yeah,
I
about
believe.
2 years.
Because what's after that? Age of
Exactly.
Ultron, and then this.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, like for like the whole Winter Soldiers, sure, the Winter Soldiers are effective, but the Shields like have control of literal algorithmic death ships that they could control.
Well, it's not even
Yeah.
before that. They're just the secret society inside the thing, like the senator with the really gay thing where he whispers in that guy's ear, "Hell Hydra."
Yeah.
But that was just supposed to show to the audience that literally Hydra's everywhere.
Yes.
Right, which is another problem that we're gonna bring up soon.
Yeah.
Of course.
And just so you guys know, I have notes on everything, whether it's a minor issue, a major issue. If it's just really funny. You know what I mean? Some of it's just humorous stuff that it's just kind of like, that's stupid.
Scene
But
does not
it's
contain
funny.
laughter.
Fun stuff we had make fun of while we were watching it
Yeah.
just because
So, like-
it was hilarious.
So like I really like in the beginning of this that it established the Avengers as a really like quick wit. Where they have like a sharp wit. They're intelligent. They know the situational awareness of things, and they're looking around this occupied city, and it's like what do they say? It says something about like there's cameras across the street because there's an ATM here. That means the guy doesn't care about me making a scene. And it asks about the Range Rover, and she says, "Yeah, the red
It's
one."
fucking bulletproof.
And
It's cute.
yeah, it's cute. And then Natasha says, "Yeah, it's also bulletproof." How do they know it's bulletproof? It's just kind of a stupid
I mean,
thing.
yeah, that's a stupid thing, but
I
it's
just like
not
heard
the-
it and then I laughed. I was like, that's stupid.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
They
was like,
just
well,
know.
I mean,
Like a,
They just know because
mean, that-
they're psychic.
No, it's. Listen, I think it's stupid too. It's nothing to get hung up on. It has nothing to do with the
nitpick.
story.
Yeah,
It's just funny.
Yeah.
like you could
how you
see something
feel.
is bulletproof from a mile away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, remember what we said about the X-ray?
Yeah. The next part is Steve says, "Sam, do you see that garbage truck? Tag it." And then he's like,
Well,
Red
real quick-
Wings launches down and flies down to scan the garbage truck. He says, "Give me X-ray." And that's not how X-ray works. Metal and other dense objects block radiation for X-ray, so all it would give them is a white image. And it's because it's why X-ray technicians set the radiation to specific levels, so it passes through the soft spots that create the blackness on film and shows the dense bone.
That could just be a code word, though. I mean, is Tony Stark using X-ray
just
for
calling
building
it.
bunkers?
And then
or
like,
something?
yeah, I
They could just be
guess.
saying that for audience
Remember, we're talking about a boomer,
Well,
Steve
well,
Rogers.
this is-
He's
yeah,
like, hey,
and-
use your printers and send me a fax.
Well, don't worry, guys, because the X-ray also tells them that it's loaded for maximum weight just by seeing the truck for whatever
Yeah.
reason.
And
because
it
it's
tells
you
them-
can kind.
Probably
Well, I
analyze
drive a
it.
truck. You can kind of tell that by the way tires deflate.
Yeah, that's fair.
Then
but
we're looking at the tires,
but-
though.
You're looking at the suspension and the way
that's-
the air
but that's
tanks are
literally-
filled up. You can actually tell that shit by looking at it.
But that's literally from the X-ray. Like that's what he gets
Yeah.
from. It
Yeah,
says
but
it
it's not
says
an X-ray. It's a
it's-
scan from a fucking superbird.
it says Red Wing weight analysis whatever kilograms because Europe I guess.
It was
Um,
for
The Army
but
uses
all right.
metric,
But yeah.
so
Yeah, that's fine. It's just a nitpick. It doesn't change anything in the movie. I just found it humorous.
Well, just one thing I wanted to point out is that they kind of show off that Wanda's kind of overconfident, but she's kind of lacking experience, which is when Wanda says, or when Black Widow says you need to be looking over your shoulder like second nature.
Oh.
Kind of sets up what happens later. It's just
Yeah.
something I noticed
I
the
mean,
last time I watched it.
I wouldn't attribute what happens later to lack of experience, though.
Well, what the lack of do under fire, but we can get to that when we get to it.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, sure.
Vector said bulletproof cars can't open windows. That may have been a single clue, but probably not enough. But yeah, that's fair, I guess.
It doesn't actually appear on screen though, does it?
no.
I think so.
They didn't show the car.
I'm not sure.
No,
Yeah,
I don't think they
maybe.
show it at all. They just talk about it.
Yeah,
They don't.
It's cute.
Oh, the red one's good.
All right, let me see. Red Wing, and
And I like Red Rovers.
I'm just going in chronological order here. Red Wing flies by, scanning the inside of the building. Sam Wilson says, Rumlow's on the third floor. Steve says, Wanda, just like we practiced. I like that they practice, right? Wanda's been practicing her skills to some degree, even if it's just throwing maybe Steve through that window. I'm not sure. And it shows Wanda should have more control over her powers if they've been training together and running these drills to neutralize such elaborate plans.
Yeah.
Wanda Maximoff then says, "What about the gas?" And Steve says, "Get it out!" And then Wanda uses her powers to lift Steve up, throw him through the window, grabs a soldier, and pulls off their gas mask. And then she pulls all of the, what do you call it, like the gas molecules from the
particle.
from like 3
Yes.
stories of buildings through the windows. Yet she can't like control like an exploding particle.
Well,
Well, she
again,
kind of just
it's
throws
kind
up
of-
the
it's kind
thing.
of a
She was
different
kind of getting it
concept,
out of the
really.
marketplace. But yeah, I do see like she should have been able to like create a shield or something like that around the explosion to minimize the
Yeah,
collateral
like
damage.
I think she should have had enough control to know what.
But
she
at
was
the same
doing.
time, this was also she did stop a suicide vest before it killed the guy literally an inch away. That's pretty damn impressive light speed like
Yeah,
move.
I agree.
Yeah.
Me too.
So I mean, like I said, the implication there could be that she was like trying to do that on the fly and she didn't have full control of it. Like you ever like catch something with like one hand, but you don't have a good grip on it, but you
Yeah.
still
We're
were
lo-
able to grab it.
We're lucky Wanda was there
But-
to catch the explosion.
And in this case, you're trying to catch a grenade.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really good that
Steve-
she's there for that.
You're also trying
Mega
to contain
grenade.
an explosion that's capable of that much damage, which is a bit different than taking
Gas.
gas,
Gas
of a,
molecule.
taking gas molecules and dispersing them in the atmosphere.
I mean, was it a grenade or was it a suicide vest?
It was
Yeah,
a
I mean-
suicide vest.
Suicide.
I'm just
Suicide.
saying.
Yeah,
Suicide vest.
I guess to be fair, maybe an explosion probably wouldn't be as easy to manipulate as gas, but again, it was a lot of gas particles that she was moving. So I think that shows a great deal of control. It's not
Like I'm trying to. I'm
an
looking at it
equivalent.
now, and I'm like,
it's
thinking
definitely
about it,
not
too.
an equivalent, but it should show a lot of control in her power.
I think it was impressive what she was able to do with the situation.
It was-
Um,
It very
It
much
sucked
an
what happened,
unexpected
but yeah,
situation that
considering,
she
like,
needed
I feel
to
like it was a
react
good
to
trade-off.
fast.
one at a time, folks.
Oh, sorry.
Steve sees a vial missing, and it makes me question why didn't Rumlow take them all, split them up among his men, and because that's what happens anyways, is they split up, and then that way you have more of a chance of securing the payload.
Maybe it was just for that one specific one.
Yeah, there was multiple of that specific one. Like there was like 5 or 6 in a row. Steve says Rumlow has a biological weapon.
Hold up.
All right, go ahead.
No, there wasn't. There was only one.
Yeah.
All right, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure there was just one of those.
One of
6
what?
minutes and 52 seconds.
the
Well, I don't know if it's
biological
different on
weapon.
different things, but that's what I got on my YouTube thing.
All right.
He literally looks at it, goes. So on the
I just
script, he
had it.
says,
Hold
Crossbone says,
Oh,
pack
okay.
it up. He's literally looking at a containment thing, holding one vial.
While you guys discuss that, I will look for it real quick. Steve says.
Yeah, there's one more.
Steve says Rumlow has a biological weapon. How does he know that? Maybe it's to cure the face cancer. Did Steve find a copy of the script?
Well, he is
If you go to
going.
that
Oh,
screen,
what
it says
was the building
biohazard on
called
it, and there's
again?
a missing
He
vial.
sent-
It was written biohazard on it. I don't think it's a cure for a disease.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure on my chemicals. There might be like biohazard for like stuff that's actually good.
I'm
but,
sure there is. Like
yeah, I don't know.
there's biohazard for just
I mean,
waste.
hell,
and
bleach
things
is
like
technically
that.
but yeah, as I say, bleach is a biohazard thing.
Yeah.
But there is a containment thing that's like in a vault, and it's clearly got a spot, and it's
Damn, I
missing.
just missed it. Hold on.
What are you watching it on?
I'm
Dismal
watching
Plus.
Plus.
All right. Yeah, you're right. It is
So
just a
yeah.
single containment thing, so that's fair. Fair enough.
I don't remember talking about that, Dan. When do we?
Yeah, neither do I.
We likely didn't. I probably saw it in the script and I was like, that's interesting.
Okay.
But I thought there. Well, it says like one is missing, so I may have misconstrued that.
And he's beating up all the guys.
Why is there only one?
What?
Like, why do they just have one of these things in this building?
I don't know. Like, why was it? I don't know.
Yeah, why does this random African building have a chemical bomb in it or whatever?
Because it's Resident
Hey,
Evil 7.
I just
Well,
spent
that's what the
5
building's
months
designed
in
to do
many
stuff.
different random African buildings. You'd be surprised what you could find.
Okay.
Well, the building,
Fair
the
enough.
building, I believe, actually specializes in like.
I think it was like a CDC type of
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an illegal building.
No, it's not. illegal.
Captain America only says he's taken a biological weapon. He doesn't say how many or anything.
Yeah. I said
then
that there's a single containment thing there.
And in
Um,
the video, he's like looking at the missing thing. So
Again, I like how like organized they are. Like they're all, you know, have their specific tasks. You know, you've got basically an Air Force, which is what's his name, black
Falcon.
sidekick character.
Which black sidekick character?
Which there's many, you know. So I should probably
Falcon.
narrow that down. It's the one that flies.
Falcon, the bird.
They both fly, but okay. Anyways, we will get into that here shortly too.
They fly now.
So like a thing, it's just a kind of a maybe a neat pick or just something. It's not a flaw, so don't take it that way. It's just a general comment. Like you know when Rumlow gets tased and he's like, I don't work like that no more. I wish we would have got more on that. Like I kind of wish he was the antagonist. I think he had the proper motivations and things like that to pull this off, because he was in the entire Winter Soldier movie.
You could have made him the main antagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could have replaced him.
Gonna be
They could
one
have
of them.
replaced Crossbones
I
with
would've-
Zemo.
I would've
Actually,
loved that.
Yeah, I like Crossbones. I think he was underutilized.
Yeah, he could have done the same type of thing, like broken the Avengers apart from the inside, and he like knows them all and has worked with them all and everything also. Like he could have and the fact that he's in like Hydra and everything, like, and he was in the MCU and infiltrated, like I think like that would have been a more interesting villain. But
a bit harder to wear a face mask, or a bit harder to infiltrate as a therapist. But
This is
Yeah.
true.
I'm saying like he didn't need to be.
yeah, no, I'm just fucking around.
Just
But
so you
yeah,
know.
I do. No, I agree with you. Like Crossbone probably would have been a better protagonist.
Because we already know him, he's established, you know.
and he would.
Yeah.
He
Zemo's
was
just
part
a
of
random guy we
Hydra.
don't know. We're
He's
told,
got-
like, you know, his family died and he's sad.
Or at the very least, don't kill him off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have been fine too.
Yeah, he was definitely underutilized, and he had the
I
proper
do-
motivations. But that's not an objective flaw. That's just something subjective that's widely agreed upon, I guess. So you guys remember when Natasha tries to fight Crossbones? What happens? They like fight on top of that tank, and then he knocks her inside of it, and there's just two guys in there. What the
Fucking
hell have they been
HPTs.
doing this whole time?
What are these two guys doing? Watch it. It's funny. They're
Alright,
just
I'll watch
sitting
it.
in the
In fact.
back of the truck,
They
just
had
doing
to-
nothing.
I'll pull it
Super
up.
chats. Yeah, they
I
literally
think
are
the
just doing
grenade was
nothing.
even worse.
Like, everybody, like...
There we go.
I mean, this is after everybody outside has been killed or knocked out, right?
All right, I got it pulled up.
And these two guys just are like, you know what? Let's just sit this one out. They're just sitting in the back of the truck. They're not even sitting in the front to be like, oh, we'll be the getaway drivers. Like, they're just in the back of an empty vehicle
Can you guys see it?
just to be
I'm getting
there.
ready to push play.
Man,
All right, ready? There's no sound because of copyright.
Yeah.
He grabs her. I'm gonna pause for copyright. I don't work like that no more.
Fire in the hole.
Throw her in a hole. And there's these guys just hanging out. They look bored as fuck, and they don't shoot her. They both have guns like
Yeah,
almost
they're
pointed
like,
right at
oh,
her.
hey.
I think they're just
Look,
kind of
look,
surprised.
look,
when-
no
look
reaction.
surprised.
Yeah, what?
And then,
surprised
and
as
then
fuck.
look. All right, he now dropped a fucking
A
grenade. And shut the hatch. All right, she kicks a couple dudes, uses one as a shield, and the fucking explosion is so fucking hard it blows the door
Knock
off.
the door off.
Yet she's fine. She's not hurt. She's not deaf.
She doesn't have a scratch, but she would be like pink mist if that actually
She just
happened.
coughs.
Okay, maybe she's secretly a lesbian, so therefore she's indestructible.
Yeah.
shit, I
damn,
didn't think
damn
of that.
Consider
That
that.
very well could
Look,
be.
if
Now
Batwoman
look at how
taught me
Disney
anything,
Plus
it's just that the gays
pauses
are
this shit.
indestructible.
It's ridiculous.
That's why her hair's different color, and she dyes it later. Clear lesbian.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So I actually, because my brain just auto completed it to a frag grenade, but it actually does look like a explosive.
Yeah. And then
yeah.
like
Well, 'cause
I
if it was
would
a frag grenade, I
would
can kind of believe it, but like, yeah.
If that's a
the
frag
difference.
grenade, it's still cutting
It's the
through
power-
everything in there.
It's the power of the clam, you guys. And
Yeah.
like I would
Stand up on the other guy.
I would forgive it if she was out for the rest of the fight, like she's really fucked up. But no, she gets on a motorcycle like
fine.
immediately after,
She's
and
just
she
chilling.
abandons
Well, yeah,
it
she-
and runs across the
There
hood
is
of
a-
cars in pursuit of the payload, and then she gets into a fight.
And remember, she's
Yeah,
just
there-
human, by the way.
There
She's
is a
person.
point
I'll-
where after
I'll be
the
right
explosion
back.
where it does look like she's going to be out of commission, but she does get like right back up after that.
Yeah, she just
That,
gets
that,
up.
that, that did kind of baffle me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but like the thing is, like, if you're writing that and you're like, oh, she's a human, there's a grenade in a confined metal vehicle, and he drops
you're
it
fucked.
there, you're gonna die. But they could have just like fought, and she could have just like taken the guy and opened the door because it doesn't lock from the inside. Like they didn't have to do that. Like drop the grenade in
Yeah.
there. Like she could have just fought two guys and like, killed them and then exited the vehicle. It didn't have to be like an explosion that knocks the door off. You know.
At the very least, like she's just about to get out, she pulls the guy up as a shield right as she jumps out of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
like
Yeah, that would've
so,
been fine.
and like she might have survived it, but I do agree that she should have been out of commission for the rest of the mission.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I just don't think the stunt coordinators or directors or whoever like came up with it, probably the writers, thought about the logistics of how she would get out of this situation, like with the grenade there. It was just kind of like, oh well, if you put a body in the way of you,
yeah.
it
grenades are-
Yeah.
Maybe it was supposed.
What would've-
Maybe it was supposed to be a frag grenade. is
One
what
at a
you're
time,
saying,
you
and
guys.
they just
it was
fucked
very
it up.
it was quite small, but
I mean, I don't care what kind of
know.
grenade that is in the back of the vehicle, whether it's
It's
a
still a
frag
grenade.
grenade, whether it's an incendiary, whether it's a high
would-
explosive,
it
it's
would-
gonna kill you. I don't care what it is.
Even if it doesn't kill you, you're deaf.
Not even that, dude.
You're
Like,
fucked.
I mean, I know this is not
You are
real
inside
life.
of a tank.
I
Well-
know this is not real life, but anything within like 10 feet of an actual frag grenade, you're dead. You're maimed horribly,
Oh,
and
I
you
know
don't
what-
have limbs.
Listen,
I figured it out. You
we
guys.
know.
I was just gonna say the fragments can't enter her body without her consent.
Yeah,
Oof.
of course.
That's
Oof.
right.
I
Hashtag
think
no.
I know what like they were trying to go for. They're like, oh, we're gonna use this dude who has, I believe, some kind of Kevlar or some kind of body armor on, and
Well,
then
it's
they
fully
would just
kitted,
kind of hope
so.
that the audience would buy Nat using this guy as a shield
Yeah.
as, oh, okay, so it reduced the damage, but that's not
Yeah.
how that works.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, shit. I complained about this when we watched it. It's literally not even a big deal. Not
No,
this
it's
part,
not.
but what I'm about to say
Oh.
is that no. What I'm saying is the fucking It really bothered me when they were talking about these like highly militarized dudes being equipped with AR-15s. I'm like,
yeah,
that's kind of not the best gun to use as a mercenary, but
don't-
whatever. I guess they just went with whatever gun they
They
could.
got to
it's
sneak
like
in that
mercenary or
anti-gun
guerrilla
propaganda
fighters
anyway.
use AKs.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, AR-15s. This you wouldn't.
No, you want.
No,
They would be using like an MP5, like a something more
Yeah.
compact that's fully auto.
Something
They
like
would not be
that.
using that.
Not a fucking
It's-
AR-15.
it's- dude, it's-
That's
it's
not a
like I said,
military
it's-
grade weapon.
The
Yeah.
people that are doing the stunt coordinating and weapons and all, they had no fucking clue what they're doing on the MCU.
But-
Yeah,
Like,
well, they're not really concerned that the audience will be like
Yeah.
thinking about that.
No,
at the
it's not
time.
even a thing. It's just when we were watching it the other day, and they're like, "Oh, they're equipped with AR-15s." I'm like, "What the fuck is that gonna do?"
It's like AR-15. Wow, they must be. They can't even afford AKs, man.
yeah.
You know?
I mean, I truly believe that when they're writing this, like the people that are writing it and figuring it out forget who is a person and who is like an actual superhero that like
Yeah.
cannot take
Right.
damage. They forget that like she's a person, Hawkeye is a person, like they're just a human being. They're not like an invincible god.
Mhm.
And they forget that a lot in these movies.
Everybody is Thor.
Right. Like, I think
Yeah.
everybody, just because they're an Avenger, means that they could just get hunched off a building or exploded in the back of a truck and, like, just live and be not even a scratch, you know?
Excuse
forget
me,
that.
I gotta-
Isaiah. Excuse me. I think everyone's Captain Marvel.
Oh
Exactly.
shit, that's even worse. Hey, I haven't
Strong
seen that
female
movie. I don't
character.
know.
See, woman.
God.
All right, we're getting a little derailed now.
Yeah, sorry.
Couple things I want to praise, I guess. When Rumlow secures the biological weapon, he hands it off to his soldiers, and he says, "Take this to the airstrip. We're not going to outrun them. Lose the truck." And the mercenary says, "Where are you going to meet us?" He says, "I'm not." And I just like that line.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not. And then another
Doesn't give a
neat
fuck
pick,
about the mission. He wants to
nice
kill
little
Captain
neat
America.
pick here.
It's a good soldier.
You guys remember when he throws the sticky bomb on Steve in a stick to his shield, and he throws it in the air, and it explodes? A little bit of foreshadowing. It's brilliant.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
brilliant foreshadowing.
Much like Jamie Lannister pushing a child out of a window. All of his character development out the window.
Okay, so here's the thing. He tells them to split up, and they split up, but only in groups of 2. When there's only 4 of them, why didn't they split up 4 ways? Because they are trying
that confused me.
they are trying to hide the payload because only one of them has it.
And then isn't it when what was it when Black Widow confronts one of them instead of one of them like I believe it was either Black Widow or who
No,
was the other one that was it Falcon?
Falcon literally pulls up, scans, and there's literally 2 groups of 2 people walking in the same directions.
I don't know. I just remember one of them is getting taken out, and then the other one with them just starts shooting at a person. I'm like, just run. At least try.
Let's see.
And in fairness,
The other
they do-
presents. Hold on. Sorry, I was trying to read my writing here.
Go ahead.
Soldier.
Oh,
Other.
go ahead.
I'm not sure what I wrote here actually. Violence of shoot. Oh, that's not true. I debunked that one already. But
Well, I was
Mexican
just gonna say for the
standoffs are the
shell
absolute
game,
worst.
I don't know how much is a nitpick, but they also think that Romulo has it. They don't know that he wants to stay and fight Cap.
Rumlow doesn't have it.
Yeah, no, they don't because it's a shell game. They don't know which one has it. And they think
Right.
Romulo has it, but they don't. But they
Is
don't
that
know
his
that
name?
Romulo actually wants to wait.
Yeah,
for,
Rumlow.
His name is Rumlow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from the first movie. Well, you know
Winter
what I mean.
Soldier.
Exactly.
You
Yeah,
can call
Winter
him-
Soldier.
You can call him Johnny.
I only knew him as Crossbones. I didn't even remember his damn name. I was like, who the fuck is Rumlow?
There's
Okay, all right.
there's a Mexican standoff, and then I don't know. At first, I thought they both had guns, but it turns out they don't. So that's debunked. But then Red Wing comes and shoots one of them, the one that's holding the gun, I guess. But I don't know. Mexican standoffs are just the worst in general. I just want to say that subjectively.
That's fair.
Romulo pins Steve to a building and extends a blade from one of his gauntlets. Romulo says, "This is for dropping a building on my face." I wrote a wasted antagonist. Subjectively, of course.
That's fair.
And we
That's-
talked about
that
that.
is
I'm just
correct.
kind of reading down through these as we go. Okay, yeah, this really threw me off. All right, now listen to this. This makes absolutely no sense in the narrative of the movie. And I mean this genuinely. I think, okay, so you guys remember when, right before the bomb vest goes off, Rumlow says, "I look pretty good, all things considered." Steve says, "Who's the buyer?" And Rumlow says, "Oh, you know, he knew you. Your pal, your buddy, your Bucky." And it's like, Bucky is the buyer? Why?
No.
I think he was just saying that to get to him.
He's just trying to fuck with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that's literally the whole point. Remember, Romulo doesn't give a fuck. He wants to kill this man right here.
Yeah.
And he's messing with him.
Okay.
He's literally
Yeah.
about to kill himself to kill this guy. Like
Yeah, I don't see
he's
that
about
as
to
an
press a
issue.
button that will blow.
He's messing with.
himself
He's just trying to egg him on. Like, yeah, Bucky's actually alive. Like, now I'm gonna mess with you. I know I'm about to be dead.
Yeah, and that's pretty much
Gotta
it
go.
for that scene. Anything
Okay.
you guys want to add? I mean, we kind of talked about the bomb already, so there's no point in doing
Yeah.
that again.
No, I think we have to go back to it, right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. If there's something
we-
that
do we
you
all
want to
agree-
add.
About the
Do we all agree that it's good that Wanda was there to get the bomb out of the street and save Cap?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
because that's really.
All right, moving on.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Move on. We all agree that
All
was
right.
good that she was there.
This is just something I wrote down. A young Tony is on the couch. Disney reminds Robert Downey Jr. if he ever fucks off, they can easily CGI him.
Yeah.
Not, you're not
I'm
entirely
laughing,
wrong.
but I'm crying.
Don't give them ideas, Dan.
I mean, let's see how the Black Widow movie turns out. And see if he's
Yeah.
actually in it. If
Oh,
he's actually
yeah.
in it.
That's not out yet, is it?
That would
Well,
be
you
Yeah,
gotta
what's the
pay $30 for Disney on Disney Plus if you already have it to watch it. So
I wouldn't even pay
Jeez.
$1 for anything on Disney Plus. I'm not about to pay 30.
Yeah,
well, if you want to watch the new Mulan, you gotta pay $30 even if you have Disney Plus.
that was
Fuck
ridiculous.
Mulan.
I wouldn't watch that if you
That's stupid.
gave it to me for
After
free.
the
Watch
subscription,
Party
Listen.
Mulan here on
I heard they don't
Combat.
even have Mushu. I heard they don't even have Mushu in the
No,
movie.
they don't have
No.
Mushu, and the love interest was split up
They-
and replaced
no
with
Mushu.
characters.
No
Fuck
love
that.
interest. No music.
Yep.
No.
Shen's my guy.
No, make
Well,
a
have you guys
man
seen the Lion
out of
King movie?
you.
Yeah, they're not gonna have
Let's
like
get down to business.
one of the
In
best
the- in
Disney
the-
songs ever.
That's gone. That song is
Alright.
gone. It's
Honestly.
racist.
That's
I was about to
ridiculous.
say, did you guys see the Lion King movie? Did you guys know they cut out the scene where
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't remember his name. The baboon's teaching Simba about pain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One of the best scenes
That was
in the
awful.
entire
The Lion
fucking
King,
series.
the remake was terrible.
We will trash Disney on another
All right,
podcast.
after this, we'll talk about all the things.
I promise you,
I did
we will
not-
do a Lion King stream in the future.
Oh god.
Don't worry.
Did
I'd
not
rather
get
not
enough
watch that
Jim
shit,
for
but
Oh.
okay.
I think they generally did a pretty good job of like just
No.
establishing. What? What's your problem? Bad man. but yeah, they did a pretty good job establishing Tony's character. I wouldn't say his motivations make sense later, but as far as like establishing some struggles that he's going through, it's really well done with his parents, his wife, Ultron, people he's killed. I mean, he blows up a building like demolition style in fucking Age of Ultron.
Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
Uh,
Getting tough.
When he's
He also
fighting
almost
the
caused
Hulk.
human extinction.
Like, dude, it was a skyscraper. It wasn't even just like a building. He like demolished a skyscraper. I'm like, gee, I hope nobody was in there.
Oh, you're talking about the Hulk fight?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, the whole
If you rewatch that fight, it is a horror movie. Like, oh my
yeah,
god.
it is.
It is.
Awful.
I'm just kind of going through this. These are all just kind of some neat picks. I just thought it was
Wanda Man bad.
they say sarcasm is a metric for potential. I just like that line. It's cool. All right, so a problem comes right at the end of that scene when Tony says it's an extremely costly method of hijacking the hippocampus to clear traumatic memories. I wonder if anybody could use that. You would think someone that had so much knowledge about this would understand when someone is brainwashed and killing your parents.
Yeah.
Tony is really gonna give it to Bucky.
Yeah, I doubt he.
I mean,
No,
even
even from I'm even that aside, like let's say he's not going to give it to him. Someone with that much knowledge should understand when someone's brainwashed into killing your parents. If they
and then he still killed his mom. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, Tony doesn't see it that way. He just
Yeah.
Yeah,
sees it.
Tony
as-
just watched his
He-
mom
like,
get
he- Yeah, 'cause
he's a
choked
piece of
out
shit.
his father
but
beaten to death.
but my point is
He's not
he's
exactly in a
supposed to
great
be
mood.
he's supposed to be an expert at this hijacking the hippocampus.
Well,
He's literally an expert
It's just like
in this field
'cause
now.
Yeah,
this
he
technically
knows
exists outside the movie,
what this does
but
to you.
It wasn't his invention.
Doesn't matter.
That whole hologram thing wasn't his invention.
Doesn't matter. He's an expert, and that's outside the movie.
But even then, he's not gonna give it to Bucky.
Yeah, he doesn't have to give it to Bucky. He just has he
knows.
just has to have
So he
enough
just
knowledge
understand.
to understand when that part of the brain is affected.
Yeah, and the thing is,
Things can happen
Maybe-
that you're not in control of.
maybe we'll get to it later. It's just since we're kind of talking about it, like my issue with mainly Tony is that at the end of the movie it just shows he's a fucking piece of shit. It's like he completely acknowledges that this guy is not responsible for it, but he's being such a little bitch about it that he's just taking out all of his anger on a dude who's literally not responsible for what happened. It's like I think that's a little ridiculous. I can understand it, I guess, but no, that's not really endearing him to me as a character.
I mean, the only thing I could think of in that defense is that he's a flawed character, but I don't know how much you guys want to accept that.
I mean,
I do see your point though.
I can see it, but like at the same time, it's like, yeah, you're brainwashed, but you still killed my mom, and then Cap lied to me about it all this time. I'm very angry now.
I don't think Cap
First
knew
off-
very long.
Yeah, that's the thing. We were talking about it.
Let's
We don't
just-
even
when
know
did
when
it-
Cap finds out.
Yeah,
let's
we
just
weren't
wait.
able to figure out when he found out because at first he was like, "No, I didn't," and then he's like, "Yeah, I did," and so we're like, I guess we may have missed when that happened.
Yeah, it's
but
just not
it's like-
established in the movie.
Yeah, I don't think it's in that movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in another movie, but like, none of us know as the audience that Cap knows this.
Yeah, it
Maybe
came to a
we should
complete
have.
shock.
Unless we
like-
missed something, it's very possible.
maybe
that
we
we
missed
missed
it.
something when we watched it.
When does Cap
I'm-
find out that it was
Chat?
Bucky and not some other sleeper agent or something other hitman that killed his parents?
Chat, if you know, tell us.
I'm pretty sure he found out that, well, I think he found out that Hydra were responsible for killing Tony's parents in Winter Soldier when he visited.
Yeah, but how does he know it's Bucky?
No,
Yeah.
he.
Well,
I believe
because
he
there were-
said he didn't know it was him. Cap says
Yeah.
he didn't know it was him.
He knew
Yeah,
it.
didn't he
happened
said
I knew
that.
it from Winter Soldier. Christoph said.
No, Cap
Not-
does say. Cap says.
I don't remember. I
Yeah,
just
he
watched
says
it
he knew.
twice. I don't
Says
remember.
Because he asked
It
him,
was
he's like,
Bucky.
"Did you know?" At first he says no, and then when he's asked again, he's like, "Yes,
No.
I knew."
He said
he said-
yes. Yeah.
First, he said, "I didn't know it was him," and then he says,
Okay.
"Yes,
Yeah,
I did
right,
know."
Correct.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah. So
Always
He knew,
I
but he didn't know it
him.
was Bucky.
Sorry.
No,
okay.
that's not what
my
he
thing
said.
crashed.
Well, I mean, based
Wait, yeah,
on that line, it can
Tom's
I can
correct.
see it being interpreted in
I have
both
it on the
ways.
script.
Well,
That's
guys,
not
did y'all-
necessarily a flaw, but it's just like, how is it exactly either of their fault? You know, like, what was he gonna say? Oh, Hydra killed your parents. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Well, the thing is, I don't know what I missed, but in Winter Soldier, when Captain sees the headline for the death of Howard Stark, there's a flash image of the Winter Soldier's arm, and the Swedish guy says when problems are eliminated. So it's implied that Hydra had him killed, and that the Winter Soldier was the one who killed him.
They say this again.
So, in Winter Soldier, when Captain's in that bunker meeting, what's the fucking guy's name?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I forget. I can't remember his name.
There's a part where he's going over his evil plan, and they
Zola,
bring up
Arlen
how-
Zola.
Arm Zola, and there's a part where he's going over his evil plan, and there's a flash, and he goes, when a problem comes up, it is removed, and there's a flash of Winter Soldier's arm, and then there's a flash of Howard Stark's the newspaper of Howard Stark's death.
Hmm.
So whether or not that's like soft confirmation or hard confirmation, it's kind of there. That was something I noticed when I was rewatching Winter Soldier. I was like, oh, like,
Like, that was more
Joe-
for
yeah,
the
Joe there.
audience.
Yeah, I don't know
Well,
if
it's
that
for-
was,
well, it's for
Cap
Captain
knowing
America.
this.
well, it was Captain America because he was
I wanna-
learning about the
I
Winter
wanna see
Soldier at
that.
the same time.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah, I'll call
Christoph
that.
said this. The Hydra computer showed him the slideshow from the papers or something. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
what I'm
I know.
referencing. So like, if you go back to him going over his like evil plan or whatever, it's during that.
So that's when Cap finds out that it was Bucky that killed Tony's parents.
Well, he finds out it was Winter Soldier. He didn't know Winter Soldier was Bucky at this point. He probably inferred that it was Winter Soldier because of.
Well, yeah,
what,
I'm just calling him Bucky.
Yeah. Well, yeah, okay, but at the point he didn't know that, and Widow confirmed that he's already been doing a lot of Hydra hit missions, basically, and he was a ghost.
Does anybody have a problem with the elevator scene?
Which one? What?
The elevator scene with the woman that's from the State Department.
Okay.
Oh.
No.
In Civil War, yeah.
No, I don't really have
Yeah,
much
yeah.
of an issue with it.
No, that's good. I like that scene.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's the convenience of her
I'm-
being right there at that time, but I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just kind of weird that like nobody was up Tony's ass after fucking like announcing that he's gonna fund everybody, and like nobody wanted to talk to him on the way through the
Well, I think-
elevator.
well, the hot dog guy does.
Yeah.
Talk
Yeah,
about hot
they
dogs
they
again,
did,
fucking
but
A.
he said he had to piss, and then
Yeah.
he
and then he
moves
and
to
then
go
he
to the bathroom.
and then he doesn't piss.
And then he doesn't, and he goes to the lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's trying to.
the
No,
only-
he's trying
the
to.
only-
He's just trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
He's trying to like get.
Yeah,
away
I'm
from
not
it
saying
'cause
like
he's
whether he
fucking-
lying or not. I mean, if he actually had to pee, then he didn't go, and if he only said he had to pee because he was trying to get away from the people, I can understand that.
Well, you got to remember he's emotionally distraught because he just was reminded that him and Pepper are broken up, which I'm assuming.
I don't
is
think
because
it's an
Pepper
issue
found
at
out
all.
about that. Oh, okay. Mhm, sure.
Yeah, no, it's not an actual problem.
I love it.
I just found it humorous, I guess. And the only issue I actually had is like the woman's like, "You murdered him." It's like that's a bit hyperbolic.
Oh, real quick, just as just a side note, when we were asking about when did Kat find out, we weren't saying that was an issue. We just don't remember that happening, and we just assumed,
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
like we just were told off screen that Kat found out. We weren't saying that was an issue. We just weren't.
We just didn't
like,
see
we
it
didn't
when
know
we
if
were
it was-
watching Civil
yeah.
War.
Yeah, it's just a question that we had, and like
Well-
I do have more too as we go.
And like I
through.
said, it's implied in Winter Soldier, but yeah, you don't. He doesn't get the hard confirmation.
Let's see now. This seems a bit contrived. The traditionally reclusive Wakandans were on an outreach mission in Lagos when the attack occurred. 11 people from a country who closed its borders to all outsiders is on an outreach mission and just happened to get blown up the day the Avengers are there.
That's unlucky.
Really quickly,
That's real unlucky.
really quickly. I don't fully remember because unfortunately I've.
It was on the
Seen Black
news.
Panther.
It was.
But no,
it was-
I'm saying, when was it in Black Panther that they were called reclusive, or was it before Black Panther?
It was.
Because
They
it
were
could
called reclusive,
that
but
could
No,
just
that's-
be a
that is-
problem
that-
in hindsight,
Listen.
It is.
a
listen.
retroactive
It
issue.
is a problem in
All right,
hindsight.
I'll show it on the script
Okay.
here. It's actually
'Cause-
in the script. It is actually what the news anchor said. The first part is what the news anchor said. The traditionally reclusive Wakandans were on an outreach mission.
Oh, the
in
news
Lagos.
anchor says that?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll put it up.
Okay,
on
then
the
that's the
screen
problem
real
with this.
quick.
Or it's not even a problem. It's just like one of those.
It's just like,
that
oh,
was unlucky.
Oh,
well,
Black Panther.
it is.
That was
actually,
lucky. That was unlucky. That was lucky. All the
So
whole time.
is the
Listen,
is
listen,
the
listen.
criticism?
I
So
would.
is the is the criticism that they were there in the first place, or that they just happened to be there the same day as the Avengers?
Both, but
Believe
it's
the
more of
first-
it's,
yeah,
it's,
that's
it's
Wait a minute.
another
I
writing
do.
thing.
I do consider it a flaw because it's
Yeah.
contrived that they're
Yeah.
there in the first place. I do consider it
Because
an issue.
that
because
brings in the whole Black Panther thing and all that.
it brings in the entire Civil War, like
Well,
like the
yeah.
the Accords. It's right here. I just put it on stream.
'Cause
I don't know why,
even-
but like it closed, and I had to fix it here. But yeah,
Well,
As
to
we're
them,
talking about, you can go.
okay. Well, to them being there the same time as the Avengers, sure. Again, that's another convenience thing, like the camera and the dirt road. But to the actual
Well-
reason them being there, I believe it was later on when King, Black Panther's dad,
Chaka.
T'Chaka was talking. He was mentioning that they were looking for stolen vibranium.
And
I'm pretty
I wouldn't
sure-
say it's
I'm-
contrived. Go ahead.
No, that was it. I'm pretty sure that was the reason that they were on that outreach mission to look for stolen vibranium.
While it was lucky that they were in that building at that time, I mean,
how do
we
you
don't
know they're
exactly
looking for
how long they-
stolen
Yeah.
vibranium? Is that a thing from Age of Ultron or?
No, I
No,
think
I
he's saying they. He says it at the Accords.
Yeah, he says it later.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, I mean, like peace talks can take a long time, so we don't exactly know how long they are. And there was only what they said, 10 people.
Yeah,
11.
They
11.
could've- they
11
could've-
black people died. It's a travesty. Okay.
Well,
Not
no,
just
what I'm
any
not
black
saying
people,
that.
not just any
Nigeria, I
black
think
people. They were
most of those are
Wakandan.
black.
They were space black people. No, but what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that like they could have like had this embassy set up or whatever in this spot, and it just happened to be at that spot like that was exploded. Like we don't know that they
Really?
were there on that day. Like I'm saying, that could have just been an office building.
Yeah,
Could
but
just
that's
been-
like
Really,
that's the point. It's a contrivance. It's unlucky, and they just happen to be fighting after a car chase right in that part of the street, right next to the building where the Wakandans just happen to be on that day to get blown up because Wanda lifts the bomb up in the air. That's the contrivance.
Okay.
Okay.
I think taking it a little further to another issue I have with the Wakandans being there. It's like, you know, there are 11 people die or whatever. And I think it's kind of, maybe this is just me, maybe it's not really a thing against the movie, although I guess it had to happen for the bomb at the Accords. But it's like, literally these people are reclusive, they are kind of sheltered off, but because they had 11 people dead, they're kind of, I mean, maybe I'm reading into it a little much, but they're kind of like leading the Accords in a sense. It's like, for what reason other than for the king to get blown up so the son would have a reason to fight against them? Was
What's it they're
T'Chaka
leading?
even giving a speech at the thing to begin with? Like, what exactly qualifies the Wakandans who have sheltered themselves off from the rest of the world to be here at this
What's
big convention of, oh, we're gonna have to, you know, work together at the world and shit like that? It's like,
You don't work with
none of
anybody
you-
ever. Why do you?
yeah, you don't do that.
Well,
And
it's-
now all of a sudden you're the head speaker at this
Because he
Accords
needed to be
for
closest to the window.
117 nations.
we
Listen,
don't
yeah.
know. We don't know that he was like being the head speaker of it. We know that his people were just involved in an international incident, so it makes sense that he's giving a speech and addressing the people.
Yeah, that's
who
fine.
Already had issues with.
They said he was
Avengers
the
for
key
a while.
speaker, though.
Let me ask you this: what do you think about the Wakandan king lecturing people about indifference? The irony.
Like, I
Yeah.
agree.
Man, yeah, that is kind of funny.
That's just like,
But like,
this is
but
like Black
like,
Panther shit.
but like I said, it's just like his
I was just
country was
kidding.
just involved in an incident, an international incident that has been plaguing the UN for a while. So, like, if he's got authority, then that makes sense that he would be. I don't know if he's the key speaker, but
Yeah.
it makes sense that he's one of the forefronts, considering the last incident was because of his with his country.
Sure, but what authority would he have? He doesn't even cooperate with these people.
I mean, yeah. But I don't know. I
Alright.
don't know if the Wakanda's part of the UN.
Being
They've-
signed by
they-
what was
they-
117, 111 countries or something?
117 countries.
Yeah.
Remember, they
100.
purposely don't work with the rest of the
Yeah.
world on purpose. They don't care about anybody except themselves.
Well,
They were on an outreach mission. Don't you get it?
Yeah, they were on an.
Well, no,
I'm
but if
pretty
the
sure- I'm
outreach
pretty
mission
sure,
was
Ultron
to recover
meteor would
stolen
affect their
tech, that's not
country.
really
It's
an
all about themselves.
outreach
It doesn't
mission.
matter.
It's about them. They don't care about the fucking Nigerians. They cared about getting their shit back.
Yeah, they don't care about anybody but themselves.
All right, let's carry on, guys.
Um,
Unless you have, like, I don't want to keep going
I'll
back
just-
and forth on the same.
just the last
Point.
thing I say on it, and like I said, it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna fix it. But like,
Not
this
even
does
like
happen after the potentially world-ending event of Ultron. So I mean, you could say that's why they're out. Like I said, it's not in the movie, so I'm not 100% sure. But it would make sense that if their entire planet's going to be affected, they might want to say something about it.
I mean,
Well, as we
Yeah,
know,
it's
in Black Panther, they
Well,
still don't
yeah,
do anything
like I
about it. They
said-
don't care.
The Black
Yeah,
Panther
yeah,
really
but
kind of
that's-
fucks
Forgot
with
all
all
about
my
it.
fucking
That's-
arguments. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Look, T'Challa
Doesn't
just
matter.
kind of forgot
Oh.
he was king.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
fine. That's an issue with Black Panther. We're
Yeah.
gonna talk about Civil
Well,
War.
Black Panther retroactively creates problems for
Yeah,
Civil War, but that's Black
retroactively,
Panther's
Black
fault.
Panther.
But it
Yeah.
still causes weird issues with Civil War.
Yes. Black Panther sucks dick,
Yeah.
and it sucks dick retroactively.
It's pretty bad.
Exactly.
So, once we get to the Avengers headquarters and Secretary Ross is there, let's see. Ross shows them
That's my favorite part.
the footage of Washington D.C. Wait a minute. I think I'm a little ahead of myself. Hold on. Let me
Yeah, he
see.
shows them the footage.
I think it was
from
New York first.
Yeah,
New
it
York.
was New York first. So let's just talk
My
about
favorite part.
Let's just talk about New York first. So
Fucking
they
stupid.
were gonna nuke New York City. So really,
I'm gonna nuke Manhattan.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like the Accords don't seem like they would have been helpful in that situation. Can we at least agree on that?
On that
Absolutely.
specific situation, yeah, they wouldn't necessarily be that helpful.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, they're what's it called? Sorry, Dan. They're using like they're using the. I mean, whatever the guy's name is. What's his name? The older guy
Ross.
talking. Ross.
Ross.
Yeah, he's using these as examples to like
As to
prove
why.
his point as to why
Yes.
these accords are happening. And then the
Yes.
first thing he says is New York, when
Yes.
the Avengers saved New
Saved it.
York and the entire world,
From the government.
and they were going to nuke New York City.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he's using this as an example
it's
of
fucking
why,
ridiculous.
like, it's so backward.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
they were
Yes.
using footage of Hulk just smashing
Just
through, causing a bunch of shit
going to
to
town.
fall
That's
on.
what
Yeah,
the whole
exactly.
point is the collateral damage.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, you do have
want
a
to
point
talk
that
about
the
collateral
would have
damage? They
been-
were going to
Nuclear- nuclear fallout.
How long does radiation take to clear? Think
Hundreds
of how
of
many extra
thousands
people
of
would have
years.
been dead because they nuked it, and a couple city blocks got destroyed by the Avengers.
Yeah.
Because
they-
Hulk
they
broke
didn't-
windows.
Collateral damage
Well,
of
he
a
broke
nuclear
windows and
fallout
rubble
is
that crushed
much
and killed
higher.
people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, versus a
First,
fucking
them
nuke of an
killing the
island.
whole city.
They didn't particularly think that the Avengers would actually manage to defeat it, so they figured whole planet, one city.
Yeah, so the logic
Yeah.
is
yeah, so
Avengers
we're
So
not, we're
that
not
should be
confident in you,
contingency.
so we're going to make sure that you have to answer to us. And then the one time they're not confident in them, the first time they actually succeed.
I got it.
Well, I mean, they've succeeded every time, but it's because they're the heroes. They're supposed to.
Yeah.
And I agree. Use the New York example, at least in Ross's case, it's like, I don't know, dude, you're kind of cherry picking in this instance. I agree with that.
Absolutely.
I agree
Well,
with that.
you
man.
could
Secretary
well,
Ross.
You could,
Go.
you
go,
could say that
go ahead.
Loki was Thor's brother, and technically it was an Asgardian who started the whole thing. So
True.
with one Asgardian on their side, one Asgardian on the other side, from a government standpoint, who the fuck are our allies? We got one guy who created an army, and we got one guy defending us. Okay, what about everybody else?
Secretary
Sure, but
Ross.
that's not what the argument was.
Yeah, well, that's not the argument.
Well, no, just saying it was the
I mean,
one.
yeah,
saying
okay,
from-
the Loki's Asgardian still wants to nuke the world up and kill everybody and take over.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, but
what?
yeah, I don't know.
Nah.
It's fine. I think we all agree that the
New York is a bad example because
the Accords. Yeah,
DC is a
New,
bad
New
example,
York
too.
is a bad example
bad
of
example.
of the how the Accords would be better.
right.
The next footage he shows is
is
Washington
DC.
D.C. The
DC.
three Insight helicarriers firing on each other are destroyed, and they fall into the ocean, and it creates like a massive wave that splashes onto the city, right? So this is stupid. It's titanically stupid because this is when they saved the third of the world's population because Hydra grew for 40 years under SHIELD, the highest clearance in world security ever, without anyone ever taking notice until it was too late. So this is why I call into question almost everybody's motivation who favors the Accords. Because certainly another party could grow under the UN, sway votes, feed the Avengers misinformation, use them for their own personal agendas against their enemies, and even if they didn't do that, they could still what's the word where you just stall and you stall and you stall so nobody can make it, filibuster every single thing for their own personal
Yes,
gains.
the Avengers are bad because Captain America saved millions of people from a corrupt government. So they have to
Yeah.
listen to the government.
That's their fault. So
And
yet
this is-
again, just like New York,
And this
there's
is-
another example where Shield's gonna nuke New York under Shield. You know, the Hydra grows for all this time, and it's the helicarriers, and they're gonna kill a third of the world's population. And once again, the Avengers bail them out and save everybody. And yet, this is a second example they're going with why the Accord should exist.
Again, this is common knowledge amongst all the Avengers because, you know, half of them were in it. Black Widow releases all of the files.
were
So
encrypted.
like
They
they
were
know
encrypted,
Hydra
but not
infiltrated SHIELD. Everybody should know, and everybody should know of the dangers of, you know, letting you know, a group of bureaucrats decide what the Avengers are gonna do.
Yep. So they're over 2 on the examples.
For Ross says, for the past 4 years, you've operated with unlimited power and no supervision.
Hey, hold
This is
Well,
bullshit.
say
Hold on, Dan. You got to go with
So-
Sokovia.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Example
I
two.
skipped it
Because Sokovia is
because
the
at the
third
time
example.
I didn't really have
Yes.
much. I didn't really have
Yeah,
much at
but
the
I'm
time.
not gonna argue with. Yeah, that's a better example, but that's on
Yeah.
Tony.
However, it's on
not
Tony
all the Avengers.
specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Tony.
Well, Tony and Bruce, but
It's
you know,
on
Bruce-
Yeah,
Tony.
Tony and
I guess-
Bruce,
Tony
right,
and
Tony and
Bruce,
Bruce.
absolutely. I put a little more on Tony because I
Yeah.
remember, if I remember correctly, I haven't seen Ultron since.
Yeah,
was
he
Bruce,
does it
but
behind
Bruce was like,
Ban-
no, we
Banner's
shouldn't take it
back.
any further, and then Tony was
Yeah,
like, no, we
he wanted to
should.
go
And then when
further.
Bruce wasn't there, he's the one who like kind of initiated the things. So definitely both of them. I do put a little more on Tony though.
But then,
Yeah,
yeah,
put a
that's
little
on
more
Tony.
but Bruce still, Tony still needed Bruce's help to do certain things. So
Right. Well,
No,
okay,
absolutely, but-
we'll just say it's on Bruce and Tony. That's fine, but it's not on like the Avengers as like
it's not.
a
Yeah,
whole. It's not
on the
like
Avengers role.
it's not like all of them did this and then all of them came together to save the world again.
To fucking save humans from
And-
extinction because
and
of the
to
mistake
be
of two
fair-
people.
Right, because of two people.
To be fair about the whole situation, before the event even took place, they were trying to evacuate Sokovia before anything even happened.
Yeah.
At
Yep.
least that city. And then once it
Yeah,
started
they
to
led the
rise out of
evacuation
the
effort.
ground, they got everybody off. Well, they got almost everybody off, I'm sure, on the shield helicarriers.
The Accords are
Oh.
also more or less for any future events as well, and they're just using all these other events as a basis because something that is very much what the Accords would be there for could happen.
Right,
Yeah,
but
absolutely,
the whole
but it's
point
just
is they're
like
making
every
bad
example
examples.
they're giving
all their
as to
fault.
why they need to give up their autonomy would have basically resulted in
The world ending.
catastrophe had they not had their autonomy to act in the first place.
Right.
Secretary Ross, he says, for the past 4 years, you've operated with unlimited power and no supervision. It's complete bullshit. The Avengers were initiated under S.H.I.E.L.D. and operated as the Avengers team up until S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed.
Yeah, and then they operated with basically no impunity.
It wasn't
Yeah.
4 years, though.
For a
That
little
would've been-
bit, but like
Yeah.
Tony was the leader.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, for the first Avengers movie, yeah, that's nonsense. But everything after that, you would usually say for the last like 3 years.
All right, so we're getting down
Because
to some
S.H.I.E.L.D.
nitty gritty
fell
stuff
apart.
here in a second. Let me see here. I'm kind of curious why Wanda isn't in favor of the Accords at first, when it's first presented.
She's
Because-
undecided until she's imprisoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's weighing the options, I
Like,
suppose.
she's conflicted. She's feeling like responsible for everything.
Right.
But
yeah,
then,
she's
like,
really guilty.
but then when she's like basically forcefully in prison, like without even her knowledge, she's like weirded out by the whole thing. But even
Yeah.
at the very like end, right before Hawkeye brings her out, she's still conflicted even then because she still kind of thinks that she's responsible. But then she realizes she has to do the right thing.
I like-
and that's what she powers through was Vision.
Yeah, that's fair, I think. Second,
So, well, let me.
go
So
ahead.
us as
Rick.
an
Go ahead.
audience, could look at Wanda and, like we said earlier, okay, we agreed it was great Wanda was there because a lot more people would have died on the street and Cap would have died
Don't
if she
falter
wasn't
at
there.
all.
We all agree with that earlier. So
Yeah.
the fact, like, as an audience, we know, okay, Wanda, that's great. You were there. Yes, the collateral damage happened, but you minimized the damage because if you weren't there, a lot more people are going to die. So we, as an audience, know, okay, you should feel good that you saved the people you did save. But I understand, and that's what makes I like her as a character, and she's upset because she couldn't save everybody, and.
Yeah.
And I think once she realizes, well, you know what, I did what I could. Now I'm being imprisoned against, like, why are you imprisoning me?
For
I'm
some
not
bullshit.
dangerous. I could control things,
Yeah.
but why are you
go
imprisoning
to
me?
the
And
fucking
that's when she
grocery
turns.
store.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
she couldn't go to the
Down
grocery store.
the street to get pepper. She had to wear a face mask.
All right.
But yeah.
But that's another. Well, that was the last example they used too. Was what happened in Africa.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But again, like,
We talked
if she's not there, the Avengers aren't there. A biological weapon gets out and a bomb goes off and kills a ton
Goes
of
off
people.
in a marketplace.
Right. And once again, they minimize
has
collateral
gone off.
damage.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, a bomb probably wouldn't have gone off. They probably would have made away with the biological weapon.
I'm saying if Wanda wasn't there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Like if
But you
Wanda is
said-
not
you said
there
if
to
the
do what
Avengers
she
won.
did.
Right.
yeah.
It
But
was
as
essential.
somebody in a field who works a lot on improving a lot of things, you don't really get appreciated for the good you do. You only get chastised for the bad you do. Despite
Yep.
her really only making a small mistake, it's literally plastered all over the news. So
I wouldn't even
conflicted.
consider
It's
it to
not
be
even
a
a mistake. It's not a
No,
mistake.
well, no,
She's
it's not
a
even- yeah,
hero.
mistake is a bad word. Mistake's the wrong
it's
word, but
spin-
like the news,
I
she's
understand what
literally
you're
watching
saying,
the
I
news where they're saying that she's
They're
a bad
blaming
person.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
she's
we all
being
know.
Yeah,
used
but-
to-
We
I
all
think
know.
part of it's also public perception of the Avengers as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because for all the good
which we'll
they
get into
do,
that too.
which is a lot,
Don't
you
worry.
also have a lot of the collateral damage kills a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of a you
Yeah,
know.
we all know that the news will manipulate the facts to support.
Right.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
the thing is, like if
So, yeah,
anybody
it's not
is,
rational.
yeah,
It's not
if any-
rational, but like you can see how it can be a realistic reaction from mainstream media and
Mhm.
the public.
Yeah, absolutely.
for unintelligent people, sure. But like
Well,
if
people
you're
that
looking at
don't
the
know what
options,
happened.
it's the world dies or like 100,000 people die. Who's gonna
Yeah.
choose the world dying? It's you're not rational if you think that way.
No.
All right.
But I mean, to quote another movie, a person is smart, but people are dumb and confused.
Yeah.
I think
Men in
people are
Black.
stupid.
All right. So
That's
Secretary
why
Ross.
I'm glad we don't have a democracy.
Hey,
Exactly. We're just one party away from communism. We're a two-party system.
man.
So Secretary Ross says, this, he hands him basically a phone book size fucking legal document, and he says this has been approved by 117 countries. It states that the Avengers shall no longer operate as a private organization. Instead, they'll operate under the supervision of the United Nations panel, only when and if the panel deems it necessary. And I say, wait a minute, how the fuck was this giant legal document written so quickly under 117 different countries, ready to ratify immediately? They're still reporting the cleanup of bodies on the news when Ross arrives. Like, when Ross arrives, they are talking about it on the news.
Do we have any specific time frame? Like, did they give like
Yes,
over what
yes,
time?
yes,
Well,
yes.
yeah, you know
Yes,
what time
one-
because you
no,
still
listen,
see them reporting
Rick,
about
I
it.
got this. I got this.
It could be said that it's a couple days.
Yeah,
So-
damn.
No, I got this. Wanda's watching the news where they're cleaning up the bodies. Vision
No, I'm talking
phases
about
through
what
the wall.
documents, the actual accords themselves. Like,
I will get there. She's watching the news where they are cleaning up the bodies. Vision phases through the wall, says Colonel Ross is here, and then cuts to them gathered in the whatever room, and then he slides over this fucking phone book of legal documents.
Yeah, it was like written in a
It,
day.
it was like written
So
immediately.
my only question is, how long is this after Ultron?
it's about a year and a half.
A
you
year?
said?
So
Yeah, 'cause they're called the Sokovia Accords.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
because the thing is, yeah, you're right that there's only like 10 people died, but like a year ago, a super robot almost killed everybody. And yeah, we have agreed that it's all Tony's fault, but the government doesn't see it that way. The government sees it as
Okay.
the
That's-
Avengers
yeah.
unleashed.
I think
And
that's
my
fair.
whole thing is-
planet-ending robot.
The Soviet
My whole thing
Accords,
is,
you kinda
I'm perfectly fine with the government being dickheads, but it's just,
Yeah, of course.
for me, the main issue with it is that the team members who were like literally there on the ground, who know the stakes, who know what would have happened. Because yeah, if they're gonna say, oh, even if the government, this is just hypothetical, even if these government people were to say, well, they really did save the world, but they're like, yeah, but if we make them feel bad for it, maybe we can get a little more power out of them, for ourselves. Like, that's fine. I'm cool with that. My main issue is that the very people who were there and knows that they were the ones who saved the world, some of them are like, no, it's a good idea. We're too dangerous. We shouldn't be allowed to do whatever we want to do.
Yeah.
It's like, motherfucker, you were there when they were like, oh, we're going to nuke Manhattan. And what did Tony do? He grabbed the nuke and launched it at the I forgot what they were called.
Straight up
Like,
suicide
they were
mission.
literally
sorry.
yeah, the Chitauri. It's like they were literally there for all of the stuff to know that what they did was right. And yet some of them, for some reason, are like, oh yeah, we were wrong. We shouldn't have done any of those things. We shouldn't have done any of those things, but we're too out of control. We need someone to put a leash on us. Like, no, fuck that.
It's stupid.
Are you saying of the countries or the people inside the Avengers?
The Avengers.
The Avengers.
Okay.
Like,
All right. Well, I was about to say. I thought you were making the argument for why the countries agree.
no, because they don't know. All they see is the damage
I'm
and people
perfectly
die.
fine.
They don't
Even
understand
even
the
if they acknowledge it, even if the countries acknowledge it, like the leaders and stuff, I'm perfectly fine accepting the idea that they would try to manipulate the Avengers to allow them to have more power over them. I'm cool with that. Even though that's not in the movie, but I'm just saying, like, even if they did know.
Well, because they say
I would
117
be fine.
countries. For all we know, that
Yeah.
Sokovia, America, and I don't know, Nigeria, the only like 3 that didn't say anything. You know what I mean? Because they were technically there. But to everybody else, holy shit, the world just almost ended like 3 times, and we wouldn't even know anything about it. Yeah, these guys are out of control.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
but as for the
fine.
other characters, did you want to read something else off, Dan, before we got into that?
I don't want to get too into the characters yet.
Because, so what you're saying, is it Isaiah? Or, sorry, bad
Isaiah.
with names.
Yeah.
Yeah, Isaiah, what you were saying, it does make sense why the people, the Avengers themselves, they are there and they know they're trying to do the best thing. But, well, I mean, if you don't want to get into characters right now, I guess it's kind of a deep part of the whole.
Well,
game.
which one?
Well, we're on.
Which
we're on,
character
I mean,
is
we
it?
can
If we're on the
talk about
subject,
it.
we should talk about
We're
it.
on the
Yeah.
Accords if you want to go into the characters and stuff right now. Now, me personally, I know a lot of it is like, okay, a lot of people like to argue. I don't know why Tony's on this side. I don't know why Cap. Some people
Well,
say they
I
should
don't
be
know why
switched.
aniny is on that side.
I
based
personally,
on,
my
based
point of
on,
view is I don't know why anybody is, right? But I'm not gonna be deep into argument with the should they switch sides or anything like that.
yeah.
All right, well,
Because
Unless
I
there's
can see
somebody
it from
like-
both perspectives.
Like one person I originally thought what their motivations didn't make sense was Natasha, because she was there during Winter Soldier, but it actually makes more sense that she's on Tony's side because she's a
just
spy.
playing kind of both sides.
Yeah, she
Kinda like
she
on
is a
both sides.
spy. Okay,
She does play
that's
both
what
sides,
she
right?
And
does.
Natasha's trying to keep
Yeah,
them together.
right.
That's what her goal is, to keep them all together.
Exactly.
She
That's
says
what
it's
I was
better we
coming
stay
around
together
to
than
there.
how we stay together.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
she's just trying. She's literally compromising.
I understand
Well-
her the most of anybody in this movie. Her.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, if anything,
Rhodey's
she's
a soldier man, so he
infiltrating,
follows
and that's what
orders.
she does. She is a spy. She spies on the enemy. If she doesn't agree with that side, then she would be on that side anyway. But yeah,
Rhodey's a soldier man. So he's
there
gonna
will
follow
be a
orders.
couple characters that come up though later.
All right, we
guess.
don't have to talk
But
about
we don't have to
Brody
right now.
or
Alright.
what's his name.
How about
Look,
this? Where's Thor and Banner? If I misplaced a couple 30-ton mega nukes, you bet there'd be
Megaton nukes.
consequences.
Well,
No.
Thor.
I mean,
Well,
in his
Florida-
defense, they are
Hulk-
way
Hulk
more
flew
dangerous
off
than
the
a couple of
planet.
nukes.
Yeah,
Hulk
but
flew off the world.
against him, what? I mean, if they've been missing for a year and they haven't done anything, why are they a problem?
Wait a minute. I think you guys are missing. I was just waiting for my team to point out the false equivalency here. Yeah?
Oh,
Because one is missing weapons that could be used by anybody. The other is a missing sentient person who has free will and judgment.
They're not weapons.
These things are not the same. That's like comparing Elon Musk to a fucking M16 or something.
Without going too much into my comics, Hulk is a
comics?
problem though.
I'm sorry.
Like, Hulk is a problem. Like Hulk, like they even acknowledge
Yeah,
it in.
yeah, but we're not
during-
basing it
Is
on
he, though?
comics though.
Like, what are you
Like
talking
in Age of
loses
Ultron.
his mind for a
Literally in the
minute.
Avengers, he makes it clear that he can control himself.
Yeah,
The
Yeah,
only
what happens
time
in
he's
Age of
ever
Ultron.
gone off the rails is when someone manipulated his mind. That's not exactly
Yeah,
his fault.
which is a fair
Sure, he can
point.
cause a lot of
It is,
damage, but
when
he's
he
not
gets his
losing
mind
control.
manipulated, it takes a whole fucking skyscraper to stop him. So something barely fucking with him can turn him into one of the most dangerous things on the planet.
I wouldn't say something
Okay, but
barely
again,
fucking with
Has
him.
he?
It was,
Has he
it
done
was,
it or has he not?
No,
He's
in
not
Age of
barely
Ultron,
fucked with. He was manipulated by a fucking mind stone, right?
Minds, yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
So, yeah. I mean, the things are not the
If
same.
he's been missing for a year, And you're not running into news
and
reports
honestly-
of some giant green monster destroying shit.
Listen,
Which the Avengers
For a
would take
year,
care
year
of
and a half.
if they had to.
the Accords couldn't stop that, even if they wanted to, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, like it would take a while for them to send somebody to get to
Yeah.
Hulk. So
Actually, that's a great.
I'm
yeah.
seeing the anti-Accord side a little bit more clearly now. So
That's a
I
great
think
point,
probably-
actually, Dan. I didn't even think about that. Even
Yeah,
if
neither
they
did
side
I.
the Accords, you're still not controlling Hulk.
Yeah, and
Doesn't
still not
matter.
controlling Thor.
And I think we agree that Thor's not much of a problem
Yeah.
anyway. He's a human.
Yeah, and
He's a-
Thor's not
he's a
going to do
human.
anything, and he's
he has
on their
his own mind.
side. But either
Well, going
way,
back-
Thor could destroy the world if he wanted to. Like,
Well, going
doesn't
back to
matter.
the thing, it's like I said. Remember, the whole thing of New York was caused by an Asgardian. So, like the whole fear of what an Asgardian can do.
Let me ask you this.
Destruction could be even more so.
Let me ask you this: should Hitler's family be held accountable for the Holocaust?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the Hitler argument. You can't beat it.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm just kidding.
If Hitler's army was all, if Hitler's family all had armies that would follow their every single word, I'd be a
Oh,
little
did
concerned.
they? I don't even know. I don't know anything about it.
Because here's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say is that Thor is a good guy, but if Thor misplaces his hammer for a second, he's like leveling a mountain. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
well,
Like the fear, I'm saying the fear is justified in that we don't know exactly what these
Well-
people can do.
Wait a minute.
okay,
What are
This
the
guy.
Accords
it
gonna
from
do
the other
about
side
it?
too.
Hold up.
Oh, one Asgardian is bad, one Asgardian is good, so we can't really
Well-
trust them because we don't know what happened.
Well, if you go going
Shield
back to the very
was infiltrated by Hydra. So if one government organization can go bad, why the fuck should they trust the UN?
I mean, yeah, that's I mean, as somebody who's anti-government, I kind of agree with that. But you also got to remember that even as shitty as the movie is, in Thor 1, the Destroyer armor comes down. They don't know that it's controlled by Loki, but it's still an Asgardian weapon. So I'm
Yeah,
just
sure.
he's using the example of Thor and
but the
Banner
Accords
as-
aren't going to stop any of this, and I don't even
Yeah,
know how
yeah.
you would hold anybody accountable for. Sorry, excuse me. The
Aliens.
Asgardians.
You fucking aliens literally
All
coming
Muslims
down.
are bad
Yeah,
because some
they're
of them
not
are
there.
terrorists.
I'm
Thor
not
and Hulk
saying
aren't
that. I'm
signing
saying
them.
we don't know what's out there. And yeah,
People-
but I do agree with you. that the
People
Accords
pay
probably wouldn't
taxes
stop that.
and insurance for collateral damage. I don't know if the world realizes that or not, but there are contingencies for acts of
It's
God.
still fucking sus,
basically.
though.
And-
it's
I mean,
still
to be
sus when
fair,
shit
that
gets
might have
destroyed.
Taxation is theft. How dare you?
Yeah, well, you're not going to hear an argument from me on that. I'm an anarchist, so. Rah.
But yeah, you guys are kind of win me on the Accords thing.
That's fair.
Like, I get.
All right, so-
I get the arguments against it.
Yeah, I would like to hear from
What are you
Tom.
thinking about
'cause-
our point of view? Yeah, what do you think about our point of view on the Accords? Because I know you were like heavily into like the character motivations on the Accords and stuff, but like, what we're saying, making any good points here?
Yeah, it's I can see how it could be, well, maybe confusing, like why some would do it and why some wouldn't do it. But then again, when you look at it, like all of them would likely not sign. But yeah, it's mainly down to the pressure, I guess, from the public and the government, like instilling like guilt and like fear within the Avengers, like, oh, maybe what we're doing isn't right. But again, as you say, there are many examples like showing, well, they were literally saving the world every time they did it. And the government was responsible for two of those things. Well, not responsible for Hydra, but they allowed that to happen and didn't see it coming, but they were responsible for sending a nuke to Manhattan.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
Like if
Yeah, go
you were an Avenger, like what stance would everybody take? Like I know I would be against the Accords
Yeah,
because
fuck
they don't
that. I
make
would.
sense.
oh yeah, I'm 100% on Captain America's side.
Yeah,
Captain
Okay, I'm-
America
Like,
did
I
nothing
think-
wrong.
we all agree on that.
Exactly.
We're all against the Accords.
Yeah,
Yes.
Really, my issue with it, it's not. It's,
I'll be right back,
It's
guys.
like if you're gonna, and unfortunately, I guess, fortunately, unfortunately, at this point there weren't so many movies to where world-ending events were happening. But it's like if you're really going to make the argument that they need to be under control, I would appreciate it more, or I would be more okay with it, even if I would still disagree with the stance, if the examples were actually
Better.
their fault, though. Yeah, it's the examples that I have a
Yeah.
problem with, not really even
Yeah.
the sentiment.
So,
Well,
like,
I can't,
there
I
are
can-
no
I can
examples
see-
showing the opposite other than Tony's thing with
I was about to
Sokovia.
say Sokovia.
Yeah.
The Sokovia is.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
their
that.
fault.
And again, that's Tony's fault, and the Avengers saved the world again.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause,
know
like-
if you guys listened to the civil discussion between Mahler and Wolf, but Mahler brought up a point that I actually didn't think about. From the government's point of view, even though in Winter Soldier, when Captain America destroys the 3 helicarriers,
I'm back.
he technically just takes them offline. He doesn't destroy them until he forces them to shoot each other. While we all agree that the helicarriers can be used for something evil and Captain America was in the right, from the government's point of view, those were just 3 really expensive pieces of equipment that were just destroyed because of what Captain America decided to do.
I don't
Yeah, the
disagree
thing
with that.
I
But
can.
they were about to be used to blow up half the world.
Well, they were until Captain America put in the program that turned them off. Remember, Captain America tells everybody to have them shoot each other to just be destroyed after they're taken offline away from quote Shield/Hydra.
Wait, maybe I'm misremembering, but wasn't it their plan to destroy them initially, and the reason why they hesitated was because he was still on the ship? I think that's what it was, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Like I said, I was
That
rewatching it
Yeah.
before the debate, and I only got to Nick Fury's quote unquote death.
I watched their thing.
Yeah,
I
'cause-
really liked Wolf and Mahler's talk, but Wolf couldn't argue anything in that.
Yeah,
I
don't worry
remember
about
him
that.
saying he
Well,
wasn't
he
really
didn't really-
interested in arguing against it, but I know he didn't
Yeah.
really like the movie.
He was more
Because I
so-
know
he
we
was more
watched
so-
Winter Soldier on
It
Monday.
was all
He was
subjective.
more so against
it
the
was,
characters like Spider-Man, Black Panther.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was all subjective.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like Spider-Man
yep.
in the movie either.
Yeah, let's not go into that
We're actually going into
No,
like
it's not
plot
important.
points and stuff, not
yeah,
like
yeah.
because
Yeah.
I
But
went into
but
it
I'm saying
before
like
stream.
from the government point of view is that like they lost like billions of dollars of equipment.
Oh, it's
So that
sad.
would be-
like
It's
trillions.
sad,
Yeah,
but it's
I-
just that's why they would want like some kind
Taxpayer
of-
money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I can completely get behind the government wanting to get some sort of extra control out of it. I'm cool with that. I just really think the examples that they gave were just like, no, they were clearly in the right in this
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, like I'm
You
saying,
know?
I'm not saying that
Not
Captain
even a
America was
bl-
wrong
it's-
in Winter
You-
Soldier.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Because I think
What the
if the
argument was.
examples given were more gray areas, it would have been better. But it's like the ones they gave were so black and white, and it's like, yeah, there's clearly a right answer here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all agreed on that. James Rhodes, he says, so there are contingencies. Rick?
What?
So, yes.
He
James?
says, so there are contingencies.
What?
Yeah, to what specific?
What are you talking about?
So
right after
when
Ross
he,
drops the paper.
yeah, when he gives them the legal document, James Rhodes says there are contingencies, right? And then Secretary Ross says, that is a good story for another time.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyways, Secretary Ross says 3 days from now, the UN in Vienna is going to ratify the accord. So, I like how Ross gives them not only just 3 days to read this massive legal document, but also that amount of time to discuss it and come to a general consensus on the issue. It's contrived as fuck.
Son
Well,
of a-
contrived. I would just call it Ross doing. Oh, by the way, it's 3 days. Make up your mind. So potentially that.
Yeah, dude, have you ever read a single page of a legal document?
Yes, Yes, it is
Illegible.
mumbo jumbo of the highest order.
It
I
is.
don't
And-
understand
and-
half of that shit.
And he handed them a phone book size of it and said, you have 3 days. And like, they're not even going to know what the fuck it says in 3 days.
So Dan, here's the problem I have with that is basically, so either A, you're handing them this document that you somehow made up and had everybody agree on in like whatever 2-3 days since they're
Well, it could have
cleaning
been
up bodies.
since Age of Ultron. I will
Right,
concede to
okay.
that.
So at the same point, when did they make this document? And if they made it a long time ago after Ultron, why wait until like this to bring it up?
Emotional manipulation.
That's it. I mean, so
Yeah.
like after between Age of Ultron
That's
and
why I
this
would do it.
event, this is they bring it up here. Why aren't they just bringing this up after Age of Ultron? Be like, we're gonna work on an accords after you almost destroyed the world, Tony.
Yeah, that'd be the
Like,
logical.
why
thing.
wouldn't that be the place to be like, hey, Tony, you know, you kind of almost ended the world. This one's on you, bud. We're going to try to put you in check now. Why wait a year after to put him in check?
Yeah. Instead, just wait until 11 people die. That'll sway them.
11 people?
They were waiting for the accords to be finalized, and they weren't finalized yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, it
convenient
would-
timing for them to be finalized right when this happened. Then, I mean, either way you look at it, it doesn't work out, right?
Well, I mean, convenience. But the thing is, like I said, international incident. So they probably have been working on this and had it on the burner. But I do kind of agree with you that
Lots of
this should have been-
conveniences.
This should have been right after fucking.
Right
Ultron.
after Ultron. Yeah.
Yeah, have like an end credit scene where.
Why have this
I
whole
know they
beginning
always
thing in
have
the
them,
first place? Like, why even have it? Just have it start right after Ultron and bring this up, right? Like,
Right.
why do you have to have this little like bombing and 10 people die or whatever? Like, who cares?
Hussein, which
Those
is our
crossbows.
friend Bitsy, he said, because public opinion against them, and they had recently fucked up. I mean, from the Avengers standpoint, I don't know if he's arguing for the government or the Avengers, but from the
I
Avengers,
think he's
the-
talking about
the-
why the Accords.
the Avengers should have, no reason to care about the PR. But yeah, from the Accord standpoint, I guess I could see why it was.
Well, we could
No,
just say
that's the
that,
thing.
that there is no public without the Avengers, so it doesn't matter what they think.
Yeah, that's true.
They wouldn't exist. The
Well,
world
the
would
public
be gone.
opinion is swayed so easily. They're angry when something gets destroyed, but then you save their fucking cat and they're gonna be happy about it. Just do some general outreach for PR's sake, and you'll be fine. But no, I do agree. I think that's why they would have done it. I think it's very safe to assume they started writing it after Sokovia, and then they were just waiting for them to mess up even just a little bit to see, like, hey, see, you guys keep fucking up. Do this now, because if they brought it to them, it would have been like, bro, Sokovia was like 6 months ago. Get over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whatever. Just get over it. I mean, you almost all
Yeah.
died, but yeah.
Fuck
So
it, it's all right. It's
So
all good.
we're
I'm good.
JK
coming up on one of my favorite scenes. You guys remember when fucking Zemo crashes
Here we
into a car and it alerts no one except for the guy that owns the car, and then he goes
Where
up
is
to the
this
door.
located?
What?
Cleveland. No, sorry.
Yeah.
A shithole.
I've had Cleveland frozen on my TV for a minute now. So
The shithole of Cleveland.
Cleveland.
this house is Cleveland.
Cleveland's not that bad. It's not Los Angeles.
Hey.
Well,
Fuck
I wish it was
Los Angeles.
Cleveland and not
so
Sokovia.
listen. I've got a long man argument a little bit here. It's not super long, but it's like a paragraph. So out of all the shield files, Zemo decodes and deciphers, and I mind you that there was thousands he had said, or
Yeah,
was it
thousands.
millions? I can't remember.
I believe it was
Anyways.
thousands.
Anyways, he finds out
Jim,
the
let's
Colonel has passcodes to Bucky's brainwashing. How this information was hidden in Shield's database without its director Fury ever discovering it is just a mystery. If Shield was aware of it, I doubt this would be a free man. I doubt he'd be, living in Cleveland if they knew about it. Given it the benefit of the doubt, maybe that's why he's established to be nervous about the police when he's said that he could call the police about the car if he thought that was better. But it is a very good thing that this high-ranking ex-Hydra spy is so trusting and answers the door without his gun or anything.
He looked at his gun but didn't pick it up.
Yeah, and he just gets knocked out in one punch. That's convenient.
Yeah, so is he nervous? I mean, he's nervous, so
He's nervous,
he looks
that's
at
fine.
his gun. He's like,
I'll pull
you
it
know
up.
what? This is sketchy. Let me look at my gun. Let me sweat a bit. Oh, no, I'll pick it up and answer the door. It's fine. That's kind of what happens there.
And then
Yeah.
Zemo gives like one of the
Like
fucking
if he like
most
picked up his
telegraphed
gun,
punch of
kind
all
of
time.
held it,
Oh,
and then
God.
like when he opened the door, Zemo knocked him out. I think the scene would have been better.
All right, do you guys want to see it or no?
No, I remember it enough.
I don't want to see it
Shit,
again.
sorry.
I just think it's super contrived that he answered the door and nobody else saw
Yeah.
him knock this guy out.
Yeah,
And
nobody
then-
was like, oh, there's a car crash. Let me see if everybody's okay. There's a smoking car.
Well, it's Cleveland.
It's normal here.
Yeah. Well, it is Cleveland. I mean, cars catch on fire like
There's
every
just
day.
fires
I mean,
everywhere.
it's it's Cleveland.
Make
It's
the
like,
joke,
oh,
but
well,
I
it's
live I live down the
Tuesday.
street from where a fire just happened, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah. So you live in Cleveland too?
I live in Jacksonville. It's
Yeah.
worse.
No, it's no.
Zemo,
If it said Jacksonville, I'd be like, yeah. There's a Russian spy that lives down the street from my house.
It's normal. Fuck it.
Shit, I live in fucking California.
Zemo
Alright.
uses a sledgehammer to smash a hole in the wall. He retrieves, and it's the first hole that he punches in. I guess those Shield security files must have told him which hole to bash a fucking hole in. I guess.
You can fucking knock for hollow
In the
walls
basement,
on it.
by the way.
True.
I don't think you're
Not
knocking
in
on
direct
concrete because then he used like a sledgehammer
Yeah,
to do it.
he
Yeah,
uses
he
a
did use
sledgehammer
a
to smash a
sledgehammer.
hole in the wall, and he retrieves a large box from inside the hole.
Wait, it looks like wood. What the fuck?
Is it wood?
Sorry. I work in construction, so I'm looking at this and I'm like,
Is it
wait,
wood?
Why
Why
did
did he use a
why did he need
sledgehammer?
why didn't he use a sledgehammer for that? You can
Well,
break-
it's
Why didn't they
supposed to
show
be-
us him knocking on the wall for 2 seconds to be like, oh, that's hollow. Here's the spot.
Well, do you know how montage works?
Yeah, don't you know how montage works?
Can't you
None of this
guys just
stuff
infer
actually
what
matters.
happened?
Fucking idiot.
Bruce Wayne teleported from across the planet. Alright, sorry.
Yeah. So, Tom, do you have any rebuttals to this scene yet? Because
Is that specific
coming up-
moment or the entire scene?
Just that part.
yeah, to what we've covered so far.
The car crash
Um,
and then the knockout to the finding of the plans.
I mean,
all
the
kinda
finding of the
contrived,
plans
isn't
isn't really. Well, that's not really a huge thing to think about. He knows that they would be hidden. I mean, the use of a sledgehammer, against
it
wall.
is within entire. Oh, sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Yeah. The use of a sledgehammer for like a wall that looks wooden. I can't remember if it was wooden or like very thin plaster. But
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Let me look. 'cause
Jamie,
you guys
pull
are-
it up.
I just looked at it. It was fucking plywood and some fucking
Plywood.
not
Yeah,
even
I'm-
2 by
Okay.
4.
Oh, there it is.
Well, maybe
Well, it's
Zemo.
supposed
Maybe
to be-
Zemo has
yeah.
brittle bones. You don't know. He needs that.
Maybe he was an
Well, he
orphan
has
and he
experience
just
and
never
patience.
got his own blood.
You know, that's a good point.
All right, I'll pull it up on stream here. Hold on. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum.
And
Yeah, to him
finding
being-
them on the first try.
Well,
I
dude,
don't
you get
think
to
is
pull it up
necessarily
anyway.
An issue because
All
it's
right,
like
it's live.
you know.
Yeah, well, him being let in the house, I guess it was like, oh yeah, the guy was nervous but didn't decide not to use his gun. But then again, Zemo kind of portrayed this innocent bystander type that he wouldn't be that nervous to kind of at least talk to him for a few minutes and let him in his house. But I
Yeah.
can see why it would be like a thing. Oh well, he's an ex-Hydra agent and he should be more cautious. But
Oh yeah,
Zemo.
It's
that
wood.
is wood. That's wood. Yeah.
It's like thin
Yeah, it is
plywood.
wood. What the
Yeah,
It's thin plywood with plaster over it.
yeah.
Yeah.
To make it
Yeah.
look like cement or whatever.
Yeah, I was saying
Right.
that, no, it looks like a piece of plywood
Yeah,
with a
and
couple
that's-
of braces
that's a
that
prop
would not,
thing.
would not hold up that wall. Just
Right.
Yeah.
well, actually, wait,
That's
hold
a
up.
beam
now.
there on the
Wait,
right. It might hold it up if that's just
Well,
like.
well, now thinking about it, well, maybe it was like shit.
I forget what it's called.
That's where he was hidden. A
Yeah.
support beam. Yeah.
Cleveland
It's
just
like he
has
had to
very
break it
skilled
himself to
construction
hide
workers.
it, and then he didn't hire anyone to fix it, so he tried doing it himself, but it looked shitty, so there was just like this miscolored areas, like, oh, that has to be it, you know?
Maybe.
By the way,
Like I said,
we are
montage.
only 25 minutes into this.
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Oh, jeez.
Well, you have to have patience and experience.
I did not
A man can
get
do a
any
lot with
gin
those.
for this.
Yes, you can.
Anyways,
I'm not leaving it up
what?
because
What?
there's a great part we're gonna see like one moment.
Oh, is there? Oh well, yeah. I'll pull it up in a minute.
It was already up.
Well, now it's too late. It was messing up OBS. I'll pull it back up. In a
You know
minute.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. It'll take us like
absolutely
20 minutes to get there, anyways. All right, so Zemo. He seems. Let me make sure I'm in the right spot here. Okay, Zemo seems hell bent on getting this information about mission report December 16th, 1991. How could he know about the passcodes but not the mission report? And if he didn't know about the passcodes, why was he looking for this man out of all the Hydra leaders? What exactly does he know, and when does he know it?
Wait, can you rephrase that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, he's hell-bent on getting this information for December 16th, 1991. So if he knew about the passcodes, how does he not know about the mission report? And if he doesn't know about the passcodes, how did he know to go to this man who had the passcodes out of all the Hydra leaders?
I'm confused.
Isn't he
You're saying
looking for a
he
mission
knew about the
report in
passcodes?
1991?
He's looking for the report.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry, I'm
how
really
does he
confused here.
know? How does he know about this guy out of all the Hydra leaders and all the Hydra people? He goes specifically to this guy who just happens to have the passcodes and a bunch of other files.
Why did he
Well,
keep
that-
these files?
All that decrypted Hydra data the Black Widow leaked.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
All that
says
information.
Yeah, that's my point. How does he not know about the mission report then if it was a Hydra mission, which would have been in the SHIELD files? It,
Right,
it
Dan,
literally
what you're
doesn't make
saying-
any sense.
No, I get. Okay, so I get
Yeah,
what you're saying. So you're
yeah,
saying
so
that
either
he
he's
had
saying-
the information. So how did he not have the information? Okay.
Right, like
All right,
okay, if he's
um,
got if he has the decrypted information, why does he need to go get information? Or if he didn't get the information, how does he know about the information? Like either way,
Exactly. Yeah,
that's
it's
what we're
just
confused.
it's just contrived as hell that he found this guy, he found the sledgehammer, he found the files, he just happened to need to know. And it's a good thing that he can read Russian and also Sokovian and German and English. He just knows
Yeah,
all
it
the
is-
languages.
It
That is a
was
weird
special
part
for
because
them to
it's
talk
implied that he
to
can't really read Russian. Because
Is
if
it?
you
I
remember
don't
when he's
know.
trying to, because if you remember he's trying to read the words off, he's like
that's
sitting there
funny.
studying them.
Oh, okay.
Like he's like trying
Yeah.
to he's like stuttering over the words. So it's yeah.
And he is he is from Sokovia.
Translate.
No, yeah, I
Um,
understand he should be able to speak Sokovian.
Yes.
Well, so all he knows. So I mean, like I said, this is going to be some weird implications. So follow me for a minute here. He wants to fuck with the Avengers. That's his whole thing. He knows that Howard was killed on December 16th, 1991, and maybe the fucking thing just stopped right there, and it was only left in this dead drop location. So he needed to know the location. So maybe there are like records that have been scrubbed, but there are physical records. But then it would go into the fact of why weren't all the fucking records destroyed. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
going to like Hydra seems like a needle in a haystack of who to go to find this information, because it would make sense if he knew about the passcodes, who would have them, I guess. How does he not know about the mission report?
I mean,
But
like,
if he doesn't
I'm
know
not
about
saying-
the
I'm not saying they
passcodes, then
clock
why does he
in.
know about this guy? And if he already knows about the passcode, it's circular.
And for all we know, there could have been more than one person he went to. But then
Yeah, it
it's
could have
also
been,
kinda
but it's
con-
only
it's
been
also,
a year.
It's also convenient.
It's
It's
al-
also convenient that he just now got to this guy before the Sokovia Accords were ratified.
It's also convenient that he was able to decrypt and decipher 1,000 fucking files of code and read them and figure all of this out before, like.
Well,
He had
Wait,
2
within
years
a
to
year.
do it.
Well, he had experience.
Yeah,
wait,
he
no,
had,
I'm
he had
retarded, I'm
1
sorry.
year. He said for a year, I've thought of nothing else.
Yeah. I'm retarded. My brain just
Yeah.
did a tism for a second.
Well,
No,
he has
you're fine.
experience and his patience. A man could do anything if he has those.
Let me ask you a quick question. All right, I'm going to ask you guys this as we go along, just because at this point, what is Zemo's plan right now?
To find any evidence to fuck with the Avengers.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
like specifically, what is he looking for to fuck with who?
Something
Well,
related
he's
to Howard
specifically
Stark.
looking. Oh, sorry, Max. Go ahead.
I'll let you go.
He's looking for the book to effectively turn Bucky's kill switch on.
How does he know about the book?
Part of the Hydra released data that Black Widow sent out.
Okay, how does he know who has the book?
Probably the book's possession was probably they probably gave the name of who owned the book.
I
in
mean,
the, release
So,
data.
so
these
how,
are
how does he
inferences.
know?
We don't know this for sure.
Yeah, we don't know.
How does he know that? How does he know that it was like Bucky. You know what I mean? Like it's just like it keeps going down.
Yeah. As we
Well-
keep going
well-
on, you're gonna see like every part that happens in Zemo's plan is
Bucky
either
wasn't-
contrived or the most lucky thing ever that works out perfectly for him to make everything else happen.
Well, in the weird defense, Bucky wasn't technically part of this
All right.
Zemo's
So
plan.
actually, yeah, I was just gonna. I was
Yeah,
just
he
gonna-
doesn't know about Bucky yet. Yeah,
No,
he doesn't even know.
So
All right, let me-
Zemo had the ability.
I was just gonna strong arm your position a little bit because at this point it is established Zemo doesn't really have a plan. He says Hydra deserves its place on the ash heap, so your death would not bother me, but I have to use this book and other bloodier methods to find what I need. I don't look forward to that. And this is after the guy refuses to tell him about mission report. So yeah, he's saying now I have to go about bloodier methods to find what I need.
Well, then the implication is that he did have a backup plan, but
Yeah, I was gonna say his plan at this point is to interrogate this man, extract all the information required to release the information that whatever to tear the Avengers apart. I guess I don't even know what he knows at this point and what he doesn't know, and it kind of makes his plan a little fucking weird because he just opens that book and he's like, I'm gonna use this book. So obviously he knows what the book is. He didn't have to read it to figure out what's in it.
At this point, Zemo already knows. Okay, listen, Tony's the head of the Avengers. Cap's in the Avengers. They're friends. We get it. Like, so he's gonna go try to find out how he could break apart the Avengers. And it just so happens that Bucky, who is Cap's old best friend from World War II, because Cap was frozen, so was Bucky. They're both back now in modern times. And they just happen to find out that his best friend from World War II is the one that happened to kill Tony's parents, and they're best friends, so now they're going to fight because of that. None of that's contrived, right?
I mean,
That's ridiculous.
That's fine. Like he's gonna have a lot
That's
of
not.
superhero
That's
fans.
not fine. That's not fine. That's like one of like my most hated parts of all of this. It's not fine.
and
That's
what that
that he stumbles
Cap-
upon. No, the fact that he stumbles upon Bucky, and Bucky was the one that killed Tony's parents, and Bucky is Cap's old best friend, and Tony's Cap's new best friend. Come on, like what? That's what he
He's my
stumbles
friend,
upon.
Tony. So was I.
So was I.
Bum, 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 bum.
hot dogs, hamburgers, Civil War.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder what does he know about the book? How does he know it would be helpful? And if he does know, why did he have to retrieve the original to begin with? Tom, I'd like to
concede
hear
this point.
something out of you. 'Cause you're
Does
quiet.
anybody else?
What?
Tom's not even here.
Oh, we lost Tom.
About,
He's given up.
Hello? About what?
Oh, just about what we're discussing in general. The book, the best friends, any of that?
Well, I mean, it's not specifically like say that they're best friends like Tony and Steve, but you can say they're really close. They became really close after they first meet in Avengers. But like Steve has a very like specific, like special connection with Bucky because as he does with anyone that's still alive from the period that before he was frozen from, like Peggy as well.
Yeah.
Like that took a huge emotional toll on him when she died in this film. So it's just like he's really wanting to cling onto his
Well,
like
yeah, the
past.
Yeah. I understand why he
Yeah, the
loves
Watcher
Bucky
died.
and why like they're best friends. The whole my point was like the fact that Bucky was the one that killed Iron Man's parents, and that Zemo stumbles upon this fact.
Yeah, wow.
Like that's the contrivance.
I got.
Like, well, Eli found out that information through his like research. Like he first found out about the book, then it led him to Bucky, and he
Right.
realized Bucky was acting as an assassin, and he realized he also assassinated Howard
Right.
Stark. And
He realized that he's friends with Cap, and then he realizes,
Yeah, and
Cap's
yeah.
friends with Tony.
Well,
All
Tony's-
this works out perfectly.
Well, yeah,
It's public knowledge that Cap and Bucky
Yeah.
are friends.
Yeah, I know.
Their
I know.
platoon is dedicated in a museum, so
yeah.
I know. That's not
All right, are you guys ready
Oh.
for this?
a problem.
What about this? Defend
God.
this.
hold on.
Just look at the stream and defend it.
Oh, you mean the retarded way he kills him?
Yeah.
Okay.
His eyes are drowning.
How does he drown?
You gotta give.
Listen. Okay, sometimes when you get some water on your forehead, die.
You
That's
just
how it
die.
is.
Water in the eyes.
Retarded way that he dies. I'm not.
I mean,
I
the
It's not finished
waterboarding
filling up.
and the
It's not
rain is just awful. Like it just.
It's not
kills you
finished filling
sometimes.
up yet. That's
It
not how he
is.
dies.
Yeah,
It is finished filling
Tom,
up.
it
It's
is overflowing in that scene. Look, I'll play.
It's overflowing.
Look,
Look at it.
look, Tom.
And then if you keep going,
Look.
Yeah, if you keep going.
It is at the
It's
top.
going
Under.
It can't get any fuller. than
look,
this.
carry on the scene. Like you can see, it's covering his mouth and nose
Yeah,
after.
he puts his own
Yeah,
head
he puts
under.
his head in
Under.
it.
You try and keep your head lifted upside down. for
Come
like,
on.
He
Come on,
ties it up a little
you
bit
guys-
to not die more than one
all right,
minute.
listen. Shh. All right, listen. You guys just defended that a man with patience and will can do anything, yet this guy can't hold his head above the water.
Okay.
In my defense,
No
I'm not
one-
defending this because it's
No.
a really dumb way to kill
Okay,
somebody.
look. If,
I mean,
all right,
he'll be there for a long time. No one's coming for him, even if he does hold his head up over the
That's the
water.
other thing, Tom. That was my next argument. Zemo is kind of dumb for leaving this loose end. He didn't make sure the guy was dead. Anybody, a friend, a neighbor, a coworker, could come looking for this guy, cut him down, and this guy could tell him everything that happened.
Or the Cleveland police with the car still on fire out front.
No,
knock
we've
on the door.
established.
Oh, there's
we've
overflowing.
established
There's a fire
objectively
out
that
front.
Cleveland has car fires all the time. We've established this.
look, okay, if I were to like, I don't know, lobotomize myself and try and justify this
Oh,
death scene
don't.
right here,
See, look, his mouth is still above.
I would say that he's intentionally killing himself because of the whole.
I guess
He took the
You know,
cyanide pill.
He doesn't
Yeah,
seem
kinda
like
like
he
the
wants to
cyanide
die,
pill thing.
though.
I agree, it's retarded. This death scene is really stupid and makes no sense. I agree with that. I'm just saying, if for some reason, if I were to do that, I would say it's sort of like a cyanide pill type of thing.
No, he's like killing himself to like stop himself from being in.
honestly,
The
I
guy,
don't know. Again-
Zero's already done with him at this point.
Exactly.
He's leaving.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's Cleveland, so his water supply might even not even last that long.
He could drink some of the water and make it go
I was gonna
lower.
say, just be thirsty.
Yeah,
man.
just start
Faucet
spitting the
continuously
water
running,
out.
though. Isn't the faucet continuously running?
Let me see. I think
Yeah,
he
it
turns
is.
it off.
Oh, yeah,
Let
it
me
is.
see.
It's true.
Let me see.
All right,
Yeah,
I
it doesn't
recant
turn
it
that
off.
thing.
And
You
he-
can't drink infinite water. Sorry, guys. My bad.
Hang on.
And-
He does.
Yeah,
Well, it
he
is
does.
This scene works if he just like lowers him a little bit more into the sink.
Just a
if
bit
he could.
lower.
Yeah,
Just a
absolutely.
bit lower. Then
Just
it's
lower
like,
him a little
okay,
bit
it's
more.
stupid, but
Yeah.
it's effective.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Excuse me.
I just want to point
Effective
out.
torture, though.
I just want to point out nextly about the 117 countries that want to sign the accords. I like how there's absolutely no discussion how adding this kind of bureaucracy will lead to more collateral damage, weaponized soups, or how 117 different agendas could filibuster for their own personal gains. I think we kind of went into some of that, but I made note of it.
Yeah,
So
good. I'm gonna run to the potty real quick. Y'all.
same here,
Got it,
actually.
so-
But
Yeah, we're all kind of on the accords. Like the accords are dumb.
yeah, that's fine. I just had a note about it. Tony Stark. This is kind of a don't take this seriously.
Tony Stank.
Tony Stank says, actually, I'm nursing an electromagnetic headache because Disney wouldn't let him say hangover. He got over his drinking during the Avengers 1. Damn it.
He did.
Yeah.
Ed?
It's not a flaw. I just thought it was funny. I'm like an electromagnetic headache. It's not a hangover, you guys.
Well, I assumed that he was nursing the effects from the glasses.
Yeah, I thought it was because of that. Yeah.
glasses.
Glass.
Yeah, the glasses. You know, the glasses.
the
Peter's
memory
wearing
glasses
for-
thing.
The
Yeah.
bath technology.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was because of that.
Yeah, I thought
Could
that.
be. I just figured it was something from his suit. It doesn't really matter, but it's yeah.
I mean, Disney aren't that bad. Like censoring, they're not going to censor
Oh, yeah.
Hangover in a
I
PG-13
I
movie.
absolutely think
I
they
thought
would.
they actually did. I could be wrong because it's been years since I was in high school. But I think I remember reading about something in high school where they explicitly avoided Tony Stark's
Yeah.
alcoholism to keep
Yeah,
it keep it family friendly.
He's not an alcoholic. He has PTSD.
Because I think if I'm remembering correctly, it's been a long time.
I'll be right back.
Even I really liked Iron Man, but I think they kind of had him doing the regular Tony Stark stuff in Iron Man because that was like before Disney. And then after they purchased all the stuff and started working on it, they kind of toned it down a little bit because naturally a billionaire playboy philanthropist kind of gets into some shit that they probably don't want kids to see.
And but yet they'll show Captain America throwing a Hydra soldier into propeller, turning into red mist.
But he was a Nazi, so it's fine.
Yeah, he's a white guy.
Punch a Nazi, throw them into propellers.
Throw Nazis into propellers. That's the same.
They'll also show
yeah.
they'll also show a 14-year-old like painfully turning into ashes.
I'm back.
Well, I mean, does that not make me feel too good?
Hey, but at least it's not going to tell kids that drinking is good.
Oops.
As long as
Oh, you were
drugs and
talking about,
alcohol aren't involved, it's fine.
You were
Yeah,
talking
right,
about,
okay. See,
Tony's
it's not cocaine.
alcoholism.
It's fairy dust. All right.
That's exactly.
It makes
Angel
you
dust.
fly.
Okay. I'm back.
So-
You know when Tony Stark brings up the picture of A-Train, and he says that this kid died, and Sokovia.
A-Train? What? A-Train?
It looks like A-Train. Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you.
I was trying to register.
They are different shades of black. They're different shades of black.
So are you in
We
this
already
picture.
talked about
Look at the
I
picture
felt
on stream.
Isaiah and Dan, we were watching this.
Okay.
He's like, that's
register.
A-Train. And Isaiah and myself were like, what? That's
Trying to
not
register.
A-Train. He's like 4 shades darker black than A-Train.
Okay.
Then we
Listen.
pulled up a picture of A-Train. He's still going on about
Shut
how
up.
it's
Trying to
different.
re-
Shut up.
was
Let
trying
me explain this to you, Rick.
Defend yourself.
All right, I'm gonna put it up on stream. Just give me a
Okay.
moment. Once
I was
again.
trying to register what you just said when you said A-Train. I was like,
All right.
what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, that's
I
the
legit
reaction I
thought
was
you were
going
being
for. All right.
serious.
Now,
Thought you were being serious.
you
I thought it was
guys
actually-
realize that this is CGI, right? This is a CGI picture. It's not like an actual picture.
Well, yeah, 'cause
they
it's like
had
a
to
hologram.
make this. So like when you make it, like there's going to be contrast. They can make him whatever color they want. You realize that, right? So like
But why would they change his skin tone?
because the rest of it's really light. I don't know. I'm not saying they definitely
But
did. I'm saying
rest
it
of
looks
it's
like
really light.
A-Train. And now that I watch The Boys, it doesn't really. But I'm just gonna say it looks like A-Train.
Then why bring it up? Then why bring it up?
Now when I watch it, he really doesn't look like
Well, he does, right?
But
Yeah, I don't work here. But I just wanted to bring it up because Rick acts like you can't change their color, and like I do it all the time.
Define their
I didn't-
color, sir.
I didn't know I didn't
What do you
say
mean,
people
you
change
people?
color,
What do you mean,
bro.
these people?
That's a different person than A-Train, and
Lives
A-Train's
matter,
lighter
you
skin.
fucking racist.
Listen,
That is a completely different ass nigga.
As a brown.
Yeah, are you saying they made
Listen.
him darker so people would feel worse?
listen.
Oh my god.
He
God.
decided he decided to spend his summers building sustainable housing for the poor. Guess where?
Yeah.
Sokovia.
Sokovia.
Okay, I will admit it's like Sokovia is like Nemo even at the end says that Sokovia was a failed nation. So I don't.
He spent his
granted,
summers building
the thing,
sustainable housing for the poor. All right. He is
Yeah.
so
He's a saint.
virtuous. All right. This is like
Yeah.
the most pure being, and they killed him. Guess where?
Why didn't he go to
Sokovia.
Wakanda to build
Well-
houses in
Well,
Wakanda.
Wakanda.
Yeah, their
is
fucking
a reclusive
skyscrapers
city.
are made out of straw. Makes no sense.
Wakanda
Well,
doesn't care about
here-
black people.
Well, here's
They kinda
here's
don't.
okay. Well, here's the thing.
You
He is
mean
a
they're only
college
people?
Student. He is a
Oh my
college
God.
student going to build houses for people who can't afford them. I'm sorry, but that is actually one of the most realistic things I've ever heard. Because
Yeah,
what's
college
that?
students typically do things that make absolutely no goddamn sense.
So you're saying this kid was a hipster and he deserved what he got?
Exactly.
I mean,
All right, that's fair. We all agree.
Alright.
So basically,
I guess.
Tony's pissed off about how this pure kid. He's like a genius. He's got like a 4.0, and he spends his summers helping hobos eat ham
3.6.
sandwiches.
sounds like me.
And then he said that there's no decision-making process here. We need to be put in check. Whatever form it takes, I'm game. And so let's just put it in. Let's just put the decision-making process in people's hands. We don't know, and lots of them, right? Doesn't matter what it is. Tony's game. I get the impression that Tony will just go with whatever now, as long as the finger isn't pointed at him at the end of it, and it's really fucking pathetic. They like destroyed Tony's character in this.
I wouldn't say so far as to destroyed his character, but
I mean,
because
like,
I mean he is going on.
Yeah,
an
I was
arc
being a
of,
little
like,
bit
he's
hyperbolic.
He is like,
okay.
like he's not Luke. Like he doesn't accidentally pull out a lightsaber and fucking threaten his
Young
cousin,
A-Train.
his nephew. Like he fucking
Mm.
actually pulls out a lightsaber over young A-Train because he wanted to build the Coke house. Oh no! Oh no!
He pulled a lightsaber over young A-Train. That's like the best thing I've ever heard.
This child is grown to be Ultron 2.0.
No.
I almost.
A-Train was Ultron.
Oh no! If you reverse the letters, well, like I said, I wouldn't go so far as say he's completely assassinated because he is like, he's fucking up, and he's fucking
Well-
up because of his PTSD, and like,
My main point is like he doesn't care who takes the responsibility for it as long as it's not him. He
Not
will
him.
let whatever happen because he just doesn't care as long as he doesn't have to take the responsibility for it. He says there's no decision making process here. We need to be put in check. Whatever form it takes, I'm game. He literally gives no fucks.
I remember sitting in a theater on like day one, going, "Well, you need to be put in check."
Yeah.
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 Last
fair, he
movie
does
was your
put himself
fucking
in
fault. He does, and this is his way of putting himself in
And
check. I guess.
he does. Yeah, he does accept that Ultron was his fault. He later tells Captain America that, you know, Ultron, that was my fault.
My fault.
And
My bad.
No, I wouldn't. You know, it doesn't assassinate his character. I just think it's really fucking pathetic that he doesn't want to take responsibility. And like
Well, he
he'll
is by
just
doing this.
do whatever now. Like yeah, he took responsibility for Ultron, but going forward, he doesn't care what happens. Like whatever decisions
Yeah, he acts
are
like
made,
nothing is a responsibility.
as long as the finger isn't pointed at him at the end of it. And it's really fucking pathetic. It is like the most pathetic thing I could ever dream for him.
Gosh.
well, I mean, given all the shit that's been piled on him over the past 8 years, I would it'd kind of be at least a little bit understandable. I don't like it. I agree with you. It is pathetic, but I can at least understand it.
Yeah, it's not like it comes out of nowhere, but yeah, it is a
Yeah.
little.
I think Tony is the only one that I understand why, because he's responsible for Ultron, and that's why I understand. Okay, I did this. I need to be put in check, but he thinks like everybody should be put in check.
Yeah, I fucked up. Everyone needs to. follow
Everyone
my
needs to
lead.
pay,
Yeah.
and
Right.
everything.
I shot somebody. Everybody needs to get rid of the guys.
Yeah, it's all of our
Um,
fault. We shot them. We shot them. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
We
While we were
did it.
kicking ass.
Yeah. Well, we were kicking ass.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
the thing
it's
is
not
like
just
that
my
part.
gun; it's everyone's gun. All right, that's how communism works.
Yeah.
Yep. Your anus,
Red, you hear that?
our anus.
Red, you
know?
hear that? Communist.
yeah, it's just like Tony ignores like it's impossible to install puppet leaders. I mean, that's what we do. We take over small nations with marginally effective air forces, and we install puppet leadership. It's not out of the realm of possibility. We're doing it right now.
This is
And
true.
this could easily happen to the UN if it's not already. I really don't pay attention to politics, but
I'm doing it right.
The UN was a
Trying
mistake.
not to. It makes me want to kill myself.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why PR is so important. Like Natasha says, I'm just reading the terrain. We have made some very public mistakes. We need to win their trust back. Like, why the fuck do you need to win the public's trust back?
I don't know. It's not like they're elected or anything, you know.
And that's pretty much it for a while until Steve goes to the funeral, and after the eulogy, I guess it is. Steve walks up to Sharon, which is the granddaughter of Betty or whatever, and he says, "Did you know I used to tongue your grandmother?" Do you guys remember that part? That was my favorite part.
I think he may be
I'm
paraphrasing,
trying
but
to
yeah, I
fuck your
remember.
whole tree.
Yo,
Wait,
yo,
real quick.
Sharon. Yo, grandma. Total gilf.
Oh no.
Hey, real question: does the public trust the UN? I don't. Who's
that's
who's
not-
our UN representative? Does anybody know who our UN representative? Do you have trust in the United
not.
Nations?
Yeah, I have no
Clearly-
idea.
We're the
Donald
public.
Oh, fuck the UN.
Actually, did not think of that.
Like, why would the public trust the UN? I don't know what the UN even does. It's pretty much
Nope.
nothing. Right. So
Nobody
why
knows
would
what the
I, as
UN
the public,
does.
trust the UN?
Because they drop meteors. So.
Alright.
Yeah, no, it's well, because I don't know if you pay attention to ER's videos, but ER kind of brings up this. It's like the world building in the MCU is kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In my culture, death is not the end. It is more of a stepping off point. You reach out with both hands in the basilisk. They lead you into a green belt where you can run forever. Dude, this sounds like
you
my
just-
own personal hell.
Wait, who
You,
says that?
you butchered
That's Black-
those
that's what Black Panther says.
Egyptian names, man.
Oh yeah, I tried
Black
to.
Panther.
I
Fast
don't
or Bassett.
cancel the.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. One of the things I love about this movie is Black Panther. I think he's great.
Yeah, he's.
Black
Oh,
Oh
Panther.
yeah,
he's
absolutely.
awesome.
He's my
Other than-
favorite part of the movie.
Other than, well, we'll get to it.
We'll get to it.
We'll
It's-
get
Oh, you know,
to
we
it, man.
passed over the
But yeah.
main issue with this movie, Dan, a long time ago.
Yeah.
You just completely skipped it.
Well, go ahead.
What?
Tell us. No, we're not there yet. We're
I
not
will-
there yet. Not that.
We're not?
No,
Oh, we're
no,
not?
No, dude,
Oh.
we are not even 30
Wait,
minutes into
Tom,
a
you
2-hour
just
film.
wait, dude. Just wait. Wait
Yeah,
for this.
yeah, Yeah, you're
Tom,
going
get ready.
down.
Wait.
Sharon says, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, this is an important thing to note. Sharon Carter says, you're going to have to hurry. This is after the bomb. Okay, so we're flying forward because I really don't have any issues up until the bomb goes off at the UN. All right. We have orders to shoot on sight. Keep that in mind. I'm not done with it yet. Later on. German innkeeper. I already covered that. He speaks German and Slovakia and Russian and English.
To be fair, he is special forces, so.
What are you talking about? The
So-
innkeeper? What's the innkeeper?
Okay, it's not important. It's not important. What's important
Well,
is after they issue the shoot to kill order. I like how they ordered a shoot to kill order on a man without a trial on the basis of a blurry black and white image of his face.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's already known as a former Hydra assassin.
I was about to say he's kind of a bastard.
They know
we
who he
have
is.
rights
They know who he
in
is.
America.
They know
We
who
have
he is.
rights.
Well, it's not. Well, the thing is, they're not in America. They're in
Yeah.
Italy.
Germany.
Wait,
Vienna.
where's the bombing take place?
They're in Germany.
too?
Vienna.
We already know there's no rights in
No, no, no.
Oh, yeah, of course.
No, it
Bucky
takes
is
place in
Bucharest,
Germany.
right?
Bucky was in
Berlin.
was in
Bucharest, was it?
Bucharest.
no,
Fuck that.
yeah, he was
Yep,
in
you're
Hungary,
right, Tom.
and the
If only we had
the thing was in
giant text font to tell us where
yeah.
they are.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Wait,
Yeah.
never mind.
So you don't think it's stupid that they would order a shoot-to-kill order on a man without trial based on a blurry black and white image?
Well, no, it's based on who he is, who they know
No,
who he is.
it's literally based on the black and white image, which they say in the movie is blurry. It's not even my judgment that it's blurry. They say it's blurry.
They confirm that it's
listen,
James
I don't
Buchanan
know what the
Barnes.
laws in Germany are.
I really don't know how they confirmed it, considering it wasn't him. So therefore, I think it is kind of stupid.
Was
Yeah,
Zemo
because
wearing
it
facial
wasn't
hair
him. Yeah.
that looked like Bucky?
Zemo.
I'm not to be racist, but you white people all look the same. Yeah, it is. Like I said, it is a little strange that he's going to be killed on site when they don't have hard confirmation that it was indeed him. But like what
Wait,
well, just
Keep going. Keep going.
I'm really
Just-
fucking confused now that we're talking about this.
hydration.
Because wait, no, here's the here I was just thinking about it, right?
Mhm.
So they say shoot to kill.
Yeah.
And when they stop them, they don't shoot to kill him, right?
Well,
But
they charge
no,
them
but
with
that-
their rifles.
That's yeah, but that's not even the end of it. As soon as they get back, which granted I don't know how long it took, he immediately gets put into the place for interrogation. So it's like, did they already have the interrogation idea, which is why they had the doctor, the scientist, the psychiatrist, whatever, who ended up not being
What do you?
himself.
What do
because
you?
of cocaine.
Which one are you saying against? Is the fact that they were going to interrogate him?
No, I'm confused. If
Or the
their
fact that they had a
initial
containment thing.
idea, I'm sorry.
Was-
What was the second part you said?
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I'm a little confused as to what exactly their plan was. And again, I don't know how long it took them to get back to the base from whenever they picked them up. But if they were like, oh, shoot to kill, and they were going into his apartment with the intention of killing him, but then as soon as they stopped them on the freeway, or by the little tunnel, they don't
Yeah.
shoot to kill him.
They arrest him.
So then my question is, yeah, they just arrest him, which it's fine, it's not a problem. But my question is, was it after? Huh?
I believe because the War Machine came after them. I believe that maybe has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's possible.
Well, no. The
but
reason
I
why
guess
they
my-
switched it up is because Captain America was in the way. So that's probably the reason why they don't want to fucking.
Well, plus you usually don't like publicly
Was he
execute
in the
people.
way?
Well, like
Yeah.
it was. Yeah, like I said, like the reason why I was probably switched from shoot to kill was probably because Captain was trying to defend them. So they probably. Got
Here's
more
the problem. This is the
But here's
writing.
the-
Why even write
that's-
that? Why even
but
put
yeah.
that line in?
Well, no.
You're
but
not
here's
going to
the-
shoot him. Why put
But
that
here's the
line
problem
in?
that you. Well, here's the problem that you kind of like highlighted. and
I
kinda
have
bugging me
I
now,
have a
too.
genuine flaw here. If you guys
Okay.
are done.
Wait, but I'm still.
All right, go
Well,
on.
all right,
Carry
fine.
on.
Go
Carry-
ahead.
no,
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 it's
no,
fine,
no.
it's fine.
That's fine. Carry
No,
on,
because
carry
I
on.
was just really confused. It's
I just
like,
wonder
so,
what your general point was.
well, it's if I don't even know how to explain it.
Like
That's not important.
they issued the shoot to kill order on him.
They issued the shoot to kill order,
It's-
but then they also had a doctor waiting to talk to him.
Well, that's the thing. If the shoot to kill order worked, Zemo's plan would then be
Plan
ended.
It would have failed.
It would have failed.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's completely contrived that he thought that this plan would all go according when they issue a shoot to kill order on him by JSOC, which is supposed to be, whatever.
Bunch of JSOC guys who don't have the.
They don't have
Um,
compunction about shooting
They
you
don't
in
have
the face.
the. connection about shooting in the face.
They don't know how
Or
to
about
aim their
being
guns
polite.
or shoot or anything. They
Yeah,
don't-
they don't give a fuck.
When they have a shoot to kill order, and there's nothing these guys, these like special forces guys, want more than to kill somebody.
Yeah. Anyways,
They live for that shit.
what's the last point you guys remember seeing Black Panther after the bombing?
He literally
sitting
walks off
on the
screen
bench
saying, "I want to go kill
outside or
Bucky."
something, talking about
Yeah.
getting revenge.
Exactly. He talks to Black Widow. They talk about revenge, whatever. He leaves. The phone rings. It's Cap. No information is disclosed of where he's going to be, where he's going. Black Widow doesn't like say anything unusual that Black Panther would pick up on. Hence, for this scene, if everybody's watching now. Okay. Yahoo! Wah ha wah ha! I'm making sound effects for the copyright. All right, and then
Just put it on
he
mute.
just teleports. How the fuck did he know where fucking Bucky would be?
He's Arya.
He just
He what?
teleports.
I can't.
Why
see the screen,
would he know
but
Bucky's on a
Balls.
this
It's
moment?
magic
Okay,
balls,
so
guys.
I
It's the
can't
magic
see-
balls.
I can't see the stream, but I'm assuming you just played the part where he drops down on top of Bucky from
Yeah.
the rooftop.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
I guess this is
Roger.
post hoc. I'm not exactly sure the definition of it, but at the end of the movie, Black Panther is shown to be following Tony Stark in a Wakanda jet. My guess is he just dropped from said Wakanda jet.
No, but how does he know where Bucky is? There's literally
How do you
nothing.
know Bucky's about to
there
jump
is
out of a
nothing-
window and land on a building?
There
right
is
there?
nothing that connects this scene with the last scene that we see him in.
Right.
Yeah, that
He
is-
just
that
shows
is-
up out of nowhere.
Like I said, this is all inference. This is all inference from post hoc, but like
It's just-
he can follow. He's been following. He's known to be witty enough to follow people around to get to where he needs to go. When the kill order goes through, he's probably waiting for an opportunity to do it. And when he sees Bucky jump out, that's probably when he jumps.
But
out.
who did
This
he
is all assuming
follow?
that he's in some.
How's he
This is
gonna?
all
He
assuming
was
he's from a
hanging out.
UFO.
He was hanging out with
And he-
not Wanda. I keep calling her Wanda. He was hanging out with Natasha at the UN.
No, he leaves. Like he goes.
Yeah.
It's like-
He
does
leaves
leave.
off screen.
it's-
That's my point.
Even
The phone
even if it's
rings, then what?
established he's following.
How does
Even
he
if-
find his way here after leaving Wanda?
He's
Fucking
got a Wakanda
Natasha.
jet. Like I said, it's.
I
you
don't
see it at the
care
end of the
about the
movie.
method of transportation. How does he know? How did he find his way? How did he gather enough information to find out where Bucky is at the same time that the German police force does, Captain America does?
Wasn't
It's really
wasn't Bucky's location made public?
Yeah,
No.
Even if he gets all this information and is tracking Bucky and knows where Bucky's gonna be,
No, it was never
how does he
made
know Bucky? How
public.
does he know Bucky's gonna jump out of a window onto another building at that moment and then appear on the other building?
The Wakanda UFO, man.
Oh, the UFO.
Yeah, it was never made public. The only reason.
Vibranium is magic. Okay, we don't have to explain.
All right.
Well,
The-
no,
the
I'm
only-
not. I'm actually legit saying that, like, in this, I have to fucking reference Black Panther, but in that movie, they actually do hijack some frequencies and they find shit. That's how.
It was
isn't that
never
the part
on a
that's in the-
frequency
Right.
though.
And
The only reason Captain
But
America
then-
got it is because Sharon stole the information and gave it to him.
I'm giving you it. Okay, well, yeah, okay. He just knows technology, vibranium. Sure, he knows
Yeah,
where
he's
he is.
black.
How
He's
does
black
he know-
Batman.
How does he know he's gonna jump out of a building onto another building at that moment? That's the part.
We
Like,
don't-
he can't defend
We don't
that.
know. Let's say we don't know how long he's been sitting there. Like I said, he's got.
He's
this
just sitting
weird
on this
fucking-
other building, hanging out the whole time
No,
while
he's
they're
not
having
sitting in a
fight in
building.
the
He's
other-
probably sitting in that ship he was using at the end of the movie. I'm saying he's sitting there watching.
You're saying he
the
jumped out of a
activity.
ship right there.
Also,
I mean, he drops from the top of a building and doesn't get hurt, so it's a safe
Wait,
assumption.
can you play it? Because I want to see his angle of.
Comes
Yeah, because it really
out of
looks like
nowhere.
he's jumping at him, like not like falling down on him. It
He
looks
just-
like
he
he's
just
He was
jumping.
appears
on-
out of nowhere.
He's on that building already. He's on the
Yeah.
building. You could see it where he jumps from.
Or he's jumping
Yeah.
off the jet.
It's not a jet. Look,
he just
Just-
comes
just
out.
can
Dude,
turn
he
into
literally
the
comes out of
jumping-
nowhere.
Jets can turn
Yeah,
invisible.
bring
he's-
that way. There's not even a building he could jump from there.
He just teleports. I'm telling you, he just teleports.
Yes, he just
I'm
appeared.
about to pull.
Told you,
I want
he's
to pull it
Arya
up.
Stark.
What's the minute mark? Okay, hang on.
Now let's. Yeah, it's at the 47:41. I forgot what my point was gonna be after, about
Uh,
something about this.
is rather strange. I guess vibranium gives you teleportation powers.
Yeah, and also gives you
Black
information.
magic.
Oh yeah, I do remember what I was gonna say. Now this is, an appeal to,
I'm not saying
story.
you're ignorant.
This is just one story, but I took a friend to go see this movie in theaters, and he hadn't been keeping up on any of the Marvel stuff. And at this scene, he leaned over to me. He said, "Who the fuck is that? Is that Catwoman?" He had no idea. And like I laughed. I was like, "That's fucking funny, dude." He's like, "No, seriously, is that Catwoman?" He had no fucking idea who this was because it's not established in the movie that he even has the suit or where he comes from or anything. He just appears out of nowhere, which
They just wanted a nice
That's
reveal.
kind of the
you know?
point, though, because it's the shock that it is to T'Challa. Like when
It's
they get
revealed.
at the end
To
of
the
the scene where
normies,
they...
anyways. To the normies who don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, yeah, to the normies. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We all fucking know who Black Panther is. But I'm saying at the very end when they realize, so what? You got a thing for cats? Like they didn't know that
Yeah.
it was T'Challa.
yeah, they could have set it up a little bit better.
What
But
else would it be?
They
Even
do,
somebody that doesn't
kinda,
even know
because-
who Black Panther
Yeah.
is knows who this person is at this moment.
Yeah.
I don't.
So what?
It's the
He literally
random
thought it was
guy that
Catwoman. It
came
cracked
from
me up.
He was
Wakanda.
advertised in the trailers too.
He's the
Like
guy
I
that came
said,
from Wakanda
he
that they're
doesn't
focusing
follow
on.
Marvel at all. He just came. He's like, yeah, I'll go see it. He's like, is that fucking Catwoman?
Yeah.
Because
I guess
it's
everybody's
not really
been living under a
established.
rock somewhere.
Well, I mean, I kind of had a similar experience, but the guy next to me goes, "Yo, who the fuck's that?" I mean, because he didn't know what the hell's going on.
Who the fuck is
But like I said,
Yeah, it just comes out of nowhere.
Okay. It's
What
like
the
you
fuck is that?
imagine
A
some
fucking
guy.
cat.
You imagine some guy going to an Iron Man movie for the first time and he's just completely oblivious, and then Iron Man comes out in his suit right after he's built it the whole movie, and he's like, "Yo, who the fuck is this in this suit, bro?
What is this? Some
That's
kind of
fucking
fucking robot Batman? What the fuck?
Oh shit, that's the main character of the movie I'm at. Fuck,
Oh look,
You know-
it's Tony Stank.
Tony Stark."
This is
Why
this,
the fuck are we
shit,
talking
I
like a
know.
bunch of New Yorkers?
Yeah, I know we're giving it the accent and everything.
this may be kind of maybe not irrelevant, but when T'Challa kind of flips onto Bucky, and then it looks like he has his arms around his waist. I always imagine. So you're gonna give him a fucking tombstone pile driver? Because that'd be fucking awesome.
Yo, who's this?
He's gonna teabag him.
Yo, who's this guy in this Black Panther suit? Oh shit, it's Black.
Oh no, Max is gone. Oh, there he is.
Hello? What the fuck? My Discord keeps crashing on me.
Oh, shit.
Discord.
Um,
Discord is
Discord
the
is
the big gay.
It's a piece of shit.
Probably
Dis-
Dan.
Would work. That
Well,
should do
it's
it.
partially owned by
All
China.
right, let me read some of the chat
Oh,
here because
shit.
we've been getting a shit ton of chat. Just so you guys know. He had the high ground,
Controversial
obviously.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's over now.
these are super chats, right? We're not answering them till later.
Super shit.
You're gonna answer the super chats like 3 weeks from
We're
now.
all
If we're-
super chat
if we're
proceeds
getting-
are going to Wakanda
Can we
for
play
relief
some
fund.
GameCube?
If we're getting paid, for this, I'll do this every day.
Yeah.
Well, just can I get to the point? Can I just ask this question before Discord fucked up? Did they ever mention that Wakanda was the source of vibranium before? Oh, I guess they do.
Yeah.
I
Age of
think in Age of Ultron?
Age of Ultron.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in Age
they
of
did.
Ultron, yeah.
Fuck,
Yeah.
do I remember
Because he,
that?
Yep, yep.
fucks up the pronunciation of it.
He says
Okay, never
Wakanda.
mind.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
like,
What
It's
Wakandan?
Wakanda.
Yeah, he.
Wakanda.
It was pretty
Wakanda.
offensive. He said Wakanda.
Wakanda. Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
god!
I wanna-
Oh
As,
no!
as the resident
I wanna
African
hear-
person, I will be
Right now,
offended on
Bruce
our
Banner
behalf.
is a problem.
As somebody who is brown and not
Isaiah's
black, I
offended,
will also
everybody
be
stop.
upset.
Yeah.
Yes,
Cancel.
I'm the resident African
Look,
here. I
as
have
someone of
something
Irish
different.
descent who are basically just the black people of Europe, I am offended.
The black people
The
of
black
Europe.
people of Europe.
All right. I
mean,
want to know.
Irish American
You're not wrong.
taking offense to something.
Okay. Go to the chats, please. Get us off these rails.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm pulling up a
actually
clip.
part
I want to know
Scandinavian.
your guys' take
You part who?
on this clip here.
Scandinavian.
I want to know the general.
Scandinavian.
I just want to know the general consensus on this clip. What do you guys think?
Wait, I have to go back, then come back in to see it. I'll be right back.
Well, what's this clip? Can I pull it up somewhere else? Because my phone's acting weird.
Here we go with this.
Okay, it's 50:05.
50:05.
For the record, I'm not on Dan's team at this part.
If you
Oh no.
I don't even remember what this is. If you
50:05.
back out to like where you can see the different chat rooms and then you come back in, you should be able to join the stream. That's what I have to do to see it.
That's
Well, I got it.
gay.
I got it on my TV,
Sorry,
so I'm
guys.
pulling it up. So 50. So 5005.
see it.
Let me just fix it where you guys won't have to rejoin and whatever
I see it.
every fucking time. So gay.
No, it's not a big deal. I mean, I can still hear and shit.
oh,
I'm
it's
not,
a
like,
big
fully
fucking
leaving.
deal.
I'm just backing out.
Rick, are you talking about the Legolas moment?
Yeah, probably. Oh no, that's not what he's gonna
Like-
talk.
Wait,
okay.
That's not what it is.
Is this
I mean,
a
that's-
Legolas moment here? All right,
No.
here we go. Ready for it? Are you ready for this? All right, here it comes. He just grabs this fucking 400-pound motorcycle,
that's so
spins it
fucking
around.
Cool. Come on, that
It's
is
not.
so cool.
It's so
So,
stupid. It weighs 400
listen,
pounds.
Legolas
It's going.
He's a
It's
super
going 80
soldier
miles
with a
an
robot
hour.
arm.
It's
He
going.
has a
It,
fucking
it's
robot
actually
arm.
not
That's
it
so
doesn't
cool.
matter.
No,
It would
no, no,
pull
no,
him
no,
off
wait,
his feet.
wait.
All
What's
right,
your
I
problem?
want to hear
Austria,
each per
whatever.
person. I'm just gonna go all the way through everybody.
Okay, all right.
Who do we got
Well-
first here? We got me.
Start at the top.
All right, I want to go first. I'm just kidding. All right, Max. Let's hear your take on this.
Okay. Well, what? Like.
Oh, I
what's,
forgot to
like,
show
wrong
it. I'm
with
such a piece of shit. Let me show it back on stream.
Well, no, you're talking about the part where he snatches the motorcycle, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
What's wrong with it?
What's wrong?
All right, this bike weighs at least 500 pounds. It's going.
He's a super
70
soldier.
miles.
He's a fucking
He's-
super soldier. Like, wait,
It
what?
doesn't matter. The bike and the velocity
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry.
should pull him off
Dan,
his
go back
feet.
a little bit.
It's
back a little bit.
Tabitha just said in chat, Captain America threw a motorbike in Age of Ultron, so they are absolutely capable of lifting.
I'm not
you know,
saying that
heavy-
he can't
I
lift
Captain
it.
America holds a
All right.
helicopter.
How
I-
much? How much?
Yeah.
How
With
much?
his
No.
muscles.
Let me ask you this. All right. How much does this guy weigh? He's all cut up. Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter because the bike weighs 400 500 pounds. It's going 70 miles an hour. Weight,
matters.
mass
It's
times
slowing
force
Slowing
equals
down.
what?
It's
What
slowing
is?
down to avoid the car accident that just happened in front of him.
Yeah, I think he's slowing down. The guy is
And
slowing
He's
down.
slowing down because there's a man right in front of him going, like, reaching for
Well,
him.
yeah,
Like,
he has-
what the fuck are you doing?
Slowing down.
Look.
Yeah.
Even
Like, you
so,
could s-
it depends on how much opposite force his arm is putting out right there to grab the bike. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
It would
Yeah.
still
Elliot.
pull him off of his feet though, because his legs have
I
to have
think-
the same amount of force to pull down. And he's not a super soldier because he never got the serum. He was just experimented
did,
on
but not if
by
it's all in his
Hydra.
arm.
He
If
never
he
had
gets
it, Tom.
more.
How did
How
Hydra?
the fuck did he run? How the fuck did he run faster than the cars on the highway?
They're
They didn't
running
have
like
super-
60
All right,
miles
Tom.
an hour.
They're running so fucking fast in that scene. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I guess that's fair,
He's a
but he's
super
still
soldier right
not. He still doesn't have like the super soldier serum.
My God. Okay,
He is.
he's got the juice that was on that hot dog that got reported. Okay, he just does it. Listen, okay.
All right, I'm moving on. I don't
It's
really
very
care.
established
It's such a
that he is a
nitpick. I
super
really
soldier.
don't care. But
Legolas
I
isn't a
just,
super soldier. Yeah, he did the same thing on a horse. Okay, just
I think you should keep going on with it, Dan, and die on this hill right
Yeah,
here.
Good.
I don't think you should.
We're like not even.
Every
an hour
man
in.
has a hill that must die on.
I mean, of all the hills to die on, really.
all the hills.
Well, Tom
I
already
have no
fucked
hill
on
to
the
die
sink
on.
hill
Fuck
earlier,
dying.
so
It's not a hill
Dan,
to
it's
die
your
on.
turn to die on the motorcycle hill. One
Um,
by one, we're all gonna die.
I'll die on the spider sense hill later.
Yeah, it just coming back around.
Barnes
You know,
was
Zemo's
further
plan
strict on
would have
Victor's
really-
superhuman abilities.
Yeah, okay. Zemo's plan would have really went to shit had that shoot to kill order worked. It's contrived
Yeah,
as
Barnes
fuck.
was shot right there.
Yeah.
It's just so lucky that didn't happen. All right, now we're coming
Yeah, I
up
was
to the
literally talking-
spiciest. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. We are coming up to
literally-
one of the. Now I will die on this fucking hell right now because this breaks fucking everything. It's so stupid. Don't look.
No, what?
Can't help it.
Okay, I'll
Stream.
close my eyes then.
Yeah. Close your eyes.
I'll shut my ears.
Dan, can I bring this point up?
Yeah, can you do this one?
I would like
Oh,
to get on
for
with this.
fuck's sake.
Are you ready, Tom?
Oh, for fuck's sake. We've been through this. Let's not.
Come
on.
you ready?
Oh,
No, no.
There it is.
a pinch! Oh my god! He's got more than a pinch! It's ruined! It's the worst! It's the worst superhero movie ever! I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's the worst one! He used more than a pinch! What a fucking retard!
Plate.
Oh, come on.
They're not even in a bowl. They're not even in a small spice bowl. They're not.
Oh no! What a
Who
fucking
pours all of
tragedy!
the spices like that?
This is ridiculous.
He's a robot. Oh, look, he's a robot.
He's the
an
smartest being in the universe.
He's an alien robot that doesn't know what paprikash is. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
And
wait a
he's
minute.
not- He's
Let
not
me-
going to eat it. He's
Technically
making it.
not
He's making it for wonder.
He doesn't
Okay,
have a way
well,
to taste.
Okay, look. Here's the thing. I can spell things like Deinonychus, Therizinosaurus, and Kakarodontosaurus, but I cannot spell believe to
A
save my life.
pinch.
What the fuck did you just
Look at
say?
that. Look at that. Right there. Right there.
Yeah, see, he's getting a pinch. See?
Yeah, he's getting a
Okay.
pinch.
He's literally
The
pinching it.
problem.
It's not even paprika. It's
Why
proven.
would you pour it
It's
onto
proven
a plate?
it's not even paprika because Wanda
doesn't
says
know how
that's
to
not
cook.
paprika.
It's red
He doesn't know
powder.
how
It
to
looks like
cook.
paprika to me.
What is that, cayenne?
Yeah,
It must be cayenne pepper.
Maybe.
The first thing I do when I cook is I pour all my spices onto a bunch of plates all over the kitchen before I start cooking.
Y'all don't do that? What? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like
Movie's
how,
over.
It's like
This
how
debate's over.
Einstein couldn't
We won.
find
Done.
two
Debate's over.
We
Like, I
won.
don't have
We
a point. This is too.
Okay.
It's
We
too
won.
powerful.
Whoop whoop.
Mic drop.
I can
Alright.
spell Greek and Latin.
Reality can be whatever I
but
want
I
it to
can't
be.
spell believe
Good night, everyone.
like that.
Show's over.
Yeah, thanks for
Debate.
joining.
Debate's over.
Oh,
We've reached the peak. We've reached the peak
Moral-
argument right here.
Lesson, moral of the day. Moral of this debate, guys. Don't use too much fucking spice, okay?
Yeah.
All right,
seriously.
well,
Don't
with this-
waste
with this-
spices,
It's a mess.
people.
All right,
Okay,
everybody.
spices lives matter. Leave your spices
Spices
in their
lives matter.
jars, please.
Yeah.
Please.
All right.
You can't reuse that. You can't reuse that now.
You can't reuse this. You already
No,
touched it. It's
exactly.
contaminated.
how do you
Fucking
look?
waste.
Look, how do you know he's not going to make a shitload? Because Wanda is clearly in prison, so she's
Because
going to
he
be there
used
for a
a
while.
pinch.
Well, no, that's the thing. This actually comes
Maybe
around
that's just the
to
first batch.
this actually comes around to a genuine point. Yeah.
Does it though? Does it?
Yes,
Wait,
it
what?
does because her
Wait,
dumb
what?
listen, her dumb sex robot spilled all of her spices all over the kitchen. Now she has to go to the store.
She has to go to the store.
But it creates an
No, like,
unnecessary
no.
conflict because she can't go to the store for 20 minutes
You're too
because she might use
dangerous
her
to go to the
powers
store.
and blow up the
allowed to
fucking grocery store.
She's not allowed to go to the
Things
grocery
are
store.
basic
She doesn't want to wear a
human
mask,
life.
and if they don't want to let her in, fuck them.
So this actually causes a problem because he dumps the spices out. She has to go get more spices, and then that's when
Yeah.
she realizes she's a prisoner.
Boom! Good night, everyone.
a robot that doesn't understand the basics of humanity yet.
Yeah, it's an android. It's an android.
Literally,
Yeah, come on.
he literally has two containers right there.
Can't
They're
go
not
to the-
dumb
I
shit.
don't know if y'all are being serious or trolling, and I fucking love it.
Oh, I'm
No,
like
I'm being-
completely not serious and
I
joking.
can't even
but it
tell.
I'm
actually
being
is what
dead
causes
serious.
her to have to go to the store.
I'm being dead serious. Why can't she go to the store
a
for
mixture of both.
20 minutes? Is she gonna blow up the supermarket next? It's so
Yes.
ridiculous.
It's the public like fear
Listen,
of that
she's
happening.
gonna she's gonna see a guy in a suit trying to blow up Captain America, and she's gonna throw him into an embassy.
The
What
UN
that's-
hasn't voted if
That's
Wanda
just-
could go to the store yet, so the public's scared because the UN didn't say it's fine yet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so stupid because she may go to the store and like use her powers to reach on a high shelf, and then that item up there might be a bomb, and then boom, I mean,
Might be
yeah,
a
I
bla-
guess
might be
it
a-
makes sense in
Might
that
be
case.
a bomb vest.
It's too
Yeah, it
fucking
could be a
risky.
bomb
She
vest
might-
on the
well,
on the high
might-
shelf.
Maybe a
Listen.
suicide bomber will run up to her. Who knows?
Listen, no, you guys don't understand how fast the MCU works. So when she goes to the store, they've already made toys of Crossbone blowing up Captain America. So she's going to get triggered and
Oh,
kill everybody
shit.
in the store. It's just,
yeah,
I mean,
you might
it's just
realize
makes
it.
We're gonna
sense.
have
Like
a
working those
Vietnam
Chinese
flashback.
slave children, man. You got to make those toys.
Yep, yep.
I want to get Gordon Ramsay's take on the paprika.
I would actually love that.
Or
Like a
the
Gordon
animation
Lamb
is
sauce,
actually
you
shit.
muppets!
It's
Where's the
fucking
lamb
objectively wrong.
sauce?
It's fucking raw.
Looks like a
Truth,
bison
Bosco, you
penis. What is
faggot.
that shit?
Where's the
out.
result? This is shit.
Looks like,
All
Risotto.
right, I
looks
want
like
to.
Dandy's flip flop. What is that shit?
I'll be right back.
Try.
I like how it
Um,
shows spices in a jar too, right there on the screen.
Literally,
Like
they're right
he
there.
didn't want
They're
those
right
spices
there.
on the plates. He just wanted the other ones, but didn't use these spices.
Nah, man, he was gonna go to town. You don't know. He was like,
Fucking
fucking
autistic
watch out, Chef
dude,
Ramsay.
okay?
I've got the power of the cosmic in my head. I can fucking outcook you. You don't see
I
there's a
haven't cooked
Rachel
in so
Ray
long.
show like on the other like just off screen, and he's mad as
Yeah,
fuck. Like,
he's
He's
looking at
doing
following. He's following along, you know.
Following Rachel, cooking with Rachel.
cooking with Rachel.
Well,
Dude,
Well,
who decided to follow Paula
Who's the
Dean.
Italian one with the big mouth?
I think I know what you're talking about. I can't
The
remember
short
his
one?
name. I can't
Yeah,
remember his
yeah, I
name.
think so.
Emerald?
a
the
chick,
chick or
it's
the
a chick.
dude?
Oh.
Rachel Ray.
that could be a lot.
No,
of
no,
them.
not her. The other one.
I've never.
I'm back.
fucking clue.
Hold on.
I don't know. Are there any
I think we can all agree that the paprika is an objective flaw, right?
I don't know.
Are there any cooking
Tom's-
experts in the chat? Tabitha,
I
are
think-
you in the chat?
She's a woman,
think-
so she definitely cooks.
Yeah, yeah,
She
that's
probably.
True.
I fucking
Well,
love
Lord of the
cooking.
Rings has taught us that women can't cook, so listen, destroying
Yeah.
sexual.
White women can't cook. Well, not
I
essentially.
think-
That is a
Mia.
lie. How dare you?
that's true.
Oprah, I think Oprah's a
Alright.
fine cook.
Zoomers can't
I
cook.
cook very well.
Hey,
Hey, I cook very well. Thank you
Very well,
much.
very well. I cook very well. Red,
Very
are
well.
you here?
can
Hi,
you cook
Red.
Food?
I think I'm a decent enough. I think I'm a pretty decent cook, really. At least when it comes
Yeah,
to
it's not,
paprika.
it's not hard.
No, it isn't hard.
Oh,
I think
I got
we
a
need to discuss
got an
the
IPA.
paprika
Didn't
for
know
another
that.
3 hours.
No, dude, you don't understand. This is like when you cut a pair of pants. Is it a pant or is it
Oh.
a pair of pants?
Oh my god.
You have one pant.
What?
No,
Can I?
no, no.
Can I,
no,
guys?
No, no. That's not.
Can
Let's
I? Can I ask you guys this? Why does the suit fit T'Challa if it was fitted for his father?
See, this is why I fucking hate Black Panther because it was implied in
Amazing.
Civil War that he was already Black Panther, but he wasn't the king.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
But fucking Black Panther, oh, we took
Just
the
fucking
power
all-
away.
Yeah, we all know that
now-
makes no sense.
Gotta use that purple drink, you know, for black.
That purple drag.
Actually, here's
His
my
purple,
thing
isn't it? Fuck
about
me.
Black Panther. Here's my thing about Black Panther is that if you have a society based around who's the strongest leader, wouldn't it make more sense that if you beat someone with the enhanced superhuman
God.
ability somehow, that would actually make a lot more fucking sense, right?
Oh, I
Wouldn't
just
that make more
looked
sense?
it up. I just looked it up. The suit was made
Wait.
by Sauron, so it changes sizes just like the ring.
You mean
Oh.
Shuri?
No,
I mean,
no.
Shuri and Sauron.
No,
I mean, Shuri and
Sauron.
Sauron are both dark
change
lords
the
of
size.
They're
Sparta.
Sizes.
almost as strong as each other.
Yeah.
Tomato,
Yeah, they're both
tomato.
dark people.
No, I literally meant Sauron from Lord of the Rings because it changes sizes just like the ring.
They're both all-knowing and all-powerful.
Exactly.
Yeah, because in Civil War, he did say, I think he is now Protector and King. So he was Black Panther, I believe, before T'Chaka died, and then Black Panther fucked all that up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can we petition to get Black Panther retroactively yeeted into the abyss?
Yeah, can
I
we get it,
already have.
directed-
I would
Yeah,
very
by a
much
good
enjoy
director.
that actually.
Can I guys?
Replace
Can
Kevin
I?
Feige.
Aren't you guys excited for Black Panther 2?
Why are we
I
talking
would
about
rather.
Black
I would
Panther
rather.
when Infinity War is
fucking
coming
I'm
out?
excited to get my eyes gouged out.
Oh
By
my
a Black
God, I
Panther.
don't-
Hey.
Yeah,
Like people
yeah,
keep
easily.
calling it PS2 graphics. That's an insult to the PS2.
Can
Yeah,
I?
PS2 had way
Can
better
I
graphics.
ask you guys this? Why wasn't Captain America arrested after they caught
The incident?
Bucky? Yeah.
I think they kind of.
He was
they kinda
arrested.
referenced
He was
it.
arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it was
and
and
Windows.
then he wasn't
And they
prosecuted.
put him-
gave him an exception.
Well, yeah, they gave him an exception by putting him in an
Tony,
office instead of a cell.
Tony mentions it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
They did
Tony
arrest
pulled,
him.
pulled strings for him, but
Get
they did arrest
fucked,
him right
atheist.
there.
They arrested him and Sam, Falcon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all because
I better
Tony-
not look out a window and see somebody flying in that thing.
It's
Sam.
it's all.
Oh,
it's,
Sam.
No, listen.
Sucks.
It is all because Tony said there will be consequences. Yeah, that sounds like a government. They'll just be like, yeah, we won't arrest him because he said that there will be consequences.
He's gonna go to UN jail.
So
Better than jail.
stupid. Let's see. We
A lot
got
of times it's not about what you do, but who you know.
What's better, UN
Alright.
jail or Cleveland?
Let's talk
Because
about.
No.
probably UN jail. Because I do
feel like-
remember while we're talking about that, Tony said as long as Captain America and the other
Yeah,
black
yeah,
dude,
yeah.
sign it, then it'll be like they were allowed to go. So
It's like they were sent on the mission.
Yeah, so they just took their stuff as punishment. They're like, yeah, if you want it back, just sign the thing and we'll give it to you.
Yeah, they took their stuff out, and then that chick smuggled it out all by herself. The fucking wings and the shield.
Yeah, that part's a little weird.
That was kind of dumb.
Anyways, let's talk about how Tony always hated Captain America. Funny how that never came up until it was convenient for the plot.
Hey
Well,
man, he
said
just
it's a
wants to punch him
joke.
in his perfect teeth.
I don't think that one's like as like set in stone. Like he was just saying it.
Oh,
God,
really?
I hated
He
you.
said,
Like-
oh, really? You two
Well, remember,
knew
because
each
the
other?
second they met,
Maybe only
the second
1,000
they-
times. God, I hated you.
yeah, I hated you. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why?
Like, wait,
Don't
are you
really
being
see
serious?
much
This was
issue
like
with
almost a
it,
joke.
really.
It was because
No,
of how
it's-
much.
It's
It was
a,
because
it's
of
a
how much
little.
Tony's dad spoke about Captain America all the time, and he was like,
Yeah.
he always felt neglected by his dad, and he would always talk about Captain America, and Tony Stark growing up would be like, oh, like a.
Oh, that's what you're
dislike-
referring to, Dan?
Yeah, yep, about
Oh, yeah.
how
Yeah, he's
he knew
busy.
his dad, and Tony was like, "Oh, really? You guys knew each other?" He never mentioned that. Only
Never
about
mentioned it,
1,000
not once.
times. God, I hated you. It's like funny how
shit,
that
Tony-
never came
Tony-
up.
Yeah, I mean
Some
that's like
parents died when they were like 70 something. Right?
Say again.
They would have. Tony's parents would have had to have been old as fuck when they died, since his dad knew Captain America in the fucking 40s.
True.
yeah, why? That's true.
I mean, he looks young.
I mean, he was
Captain
really young.
America.
He was really young. I mean, we don't know how old exactly, but he was pretty young in the 40s.
I'm assuming like early 20s.
80.
Very, yes, absolutely.
Honestly, the way it was delivered was more like a joke.
Yeah, he was like, God, I hated you. Like if
God, I
like
hated you.
if my dad like NASCAR or something, and he always talks about NASCAR, I'd be like, God, I hated
God, I hate
NASCAR.
NASCAR.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
I don't
it's
think
You
he
don't
was
like
like
volish-
actually.
You don't like
actually hate-
maliciously like fuck every
Yeah.
NASCAR ever. Like,
I think it was
yeah.
said more of like a joke, like I hated you because they liked, they were always awing over you, not me.
it's like if
And
my
like
dad talked about how much he
People
loved
are
Michael
saying
Jordan.
in the chat
Maybe
that he
they,
really didn't like him in Avengers either.
Yeah,
Yeah, he didn't like him
he
in
did not
Avengers.
like
That's what I was
him
trying
that
to
much.
say. Like he was also kind of a dick to him in Avengers. What are you about the suit?
I don't remember.
Let's
wasn't-
talk about.
Everything that good about you came out of a bottle.
Yeah, that's true. Let's talk about the Doctor.
Fucking test tube baby.
Got him.
Talk about what?
The Doctor.
the Doctor.
Can we,
Oh,
like,
God.
Are we on
we can,
Zemo's
like,
thing now?
listen,
Yep.
can we go back to the paprika thing? Because, like,
It's ridiculous. They dumped out all the spices.
yeah, well, let's talk about that instead of the doctor. Because,
I think
yeah.
it's funny how we actually
no
turned it
reason.
into a problem.
You know what, Dan? Change the title to the paprika debate, okay?
Paprika debate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Paprika.
We're debating on whether or not the paprika is a plot hole, and I argue a strong maybe.
Strong.
The strong
Does-
is possible.
Does the paprikash ruin cinema? Perhaps.
I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it
To
all
make
over the
that
thumbnail.
video
It's
essay.
gonna be us fighting over the paprika.
Over the paprika.
Look,
I thought
okay.
it was cayenne pepper.
Look, all right. The paprika
Yeah, the
represents
cayenne
the
pepper.
American
It might have been
dream.
cayenne pepper, but
It's cayenne
in-
pepper. Half of us
It's
think it was
definitely not
paprika. Half of
paprika.
us
It's
think it
definitely
was.
not paprika.
You gotta make
all we know.
Isaiah be holding the paprika jar in the confab thing.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll
He's just
do it.
holding
Yeah,
it.
that's
He's just
perfect.
he's holding it.
That's so
It's just like-
perfect. Big old jar of it too.
I just love how we turned this like hilarious nitpick of the paprika into an actual issue because she had to go to the store,
I think we've
and
spent
that's
the
what
most.
caused her to realize
Because
she's
her
a
dumb
prisoner.
sex robot dumped all of her spices out.
I'm pretty sure we spend more time talking about this than any other topic that's been brought up so far.
I mean, we've been at this
It's
for
the
like
most
3
important part.
hours already.
Yeah, 3 hours.
I need
3
to
hours.
cook dinner. Damn.
Let's keep going. come on.
Microwave your hot pocket, you'll be alright. Alright, let's talk about the doctor.
The
At first-
Doctor.
At first, I thought he got in with no identification or appointment or credentials, and then I thought that there was a fake ID. I'm like, oh, cool. And then I found out there wasn't a fake ID, so it just turns out he got in without any credentials.
He
As
took the
far as we know.
credentials
Yeah,
of
sorry.
the actual doctor.
Yeah.
See,
Like, he
my-
didn't even, like,
my
change his
issue with
face,
this-
or he probably didn't even have enough time to make a fake ID. How did he even know what doctor was going to interrogate the most wanted man on the planet?
He just walks into this prison without
Yeah,
any
'cause-
credentials, and nobody cares, and he talks to the most wanted person.
Because
He has
here's
the
the thing.
credentials of the
Even-
doctor, which he killed.
Wait a minute.
Doesn't
Let him,
have-
Well, no,
let
but
him
here's my
rebuttal.
issue with it. Let's say he does have the credentials. Let's say he made a fake, right? My issue with it is because that's what I assumed. I assume he made a fake. Is that if you are going to be allowing a doctor into one of, let's assume, with reason, one of the most highly secured locations with a very high value target, I don't think a fake ID is going to really do it. Like,
Yeah.
you really, it's just having to believe that absolutely no one hired this doctor without knowing what the fuck he looked like.
Yeah, and how did Zemo know what doctor they were gonna hire to come in? And like he picked him up at the airport. Was the line? How did he know when he was coming in?
He went to the airport and bombed that hotel.
Yeah,
You
it's,
see him later dead.
yeah.
I take more issue with that with you guys, but how he actually got in, he just took the credentials themselves from the doctor, which he killed.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
wouldn't
exactly.
match.
just get into the
How-
most highly
they would've-
secured place with just like a
Yeah,
Big
they'd be like,
ID.
oh, this guy does not look like the guy that we're supposed to be meeting.
Actually, when they showed the faces of him and Zemo, they look pretty similar.
Yeah, that's not gonna fly.
No. He's an old man
He was an older guy.
and he's fat.
I
fat
don't know.
old
Maybe,
man.
like, I don't know. I think it's
Jesus.
just because all the pictures of the actual guy were all like weird, blurry, and all that stuff that kind of distorted.
It's just like he's there because the plot needs him to be there, and there's no reason
No,
why
he's there because he's psychic.
and he's like
Tom,
he needs to be there.
Yeah, Tom. I'm kind of low on this one. So
Well, we I think we discussed it like a few days back in the chat that he assumed the identity of the Doctor with the same facial mask.
yeah, but he
technology
didn't
that
have
used
that
to
face
hide
on
himself.
when he was
didn't
interrogated.
use
they
it.
didn't.
He didn't use it.
Yeah, it wasn't in the thing.
Not while he was in the thing, no. But then he did.
Why would
plan
he
for
not
that when he
use
sent
it when
that-
he's?
Wait,
why
hang on,
would he-
hang on.
All right.
Hang on. Like, because he planned for that when he sent that EMP to the power plant to like break up all their well, like all the electronics, all the like
No,
camera,
what I'm saying-
camera feeds, so they
There
wouldn't.
was nothing in the movie showing that he even made a facial copy of the Doctor.
We're not talking
No.
about that. We're talking about how he got in as the Doctor. We're not talking about like the facial thing.
No, because I remember what he's saying. A couple before, what was it? Last week, 2 weeks ago. When
Yeah, I remember
talked
we were
about
talking
it,
about
it was
it.
brought up that he had made a face to match the Doctor, and that's how we got in.
Yeah, but he
when we
didn't.
were watching
He
the
used that
movie
to
on
make
Wednesday,
Bucky's face.
he didn't do that. Yes.
Right.
He used that to make Bucky's face, and
Exactly.
and that's how he planned the bomb as Bucky. He used that to make Bucky's face, not the Doctor.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have needed to make the face. Well, he didn't have a face when he was inside the office anyway, so
Yeah, he just was him, just
he
there.
was just there. Yeah. Freight car. Yeah, no, like
Yeah, like
Is-
he walks in as
subjectively-
himself, but with glasses
subjectively,
on.
I really like Zemo, so it's kind of hard for me to pick it. But yeah, this is actually kind of a
And,
like
This
and
is true.
bad spot.
and I
This is
mean,
true.
but like this, like the hill that I die on with this is like he's the main antagonist. He causes most of this stuff, and
Mhm.
every single part of Zemo's plan is contrived or just completely ridiculous. Like everything just
He
works
has to be
out.
psychic.
Yeah, he just knows everything. Everything works out just perfectly. Nobody checks him. The camera.
Yeah,
At the end, I'm gonna
uh,
go like on a huge rant about it.
The next thing I want to say about it is after this, he admits his guilt to Captain America. He says, what do you want? And he's like, I want to see an empire fall. Right? So he's basically admitted guilt to Captain America, which he's been on camera, right? And entering the building. So they should be able to launch a manhunt on this guy the same
I
way
didn't fucking look for him.
that they did on Bucky. And they
Well-
don't even
And
look
how
for him.
about when Falcon chases after him, like literally right behind him, and just somehow loses him off screen?
Yeah,
He
like
just gets away.
all right,
and nobody looks
I'll
for
pull
him.
that up next. So like
After admitting he
Sam
does
did
all
get
this.
ringed pretty good. You got knocked the fuck out a little bit.
all right, look.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
To be,
All right,
in
Captain
Sam's
America
case-
has a
in
hold of
Sam's
him.
case specifically, didn't he get knocked the fuck out a little bit?
No.
Falcon.
Yeah, Falcon.
All
Didn't
right,
he?
here we go.
Yeah, but there's a scene of him chasing after Zemo.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
he's
okay.
following he's following him up the stairs, and then that's the last we ever see of him. And
Okay.
and they said that they were I don't know if it's in my notes here. Let me see. Like they launched like an air force and a perimeter around the building, and I don't know how he got through any of that, and why they wouldn't want to talk to the Doctor, who was the last man to ever speak to him, is beyond me. Like why they wouldn't even be looking for this guy just to question him.
Oh, you're saying? I thought you were talking about Bucky.
The
I was talking about
Doctor.
Cap. No, Cap wanted to talk to the Doctor. I mean, Bucky was kind of going ape shit in the facility.
Wait, what's that?
Let me rewatch. I said Bucky was kind of going ape shit in the facility.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he's talking
that's
about
fine,
after
but
this
you
is
would
That's
done.
the
still
problem.
question
it's
the
like he was all
Doctor.
calm, cool, and collected, and then all of a sudden, Doctor goes in, power goes out, Bucky goes crazy, Doctor disappears, and no one gives a fuck.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and
Really don't like
even
the
so, Cap
I-
still knows that he's to blame for all of it because he admits it and admits what he's trying to do.
Can I go back to earlier when we talked about how the Doctor, like how Zemo
He
got
poses as
the
a doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was just while you were talking, I was just looking ahead, going ahead at the film, so I've got it open in a tab, to where Tony finds out about the truth about Bucky, how it wasn't him.
Towards the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've got like the exact, I've got the subtitles, but I'll just read it
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
like,
about the prosthetic and something else in the wig. That was for Bucky.
Yep.
Well, and for the Doctor specifically, like there was shown that that Zemo had like met up in person with the Doctor, like he got a hold of him Like,
Yeah, that's how he killed him.
Yeah,
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 he had him
yeah.
in
We
the
know
hotel
he
room.
gets him. He shows him. He shows the doctor dead. We
Yeah,
know
we're not saying
killed
he
the
just
doctor.
shows up out of nowhere. I don't know how he knows this doctor is going to be the one that interrogates Bucky. He just picks him up. He just knows that this is a doctor. I need to take him, kill him, and then impersonate him
Or how he gets-
without
yeah.
having any credentials that match. I mean, granted, he could have made a fake ID, but it's like Isaiah says.
Yeah, but again,
How did they not know what this doctor looks like?
Somebody knew this doctor.
To interrogate the most wanted man on the planet.
Yeah, him getting in is a little weird, but I'm trying to pull up the.
I'm
part
trying to
where he
find the
gets
clip
out.
of.
it said
Bucky being
like he's talking
chased.
to his AI on the chopper. It
Alright.
says the task force called for a psychiatrist as soon as Barnes was captured. The UN dispatched Dr. Theo Broussard. I think that's how it's pronounced. The UN dispatched this doctor from Geneva within the hour. He was met by this man, and it shows Zemo, who who picked him up, I guess.
Yeah, we know how he
Sure,
got
how?
him. We know how he like actually came in contact with him and killed him. We know that. We're
Well,
saying we don't know how he knew that it was
Would
this
have gotten the
doctor
information.
and got in on this doctor's, credentials or however he got in like,
because
through
that shit
security
wasn't in
to
the
get
Hydra
the
leak.
prisoner.
Sure.
Like who's
Well,
checking that? Like
Sam just got knocked out by Winter Soldier. He slowly gets up and he sees the doctor like go off screen.
yeah,
and then
that's
gets up and
that's
start running.
that's that's where I'm at right now. He's trying
and then
to
he
get
Yeah,
up.
we're
starts
watching it
chasing
too.
him.
All right, see, he sees the doctor.
Oh wait, he sees him upstairs. Okay,
He
hold up.
gets
Yeah, I'm
up.
starting to see it now.
He chases him. Hold on, you gotta get through this part real quick with fucking what's his name. So yeah, he's in pursuit of him. Then, then somehow they both
I just wanna
run up the
pause it
stairs,
for a
and then
second.
that's the last that they ever see of him.
Yeah.
I love the fucking fight between Bucky and T'Challa because it establishes how strong like Black Panther is without the suit.
But yeah, it's also in the
Yeah, but
script,
then the
too.
movie fucks it up. It pisses me off
It's like,
so
no,
much.
he's not. He's useless.
I really
he's
like
useless
Black
about this.
Panther in this movie.
He's really good.
It's awesome.
Good.
It's good shit.
You should. It's like, I can't wait to see a movie with him. Oh,
Oh, and then we
he
got it, and
fucks
we're like,
Bucky up in this fight.
Yeah,
Oh my
He
god, I
actually
love it.
fights him
So,
well.
like,
God,
and like,
so good.
not only does he overpower him, he overpowers the metal fucking arm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oops.
that's
this
some
guy,
king
this
shit
guy
right
is such
there,
a
you know?
badass. We need a good movie with them in it.
And then we got the movie, and we're like, oh
So
no,
I
thank you.
guess the doctor escapes. Falcon
He's-
runs out
escapes
with
in the
all these
crowd, maybe?
people, and then he finds a bag on the ground where he's probably wearing another disguise. I think that's his jacket. Actually, he took off his
Looks like a jacket.
Yeah.
and he just
So,
lost
yeah,
him in the
here's
ground.
the-
But still, there should have been a manhunt for this guy. I will
Remember,
die on that hill.
but like, look at the scene. Everybody is in chaos right now.
Well, no, not then and there, but afterwards.
No, we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're not talking about right there. We're talking about later. It should be, hey,
Right.
this guy is the guy that orchestrated this.
Right.
He posed the
They,
doctor right
I
then
mean,
and there.
They have facial recognition fucking satellites.
Software.
It said in this.
Um,
Trying to find that quote, but yeah, it's something like that in the script.
gotcha.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm
Yeah,
actually
because he
probably gonna
does
make
he
dinner.
does
I
like
don't-
get from this chaos straight to Moscow. So
guys, I'm gonna probably go make dinner. I don't know when I'll be back. Hopefully, it won't be too long, but I'll just mute myself because I am
Just-
hungry.
Alright.
Just drink beer. That's a dinner.
Look, it doesn't go well with my epilepsy medication, Dan.
Just walk it
No.
off, pansy.
Do you
Oh,
want me,
God.
Dan?
Oh.
Do you
Just
want me
walk
to
it
die
off.
and haunt you? And every time
Hi,
you
Kevin.
fast, I will haunt you.
yes.
Oh shit.
We got
Hi, Kevin.
Kevin in chat. Shy is Isaiah.
Yes. What did I do?
You're still around, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, you're here.
All right, let me get back to where I was at. I kind of lost track as I was looking for that clip.
God damn, I didn't realize he hits his head on that fucking. Would he go when the helicopter goes down? Oof.
Wait, what?
So when the helicopter goes down, Winter Soldier, like, so the part where the helicopter, Captain America is holding the helicopter down, and he crashes the helicopter back into him. Yeah, like when the helicopter falls into the river, like Bucky hits his head right on the fucking windshield. It's like, eek.
Oh shit.
As someone who's been in that injury, it's one of those things. It's like, it's like, oh fuck. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, and then Bucky says, "Because I'm not the only Winter Soldier, and the others are just Palpatine clones."
All right, so he gets to the airport like right when they get Bucky like down. So I don't know. I guess it is convenient that he did get there like quick enough, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced that like he didn't like haul ass
what
out
I
of there
missed.
in the confusion.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. What I want to nitpick though is that on the dirt road, where
God.
where
Wait, what?
yeah,
Going back to the start.
we are
We're
jumping
going
ahead.
all the way back.
No,
We're jumping
it's
ahead,
it's,
okay.
it's not going back. It's going back ahead because they again showed a
Going
scene
back ahead.
with the dirt road, and
Yeah,
it's
back
I don't know how taxpayer money can pay for street lamps, but they're not going to pave the fucking road. It's just
yeah.
all of these
Yeah, we-
conveniently placed
Do
street
you live
lamps.
in Florida, sir? As a man who has had to drive a 40-ton crane down a lot of dirt roads, I can tell you there's a lot of fucking streetlights and no fucking pavement.
I guess it depends on where they are. Really.
True. It's
Yeah,
like
I
I said, it's a nitpick. I see it as a nitpick.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
it is. It is.
It's one of those things where I'm like, I can fucking believe it.
Yeah, the cameras though, I will die on that fucking hill.
Yeah, the cameras.
I'm not gonna fight you on the cameras.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, that is-
Oh, okay, yeah, it
That's the
wasn't
thing.
really a jump
People
ahead
still need to
because
see when they
it's
drive.
the dirt road.
Let's see. I have a note here. Oh yeah, this is the same thing I said earlier. Bucky Barnes says, "With these guys, he could do anything. They speak 30 languages, can hide in plain sight, infiltrate, assassinate, destabilize. They can take a whole country down in one night. You'd never see them coming. Yet Hydra has them for 25 years and does fuck all."
Well, in terms of the whole taking down a country in one night, do you think he might have been being a bit hyperbolic with that?
Might have been hyperbolic, but like honestly
Yeah.
though, if you had 6 evil Captain Americas that could do whatever you want, I could kind of believe that.
Same.
But yeah,
It's just,
like I said,
it just did nothing
because
with them ever.
yeah, I know it's a really fucking good asset. Like that's I do kind of have a problem with it.
For
but I could
25
see,
years,
like,
it's just, I don't know.
I could see them like having it and not using it because they just have the single. Well, fuck, dude, I don't know. I can't give it to you.
When was it
And
established
because like I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it as like a fantasy thing. It's like, yeah, if I had fucking 6 Winter Soldiers, fuck, I'm
Tom-
doing a lot of shit.
Tom,
I'm gonna
what
make
do
some
you
weird
think?
shit.
You can do so much.
I wanna hear what Tom thinks.
About the what about the Winter Soldiers?
Yeah, that
Yes.
they have them for 25 years and they do nothing after it's established that they can hide in plain sight, infiltrate, assassinate, destabilize, even take a
No,
country down in
Cavill?
one night.
No, no, I agree that they shouldn't have been, but then I guess it was kind of refuted when Bucky said that the Doctor could control him enough. I guess that's a kind of maybe they could be controlled, maybe they couldn't be. Like that's why they were put on ice. That's why they were put on ice because of they like lashed out and presumably like killed like all
Yeah,
the
the whole
commanding
riot-
officers or something. But yeah, the little mini riot.
Yeah, the little mini
And then
riot
they, like-
they had.
Yeah,
The mini riot. We see the mini riot abruptly end. Like, there's no implication that they could have been like frozen and fucked with. Because you gotta
Somebody,
remember,
somebody asked.
Bucky was frozen and messed with too. So
I was just gonna say somebody. It was Bitsy. He wanted to know when they would use them. How about after Shield falls? As soon as Shield fell, they
Well-
could have used them. Even earlier too.
Well, I was
They
about to
could have
say,
used them on the
Falls-
helicarriers.
I mean, they've had 25 years. Yeah, they could have been on the helicarrier.
There's a lot of times they could have used them.
Shit. I mean,
they
like,
could be
why would
controlled
they ever?
because it's
why would
established.
Shield ever
Bucky
use an
said.
asset when like aliens are coming?
Bucky
or
said
anything?
that they could be controlled enough. It's literally in the script.
I
Yeah.
agree, Hero. Like they were wasted. They could have made them something. So it's like, are they garbage because they don't listen, or can they take down a government at night? Which one is it? Nobody knows.
You can't have it
because they
both
tell
ways.
us both.
You can't have it both.
They can't
ways.
have both ways. So which is it? Because this movie tells us both of those options.
And like I said, there is implication that they can be controlled because Bucky was getting.
And
fucked
just
with
and
by
just to
Spider-Man.
clear it up, the argument is they had him for 25 years.
Yeah, the argument isn't like
and they
are
did
controllable? The
nothing
argument
with
is why they
them.
didn't
That's
do
just
anything
the
with them.
argument that I'm presenting.
And
Not that it has
guess
anything to
because
do with the actual
I
plot
guess because
at
they
hand.
were trying to mind control them. Maybe they did use them. We just never heard of them.
So, all right. Oh, I'm
Because like
sorry.
you said,
Go on.
you wouldn't see him coming. You wouldn't see him coming overnight. So for all we know, they have used them.
Steve says,
They did-
if do you have a point?
Say,
Or just a subjective thing?
I was gonna say that does get the noggin jogging. I think the film maybe should have emphasized they were that they could be
Couldn't-
controlled possibly,
Couldn't they
but
take on the Avengers? Couldn't they be like the Avengers?
Probably.
Yeah, if it was 6 evil
now
Captain Americans,
maybe-
I'm sure they'd
maybe-
fuck up the Avengers. set.
maybe I don't know if they would be the anti-Avengers, especially when you had Thor and Hulk.
Yeah, but they're
That's-
gone.
That's true.
That's
I
not
know,
right.
I know,
And they're gone
I know,
at this
but
point,
like
but-
if we're talking about before that, like
Yeah,
in the first
yeah,
one,
sure. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fair.
yeah.
That's a threat. 6 Buckies fighting against you. I mean, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
You can always
But
bring
they
out
don't
the
use
Hulk.
them,
You can
so it
always
doesn't
bring out
matter.
the
Black
Hulk plus the
Panthers, you'll
armor
be
too
fine.
with that.
Rick.
So
If we call Tony, he won't believe us.
He won't believe us.
Well, and
And
they
even
said,
if he could.
even if he did, the Accords probably wouldn't let him help.
And
Yeah.
then Steve says we're on our own. So even if Steve didn't believe him,
I got a guy.
Why? Oh, what?
Oh, I was just saying, I got a guy.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I thought you said I gotta go.
Yeah, I thought you
anyways,
said I gotta go.
I was like, wait, what?
I was just-
Why wouldn't they tell Romanoff, one of his biggest allies, on that side?
About Bucky.
About what?
About the super soldiers and Bucky being innocent, and about the Doctor admitting that he wants to see an empire fall, that the Doctor's behind
Yeah, 'cause-
everything. Why didn't he
It's
tell
like-
I
somebody on
remember.
that side, especially Romanoff, his biggest ally, on
Anything.
that side?
Well,
He probably
it's
probably
likely
should have
because
reached out, but I know whenever they got to the airport, that's the first thing he tried doing to Tony. He tried
Yeah.
telling him about the Doctor, but Tony was like, "Nah."
Tony's
No one
like,
wanted to
no,
listen to each other.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
come
no one
in.
wanted to listen. That's the problem.
Well, so
And-
the whole
Yeah,
point,
but
the whole point. Of
Romanoff would have.
well, she's
doubt.
playing both sides, so she
Exactly.
probably would have told Tony.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
Nobody
is that
told
is
anybody anything.
precisely my point.
And but then they would have gone and arrested Cap again, if she told Tony.
Told Tony
Why?
what? Okay.
Why?
If Captain America told Romanoff that the Doctor is behind everything, Tony would arrest Cap?
Well,
makes-
Tony would like let everyone else, like all the other government officials, know.
No, what?
And
That,
it could be
that the Doctor is
because
behind
Tony-
it, then they would have a nationwide manhunt for the Doctor.
And
for
like the same reason,
questioning.
like he either wouldn't believe him, or even if he did,
Why
you-
why would Tony not believe Captain America, the guy that's been proven to be shitty at lying?
There's a chance that Cap or that Iron Man and Natasha would want to take Captain America and Sam in before doing that, but Cap and Sam need to get to the Winter Soldiers before they're unleashed. That's the risk that they're trying to avert, and that's kind of
Yeah.
what they talk about during the airport fight.
at this point, because at this point,
He's like,
as far as-
we can't involve politics. We have to go now, otherwise there won't be
Yeah.
any politics.
Yeah, because at this point they are under the impression that Zemo is going to unleash all the Winter Soldiers. And
yeah, gonna use
They
them.
don't-
Yeah, they're,
have
they're
the
under the impression that
time.
Zemo's gone. Like they need to go now and get him.
you know, like,
Though,
putting
how the
aside the
fuck-
tism, putting
How
aside
the
the tism
fuck
of
did they
Zemo's
get
story.
Ant-Man and fucking
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that next.
we'll get
but-
there. We'll get there.
No, but,
But-
let me make a
Let's
point
not
real fast.
jump off
So
point yet.
if he says to Romanoff or Tony or anybody, hey, Zemo's behind this right now when we're about to have this schoolyard fight, he's right now unleashing 6 super soldiers. We don't have time for this. Tony, please listen to me. He's gonna like start something really bad that's gonna happen. And Tony's gonna be like, nah, fuck it. Let's fight. Nobody speaks to each other.
And Black Widow too. She'll just be like, nah. I'm not gonna tell. What's his name? Ross. I'm not gonna tell anybody. I'm not gonna tell.
I'm not
Sam.
gonna let anybody
I'm not
know
gonna tell
that
anybody.
another world-ending event's about to take place.
Well, I don't think Black Widow would not believe him, but she would still try and I can't remember who said it, but like they would try to get Captain America and Falcon, bring them in first before they did anything.
Yeah, but all this relies on them. No one speaking to each other. They just don't talk to each
So
other. No
okay,
one
I have a point. So if Captain America told Romanoff, she launched her own investigation with whatever that government is. She had them go to the doctor's hotel room. They would have found out early about the prosthetics, the wig, the dead body of the doctor early. And the plan would have been over at that point.
Yep.
Yeah, you do have a point. Because
But they didn't.
Because what did
Wasn't he already on his way to Moscow, though?
Because
Give me
plot.
72.
Wasn't he already
Well,
on
no,
his way to
'cause-
Moscow, though? That's the
Yo,
thing.
yeah, he's homie's on the way to Moscow, but Iron Man has the time to go to fucking New York.
This is true.
See, like this, like see these guys. Y'all got a point.
I got a really good one when it comes to traveling.
Like,
The traveling is really
okay. So when you said, "Oh, people teleport," I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about, but it's like, oh fuck, you're totally fucking right. It's like,
I got a great
I'm
one
always
for
right.
this later. I got a great
Except for
one
when
for
I'm
this
wrong.
later.
Yeah, me too.
I can prove you.
It's gonna be fun.
you're
All
like-
right, so
Go ahead.
Secretary Ross says, let me get the context here because I didn't read
32
this ahead of time.
Yeah.
If we're
Tony
provoked,
says, "Give me 72 hours." Ross says, "Give me 30" or some shit like that. I don't know.
36.
Well, they said if it was referencing
Now,
the time frame,
there was
then yeah, that
there was
it's
quite a bit
ridiculous.
of non-tism for quite a while. This is the part I was saying. It's just some the Attache, whatever the fuck that is. It's part of the like government satellite systems and stuff. It says it's just a matter of time. Our satellites are running facial, biometric, and behavioral pattern scans. They have this to find the doctor if they needed to. It's just something I wanted to point out. Sharon
So-
Carter.
Well, I was gonna say he was already in Moscow at that. Well, he was already on a plane towards Moscow, but if he was in a plane getting out, they probably would have spotted him. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, they would have been
Right
able
there.
to pick him up.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Back up. Why would he be on a plane? What are you talking about?
To go to
he's going to
Siberia.
Moscow
Siberia.
Yeah,
Was it
but
Siberia or
like,
Moscow?
yeah, but they know that wasn't the real doctor, so that they don't know where the doctor is.
Yeah, but they
No,
just said
but
they had
basically,
satellites
if
and
they were
shit.
going to use like the facial recognition, they probably could have found him and then tracked his movements, and then been like, "Oh, he went to the airport, got on this flight, and then like intercepted him or something."
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
and
if he
saw that
gets- if
Zemo
he's-
intercepted to prove that it's Zemo. If nobody's going to listen to Cap, they could prove that it's Zemo with that. Right? Okay, I got you. I thought you meant like after that.
Yeah.
I was not following.
And again, somebody in chat making the super soldiers a bigger threat. That wasn't the point. The point was it's contrived
Point.
that these soldiers have just been sitting around for 25 years that could take down a country within a night, and they did nothing with them for 25 years. So that,
Right? None of us are arguing. We
Yeah.
want to see
Yeah.
them be the threat
Yeah, nobody.
We're just
that,
saying
that
they
is
would have
definitely a
been-
straw man.
if they were used, but they were
Um,
never used.
Let's see. Sharon Carter, she smuggled out Cap's shield and Birdman's wings by herself.
It was really dumb.
Yeah.
The kiss was really dumb
person.
too. I'm
You're
like,
yeah, they're
I know-
like
I-
on the run. It's just like, hey, let's. I used
I
to
wasn't a
tongue
fan
your
of this.
grandmother.
I was like, I mean, it's a nitpick,
on.
but I'm like, why are you kissing? You don't know this woman. Why are you doing
Hey.
this?
Yeah.
You're
Well,
not your Aunt
yeah.
Peggy, but you'll do.
All right, yeah, he kind of doesn't know. All right, yeah, fair enough. I mean, the nod is funny.
Yeah,
When,
like,
you're
that's
when you've
good.
seen your homeboy who hasn't. When you've
Yeah,
seen your
they're
homeboy
just
hasn't
like,
gotten it.
They're like, yeah, boy, get some.
All right, here we go. Rick, I'm gonna let you take this one away.
Which one are we doing here?
Maybe I should just bring up the scene. Nah, it'll take me too long.
The spices?
No, we
Wait,
already
wait,
did
wait,
that.
wait.
We already did that. We're not going backwards.
No, there's a second thing.
how
with the
about
spices.
our other recruit? What time zone is this?
Oh no.
All right.
We got.
All right, so this is the reason I rewatched Ant-Man. So let's hear it.
All right.
Oh,
Ant-Man.
God.
All right, let me
There we go.
read it out loud. I should play it, but I don't want to take the time to find
Yeah,
it.
we can't use the sound anyway.
Yeah, anyways. Scott says, Captain America, it's an honor. I'm shaking your hand way too long. Wow, this is awesome. Captain America. He looks at Wanda. I know you too. He rode from America in a plane with Wanda the entire time, and he acts like he just met
Oh.
Wanda. He arrived in the
big
van
back in the
with
car with
Wanda.
Wanda.
Fucking van together too.
He forgets that, and the movie forgets
I know
that.
you do.
No.
But that's
Fuck, I
but
didn't even realize
that's-
that.
Shot her and Wanda
I
in
didn't
the,
notice that.
in the van.
and then,
with all
and he
eyes.
says, "Ah,
Oh,
geez,
you're
look,
great too. Like you just met her. He's been
riding
traveling
with her for at least
like
20
12
hours."
Yeah.
Fuck.
Anyways.
You're right. I don't have a single one for that.
He
Shut
says,
up.
Damn it.
he says,
Stupid.
"Ah, look,
It's a
I want to
writer's
say."
shot.
He says, "Ah, look, I want to say, I know you and a lot of super people, so
No, that's-
thanks for thinking me."
Thanks for thinking.
Thanks for
thanking us.
thanks for thanking of
Yeah,
me.
something like that. And then
Great
Sam
line. Shut up.
says,
Paul Rudd's a fucking national treasure. Goddamn.
"Oh, he
That was
is."
funny.
I like Paul Rudd.
Yeah, it was funny.
But like it was,
Paul Rudd
like
is
it was for a
great.
joke.
He
and
is
they don't
great.
realize it was dumb.
So, anyways, Scott says, well, Steve says, tell me what we're up against. And Scott says something about psycho assassins. And so, basically, Ant-Man's arc in his original movie was to be on the right side of the law for his daughter. Now he
Yeah.
changes his mind because psycho assassins, and he wants to drink Captain America's bathwater.
Well, okay, so hang up. This is why I watched the movie. So
Ooh.
why was Scott in jail for the first time?
For stealing,
What was he stealing for?
he was stealing. What? The first time he was in jail?
Yeah, when
Like
he
in
at
the
the very
beginning of the
beginning, when
movie,
he
when he
fights
gets
that
out?
when he fights
Just
that big
tell us.
dude and then he gets out.
Tell
Why
us
was
this.
he in jail for that?
Doesn't it have
Why
something
was
to
he in
do
jail
with?
there?
Doesn't it have something to do with the Starks?
No, it had to do with him basically being Robin Hood and stealing from a bunch of corrupt bankers and basically giving out the shit. And he wrecked somebody's car. So Scott is established to be working for justice. Now, during the preparation for the heist on the Pym Laboratories, Scott's really nervous and he doesn't know what he wants to do, and he's wondering why Hank Pym hasn't given his daughter the suit just so she can do it. And Hank reaches out to Scott as a father, saying it's not about just saving the world; it's about saving the world for them. And he reaches out to him as a father. So Scott risks everything so he can help protect the world because he wants to protect Cassie. Obviously, and he also gets the clean slate and therefore later. But he wants to do the right thing to protect his daughter. And he's always pushed to the point of doing the right thing, even if it's illegal.
He doesn't want to be in jail again because he wants to be able to watch over his daughter and protect his daughter.
But he also wants to protect her. So
Sure, and he can't protect her if he's in a water jail, which he
And
is.
if he helps stop at this point in time,
stops the
from
assassins.
Winter Soldiers from being released, for all they know.
Yeah.
But he doesn't even know what he's
when
talking about.
did-
He's
when
like,
did-
oh, something about psycho assassin. He doesn't even know the details. He's just like, yeah, I like you, Captain America. I'm on your team. That's what it comes across. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just said, oh, there's some psycho assassins or something about that. Like, he doesn't know really the ins and outs of what's happening yet to even make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wanted to rewatch the ending too, where Luis does the
Um,
amazing thing where he tells the story. But yeah, all that really is said at the very end is that he's cool with the Avengers. It doesn't actually say what he wants to do.
The best part of the movie was the airport scene.
That was
Yeah, Air Force
that
One's pretty
was awesome fight.
No, I
Metal
said that
Ryan's awesome.
ironically. I don't
That
believe
was-
that.
No,
Yeah, he
100
was joking.
we
I
agree,
was-
Dan. It is the best.
Uh,
It is the
Thanks.
best
Yeah,
scene
I
ever.
agree.
It's the
Again, it
most-
is the best part.
laid
It's a
down.
great
Now-
fight scene.
Subjectively, it was the most boring, fucking pointless, consequence-free fight of anything. It's just
Consequence-free fight, really.
James
Well,
Rhodes
that's
is paralyzed.
Just your opinion.
Yeah,
Rhodes is
and-
paralyzed
and-
for 1 minute, and then he walks
yeah,
again,
and he
nothing
walks again. He literally
But
isn't
the hell-
paralyzed.
happens. Literally.
Not of his
fine.
own accord.
Yeah, he's
It
fine.
doesn't matter. It's still like consequence-free
In
at the
the
end
long
of it.
run, he's all right.
Yeah.
He's fine at the
And
end
then,
of the movie.
everyone else gets arrested, or at least on Cap's side gets arrested.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
There-
and
there
then
was
we're
some
out jail, so
really-
that
hey,
doesn't
wait a minute.
matter.
There was some
Guys.
really good moments though, like Scott Lang saying, "It's your conscience. We don't talk much these days." Like I fucking love
Yeah.
that every
I like
single
that.
time. Every single time. Them telling Spider-Man, like, "I don't know if you've been in a fight before, but there's usually not this much talking." Like I like that every single
The
time.
banter and stuff was good between them.
Yeah.
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 But like it just went on way too long, and this is subjective, you know. It's not. I don't hold it, you know, objectively against it or whatever. But like I found it really boring and pointless.
Yeah, I'm pretty, there was no like
You-
consequences from it at all.
Yeah, there
I
are.
wouldn't
though.
say that.
Well, tell us.
What are they?
Well, let's see now.
Lasting consequences, not Rhodey getting paralyzed for 4 minutes.
Yeah, or
Rhodey getting paralyzed
friends
puts
being
out his mind.
mad at each other for one
Rhodey?
movie.
Rhodey getting paralyzed puts doubt in his mind on what's right with the American system, which is why he shuts down the thing in Infinity War.
Yeah.
He's like, I paid my price.
What?
Yeah, I don't
You
I
don't
don't
remember-
follow.
There's the
What does it
there's
have
the
to
part-
do with the fight?
the part in Infinity War.
He gets
Where
paralyzed.
Rhodey is talking, yeah, it's after he gets sick. He's talking to Ross and a bunch of senators in a boardroom, and Ross is basically telling him orders and telling him to turn shit in. And oh my god, I'm fucking like blanking. I need to get a drink.
Or he just tells him to fuck off. This is
yeah, he
this
basically
what-
tells him to
this is
fuck
what
off
happened to me
after-
last time I listened to
Basically.
you.
After the last time I followed orders, I'm fucking paralyzed, and he literally
Alright.
like walks out with his fucked up legs.
What about this? After Rhodey gets paralyzed, Tony shoots Falcon for no reason. He shoots him. He shoots Falcon, and Falcon had nothing to do with it.
A lot of people laughed at my theater at that point.
You just say-
He shot
Well,
Falcon for no reason, like honestly no reason.
Well,
And
actually,
he
Falcon
just-
apologized.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
Fal-
didn't get shot by Vision.
yeah, sorry I
about
didn't
that.
die. I'm sorry I didn't die. And then Tony
Sam
shoots
wasn't
him.
on his tail. That's the thing.
Sorry.
He wouldn't have been shot by he wouldn't have been shot by Vision if Sam
Well, the
wasn't on
two
his tail.
useless characters were flying around
Alright.
for whatever reason, and it's fine.
I think now is the perfect time to bring up, without describing what they look like or what they did in the movie, tell me the difference, or just describe them, the difference between Rhodey and Falcon.
What?
You heard me. Tell me the difference without describing what they look like or what they did in the movie, what their character is.
You could describe what they look like too.
Well,
Yeah, it won't
one's
make much of a
clearly
difference,
black.
will it?
Like, what? I mean,
Someone
it's-
who's
it-
been
they
wanting-
are-
Yes, I'll
they're
go
both-
Max.
You fucking
Literally
asshole.
started at the same
They're
time.
both. They're no. I'm saying no. They kind of got me here. They're both fucking soldier-esque people. They want to follow their best friend, and they'll do whatever they
They-
think is right.
They are
They're
the
the
same
exact same
character.
character.
They're the exact same character on both
No,
sides. They're just
one gets
clones.
paralyzed.
They're clones.
Now, but then he's fine.
One is blacker than the other guys. Okay.
Oh, that's true. Dan
One
got
used to
you.
be
They made
Terrence
one
Howard,
more
yeah.
No,
movie.
no. You are not allowed to describe what they look like.
Oh yeah.
One
can't do
has a better hairline than the other. How
Nope,
about that?
can't use that
it.
either.
I think they're both their hairlines are awful.
One was
Not-
in
not
Ocean's
Cheeto, but
11.
You can't.
as
You
a
can't
cool guy.
describe what they look like or what they did in the movie. Although if you said a
That
black,
is- wait.
oh, wait a minute.
Well,
Although if you said they're both black sidekick characters that fly, I still wouldn't know which one you're talking about.
They're both soldiers that are friends with the main protagonist on both sides. They're both fly. They both shoot guns. They're both people.
Somebody
Well,
said
I
one
mean-
is special
One is
ops
more.
and
One
is
is one is
heavy
well, hang on,
weapons.
one is more.
What do you even mean?
Hang on, wait.
Years.
One is more. Wait, one
That's-
is more adverse to actually following orders and being in line, while
Okay.
the other is more for duty with what he believes is right. So one is actually following orders and being a good soldier, while the other one's going AWOL
Yeah,
because he believes that's the right.
I don't know.
Yeah, but he follows Cap's lead, and one
Yeah,
follows
we-
Tony's lead.
Yeah, but it's not
They
being
do it
ordered
for
to follow
different
Cap.
reasons.
But he just believes Captain America is doing the right thing, and he aligns himself with Cap and just does what Cap does. He
Yeah,
doesn't
because
like.
they share like their morals.
I
Like,
was gonna
They
say
always
Rhodey.
have.
Rhodey does what,
Like,
what he thinks is
Sorry.
right too. I mean, everybody does what they
Rhodey's
think
doing
is
what he
right.
thinks is right.
Well, Rhodey does also like talk about like trusting
Following
the
orders.
government because like they
Trusting
have all these
the
congressional Medal of Honors and he's a soldier himself, so he just instinctively trusts like the government because
He's
he's
just
a
a-
soldier and that's what he's used to.
Right.
And literally they get into the spat against each other, like right when
Yeah.
they were talking about the Accords. 'Cause
Yeah,
Sam is like, "You just gonna lace up and do whatever they tell you?"
I'm not even saying it. We're not saying it's a problem. We're just think it's funny because they're pretty
No,
much
yeah,
the same
it's
characters.
just
I mean, it is kind of
humorous.
funny for the meme, but
It
they
is,
they
yeah.
do have a
Yeah,
little
but
more
it is-
depth than what you give.
They
Like, I'm not gonna
feel
say that's
very
a
much
problem.
like the same
Whole MCU.
character.
Yeah.
They are similar, but you
Sure,
could
I'm
also
not
see
arguing
that.
against that.
Yeah, they are similar, but you could also see that as like an interesting like parallel of like Tony and Iron Man and Tony and Iron
Yeah.
Man's like closest friends.
They're also
Yeah,
black.
They're the black
two superheroes,
sidekicks.
two superheroes who are white,
Right.
doing everything they can to do what they think is right to keep everybody together.
And then
Yeah,
Two-
you can
Black
say
They
the
just
same
follow-
shit about you can say
Two
the
black
same
characters.
shit about Tony and Steve. Okay.
Two black characters doing what their white friends tell them to do. It's
Two black
nothing
characters
wrong.
following their white saviors.
Exactly.
they go say something
Um,
else.
Zemo, and this is a nice little neat pick, which I love about these. Zemo makes a phone call, and he calls for the room service to his room, so that the dead body is found. I think that's well done.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yep.
That was well done. Good job. Good job,
because
film.
he's
You did
literally-
something right.
Is that-
He's literally gone.
Among
Yeah,
other
that a
things,
nitpick?
but that's
Die.
no
Yeah, it's
neat.
a neat pick.
Neat pick.
Oh, neat. Oh,
Neat
I see.
pick.
Nice.
I like it. I think it's
Perfect
very-
timing,
I-
though, but it
I
is
think it's well
perfect
done.
timing, and we'll figure that out in a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see. The UN. Yeah, so this is when they figure out the UN dispatched Dr. Theo Browsand under the Geneva within the hour. He was met by this man. And it's like, did you run facial recognition? And there's like the fake doctor's Colonel Zemo. He was part of some like Scorpion kill squad.
Scorpion Death.
And then Tony says, "Son of a bitch, get this to Ross." So I kind of think at this point the movie's over because all of the evidence is at hand that proves Bucky is innocent. You got the dead body of the doctor. You got the prosthetic, the wig. There's a lot of evidence there that's going to prove, at least drop the, it's at least going to null the shoot to kill order on him. And they should be able to bring Bucky home. Also, Cap is on Tony's Quinjet, so couldn't Tony just call Cap? Like, hey Cap, we just found the evidence. You can, we know that it's all good now. Because they take his
Okay.
Quinjet from the airport.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, they find the footage in Siberia. Isn't that convenient that the video footage of Bucky killing Tony's parents is right there with the super soldiers that have been on ice for
Well, I mean,
25 years that haven't done fuck all.
Well,
Zemo put
wasn't it
that
with a
there.
bunch of files
Well, it
and stuff they were storing?
Well, I was about to say, it
in
kind of
storage
makes sense
area?
that they're there at that location because of the fact that
Right.
incident is what
Yeah,
created.
Zemo put that there, but this is gonna be the
Zemo
the
put
issue here.
what where? What are you on about?
That video. Didn't he get that video evidence?
That's where he found it. It was in a box. He grabbed a ladder and he climbed up the ladder and he found the box with the video in it. So like he's
Really?
walking with he's walking with the video in his hand. Like that's
He
literally
just-
in the script. I'll show it here on screen.
He found that video just randomly.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Well, wasn't it in like an area where they store files?
Hey guys, I'll
and
be
shit?
right back. Give me
Yeah.
a sec.
All right, take your time. Yeah, so it says right here, inside of a vast, gloomy space cramped with shelves stacked with filing boxes, Zemo moves a ladder along and searches boxes. He climbs up the ladder and removes a filing box labeled, it's all in Russia in December 1991. This is at the Siberia site after he, goes into the cave.
Of course, he finds this stupid video that shouldn't exist.
So at that
Like-
point, Zemo could have just taken the footage, uploaded it to Reddit, called it a day. Plan's over. You've already accomplished
Reddit,
everything you wanted. Just put it on the internet, email it to Stark Industries, send it to ABC fucking on your side, whatever it is. Movie's over again. Like a lot of things, just like
Necessarily.
Everyone is Zemo's things. But the last part of Zemo's plan that has to go right is this. You ready? So Zemo goes there, right? He's got the tape. He knows that Cap and Bucky are gonna be going there too to stop the super soldiers, right? But he needs to get Iron Man there also.
right. How does he do that?
How does he do that? He doesn't, because he just gets lucky that Iron Man decides, I'm gonna go talk to Sam. Okay.
Well, Iron Man just so happens to admit to Sam that he was wrong.
Yeah, and then the whole rest of the plan
It was all
with
counting
Iron
on
Man.
his character arc.
Yeah, the whole rest of the plan with Iron Man getting to the facility is relying on the fact that Sam has to tell Iron Man where they went. Because if Sam doesn't say, "Oh, they went here," Iron Man never gets to that facility, and Zemo's plan ends right there. He has to. He can't control what Sam does. Sam just chooses to tell Iron Man.
Yeah, he
where they
basically
went.
just, he does that walkthrough through the prison. He talks to each person. They all tell him to go fuck themselves.
And
then
Sam
he-
just tells him
And
where
then,
they went.
Sam just happens to tell him after he said that he was wrong.
And Zemo accounted for the traveling of Iron Man to, just knew he would go to this prison, and at the perfect time,
How does
Iron Man would show up at the exact same time, and Sam would tell him where they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and how does
that's kinda
Sam know the exact does Sam know the exact coordinates? Because I just assumed that Bucky led Captain America to the site. I didn't think that Bucky gave them exact coordinates or GPS or a fucking address in
Yeah.
fucking
But even
Siberia.
if they did, at that point, it's okay, you're just gonna tell him, and he's gonna be there at the exact same time. Perfect. Works out great for Zemo. It all worked out exactly according to the
it's just
20
it's contrived as
20th step
fuck.
of your convoluted, lucky ass plan that goes on eight
Yeah.
different.
the
steps.
I mean,
entire
dude,
game
what if
relies
it-
on
what
shit
if
that
it-
you possibly couldn't know?
And here's the thing: is Sam said you're basically gonna have to beat it out of me. What if it would have taken months to fucking beat it out of it?
Yeah, to actually get the information of where they went. They're just gonna sit there at the base.
Tony does provide proof to Sam, at least. It's not like he just.
No,
takes
he
it
would
on
have
his-
he would have gotten Mark Furman.
And
Yeah.
the thing is how did Zemo even know when Rogers and Barnes was gonna show up? Because they
He was
were
just
on the
hanging
run.
out there,
It could have.
I guess he was hanging out there.
It could have
what if
taken
they
them
never figured it
months.
out? Yeah.
But no, it's established in the
What
film.
if they lost at the airport?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What if they got arrested at the airport?
What if Bucky got shot in the kill on sight order because he was a bomber?
Exactly. None of this fucking shit would have.
Then he never would
Everything.
have gotten the information in the first place.
What if when he went to the Hydra agent's house, he didn't bang a hole in the wall and find that book conveniently?
I would've-
What the fuck?
torn the house apart till he found the book, but okay.
I'd like to hear Eddie.
I
type of
don't even
rebuttal
know how
on-
he knew the book was there. That's not going to be
I want to
in
hear Eddie
Shield
type
files.
of rebuttal.
You are
on
not going to
Zemo's
look in
plan as a
Shield
whole
files
from
and it's going to say
anybody.
the book is hidden in his house.
Everything in this movie happens because of Zemo's plan.
Zemo didn't even
Yeah.
know that they would need a plane because he didn't even know about Siberia until after interrogating Bucky.
Yep.
It's all contrived. It's all because Zemo's
entire
psychic
plan.
and people can teleport.
Yeah, no, I literally did my best to try to figure this out, and there's literally no way to get around it.
I mean, I've
It's kinda-
admitted Zemo's plan is Tisme, so
Winter Soldier.
His whole plan makes the movie happen.
Yeah.
I've been through this.
Well, that and the random video recorder.
Yeah, Zemo's plan and the
and
what's
the
it called?
camera.
Well, no, yeah, well that's part of Zemo's plan, but I'm saying like Zemo's plan and the
Yeah.
Accords are what make this movie happen. We've all agreed the Accords are stupid, and Zemo's plan is not defendable of how contrived the entire thing is. And those two things are what make this
The entire movie possible.
the entire movie.
Yep. That's it. That's all I had, folks. That's all we had.
Now,
Tom,
doesn't
would you?
matter.
Tom, no, wait. I want to hear from Tom. Tom, would you after everything that you've heard, would you consider it still good? Like, and when I say
Well-written.
good, I mean like 8 to 10 on a scale from 8, 1 to 10.
Yeah, I still
Averagely
do rate it highly.
written, good written,
I-
well written. I mean, sorry, good
What?
written.
Well, yeah, I still do like rate it quite highly. Although I've said for a long time, like even after I first saw it, that Zemo's plan was kind of a lot at first, but then I could see like a lot of things could realistically happen. But then again, there were the contrivances, the conveniences like the camera and the
I mean,
the,
yeah, like any type
the
of like
ca-
example of Zemo's plan, because I mean that's like I said, like it's Zemo's plan and the Accords, but like Zemo's plan is ridiculous and contrived, and the Accords are dumb and shouldn't happen, and we all agreed with that.
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Well,
what
it's-
is well written?
Well, the Accords weren't part of his plan, but they did.
No.
you know,
I'm
he-
saying
he-
those two separate things
Yeah.
together make the movie up.
Sure. Like, well, the Accords would make way more sense than Zemo's plan overall, because you could see that as like another resort that the government would take for
But we all
certain.
said
Yeah,
the
we
Accords are
talked
dumb.
about. We talked about the examples they used, the why they did it, but like again, like to make this like, I guess you say civil war, quote unquote, happen.
It need
Like
The civil
because
day.
it makes the movie happen. I don't
Yeah.
know
It
It
what's
lasts like a
well written.
day. Like, well,
But,
maybe
like,
not a day. but,
general like public
a week at
general
most.
public paranoia and fear and the government wanting control, they would enact these accords on superpowered beings.
All right,
Dude,
so
and
I want to,
Yeah,
I
like
want
I
to,
said, I'm
wanna look at this.
completely fine with the government doing that dumb shit. It's really
Yeah.
just considering their arguments were like wrong and false. I don't understand how as many people were on their side from the Avengers team as there were.
From the
That's really-
argument. But we already went
Yeah.
over all this. We already.
I
did
want to,
Yeah.
ask you guys this now because this is new. What are the consequences of this civil war?
Infinity War.
just Infinity War where
Yeah,
they're
that's
not
what they're
together.
Yeah, it was still-
split up and
like-
not.
Yeah, and with,
Yeah.
with
What do you guys
Thanos
think
came
would have
out.
been different had they not been split up for Infinity War?
You don't know. Didn't happen.
Not,
They have more of a
no,
chance
no,
to win.
I would,
Absolutely.
I would,
Yeah, it'd be
I would
difficult
assume
to
that they
say.
probably could have stopped Thanos, maybe.
Well, or
They-
as soon as that showed up, Tony could have called Cap right there, but he didn't. Drop the phone on the ground.
Well, he was hesitating quite a bit, and then obviously
Yeah, but that's not like it makes Tony.
That's
second,
also a dumb.
it makes
fucking
Tony. Yeah, it
thing
makes
to do.
Tony second guess Cap. All right, but this is time has passed. Like he knows, okay, Cap will help. I should call him. This looks bad, and he
There's a
decides at that
fucking
point.
invasion, and he's like, I'm not gonna call him.
Decides at that point to not call Cap after all this time has passed. Like, and he's cooled off. Like, he just drops the phone, and if he just called him, Cap would have come. So it's not this movie that's caused. It's caused Iron Man's feelings to be still sad. And he doesn't want to break and call. But that's on Iron Man not picking up the phone at that moment. It's not on like this whole movie.
Doesn't he try to call right there at the
No, he just drops the phone.
No, he doesn't just.
He
drop
He
it.
doesn't try to call him.
That's right when Thanos' shit lands.
he does have the phone open, and he's
He
about
doesn't
to.
try
but
to call him.
Stops.
What do you mean? He has the phone open. He's about to hit the button.
I mean, he
doesn't
doesn't.
do
He
it.
doesn't.
Giant
He
donut
doesn't.
lands.
He doesn't dial, but he has the phone open, and he's about to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And he
about to. The
doesn't
giant
do it.
donut lands, and then, well, okay, the giant donut lands. He goes, oh shit, I don't have time to call Cap right now. I need to go help these people.
Yeah, and then he goes off, fucks off. To
I mean,
space
how
'cause
long
he
does a
needs to-
phone call
What?
take? What?
Cap answers the phone. Hey, there's a huge thing in New York. Come quick. Boom. They're done.
Oh no. Is there any other consequences we gotta say? Because like none of the characters
No.
are really affected after
Not
this.
really.
Rhodey gets fake
Like
legs, but he's
like
fine.
even the
Brody-
people in
Brody's-
jail
Brody's-
immediately
Brody's
escape.
convictions-
Even the people
You
in
guys say
jail
Brody?
immediately
Yeah, they're not
escape.
even in jail anymore. They're just going.
Yeah.
They're fine.
Rhodey's
So-
convictions are shaken, and what's his name? Bucky's hypnosis is taken out of his skull over the course of 2 movies.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
but
second
other
one's a
than
good
that-
thing.
Yeah, it's a really good thing. But
Over
unfortunately,
the
they don't do
course of
shit.
what?
They don't.
Infinity War.
They don't. No, they over the course of Black Panther and isn't there another movie after Black Panther?
Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange
After
10.
Civil War.
Yeah, Doctor Strange is after
Strange-
Civil War, then Guardians. 2.
Ragnarok.
Yeah, Ragnarok.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
it.
yeah, and then yeah, Ragnarok begins. So yeah, it's Black Panther and then Ragnarok, and then Ragnarok literally ends at the beginning of Infinity War.
That's it.
Pretty
Yes.
much. Like if you the post credit scene when Thor and the post credit scene's actually what's his name? The Grand Master. But there's a scene at the very end where Loki and Thor are just hanging out and they're like, oh
Vision.
look, there's a ship right outside our window and it's fucking
Thanos.
Thanos' ship.
Oh,
And then
somebody
that's when
said
Infinity War opens.
I don't know what this guy's on about. Bitsy said Vision would probably be more of help. Vision was free the entire time, and he got
Yeah,
nerfed
Vision
in
actually-
that movie. He sucked ass.
As I say, Vision. Well, I'll say Vision
got
gets
sneak
more
attacks.
conflict because he wants to help Wanda. I don't know.
Alright, we don't have to talk about
War.
Infinity War.
Yeah. No, they
Yeah.
said in Infinity War they turned off his communications links.
Because
So
he's
he's
trying
off.
to
Mm.
think
Yeah, he's
because
like
trying to
off
think about
off.
whatever-
He nerfed himself because he
He's
wanted
like
to nerf
offline.
Yeah, off the grid with Wanda.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
yeah,
he
we don't have
can,
to
like-
keep talking about Infinity War. But
Oh no,
Yeah,
Well,
like
I
Infinity
mean
War
that's
a
the
lot.
Well,
consequence
no, I'm just
though,
saying
because that's
these
the
are
next
consequences that
movie.
go
I was
into Infinity War.
Yeah.
I wanted to know about the consequences of this movie. 'cause
The
there's
consequences
there's
will
not
get like
much.
him
I
not
mean,
being together.
other than
Yeah,
they
there's
would
not
have been
really too
together for
much.
Infinity War, they probably would have lost together.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll do that.
they would have
again
had
too.
a. Yeah.
they would have
because
just lost
Thanos-
together.
Yeah, as I say, Thanos with the Reality Stone. They're not fucking winning
Right.
that fight.
Right, they
Um,
just could snap with the reality stone. Done. Doesn't matter.
That's still. I mean, here's the thing. I love Infinity War so fucking
Oh,
much.
the
but
stones
that-
are ridiculous.
I know.
That's,
I know. I'm like, just use. The
he's literally
Reality
using that
Stone.
Reality Stone at like 1%.
Yeah,
even when
you
he
have to
refuses
just accept the fact that the stones can do anything and they're insane, and if you could accept that, then the rest of the movie's pretty well written.
I like had a meme about what all of the stones did, but I don't remember now. But Taco saw it, right? You remember?
Yeah. I mean, like, and basically, what it would take to wipe out half the universe, right?
Yeah, you would need each one
Mhm.
for each different thing. Like it was like
Yeah.
the Mind Stone to identify
Oh, I remember
life,
that.
the Reality
Yeah,
Stone to eliminate them, the Time Stone to do it all at once, the Power Stone to have enough power to do it. And what's the last stone?
Space
Space. So
Space
to
Stone.
actually
Yeah,
control it.
yeah, to reach
Yeah,
them.
I actually.
And the
Wow,
Soul
I actually
Stone.
did that on my own. That's crazy.
Soul
job.
Stone,
I
too.
did that separate of you.
We are all proud, Max.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that I mean, it all lines up. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. I believe that's how it would.
And look at this. We had a friendly debate. We're all still friends. We don't hate each other.
Subjectively,
I will say
we're
that,
also
like
Just like the movie. No, shit.
I will
Yeah,
say
there's
that,
no
no
consequences to this debate at all,
Just like
Uh,
the
I will-
except Tom not liking the movie a little less.
I will say that the writing doesn't hold up as much as I thought. It doesn't change its placing in terms of my own subjective love of it.
Yeah,
I still think that the character work is still really good.
I would agree with that. Most of it, not Ant-Man, obviously.
Yeah,
but...
yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I say character work, not decisions as a whole, not
Yeah.
like few specific parts here and there.
And the action is sublime.
And the lighting, man, that fucking
Yeah.
lighting looked good.
See, all right, so I subjectively like the movie. I just think it's poorly written, and I think that I don't know. I could just do we make good points about the writing being poor when it
Yeah.
in regards to
Yeah.
Some of them were
plans and
stuff
everything.
I already agreed with. I mean, if I was too quiet, I apologize. But some of it, I was just like, I don't really have any contention with that.
You weren't quiet
Yes.
at all. You wouldn't keep your goddamn mouth shut.
You can see, like, as you know, as I'm doing this and I'm thinking of all these points over these past few years and being a fan of like EFAP and everything, I hear all these and how great Civil War is objectively.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't
And then
get
I
it.
bring
They
these
were-
up and I think of these. I'm like, what?
They were
Why?
just talking about it like the day before yesterday on Jay's stream about how good Civil
Yeah.
War is. Watch it. It's like nothing makes fucking sense.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
Well,
they
not
don't.
nothing, but
they
like
don't
a
get
lot
it.
of it. There's
And then
a
don't
lot of
understand
things.
said
it.
something bad about it, and then fucking Mahler threatened him.
Wait,
Yeah,
what
I don't
happened?
understand.
I should send
Basically, said,
Mahler
like,
the stream.
subjectively speaking,
He probably
I
didn't
rank
have time
this
to
above
watch it,
all
though.
others. And then I think, okay, that's fine, because like subjectively for me, my favorite film of all time is the original 1954 Godzilla. But there are tons of flaws with that movie. But it's like,
Yeah.
don't you dare backtalk it. I'll bury you.
I mean, shit. One of my favorite
That's
movies.
with any movie.
Yeah.
One of my favorite movies of all time is
All
Ready
right.
Player One. But fuck,
Here,
that movie
What the
begins with a
fuck?
problem.
Ooh,
Max,
Alright,
your taste is Max. How
That is a
fucking
hot
dare you?
take.
That is a hot take.
Whatever.
Max,
I get to
Max.
watch the
Ready
Gundam
Player
fight Mecha Godzilla and the Iron Giant. I'm fucking happy with that.
Max, what's your score on this movie? Out
It
of
dro- it
10
dropped
or
from-
5,
it dropped from-
whatever you want.
It dropped from an 8 to a 5.
Ooh.
Objectively, subjectively, I still
Rick?
think it's amazing.
I give this movie, in terms of writing, a 3. And in terms of how much I like it subjectively, it's like a 7.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10.
Okay. Shy or Isaiah? I mean.
Either one works. Yeah, I'd probably say writing is about a 3, and I may not like the MCU, but I do enjoy the film enough, so maybe like an 8.
Yeah. Taco.
Objectively, as a whole, I mean, I had always rated it like a 5, as like a 6. I would probably drop it down to 5.5. I mean, I've always acknowledged at least a good number of the flaws
Yeah.
in the film. Maybe not to the extent in which I do now, but
You only drop 0.5?
how about
What's
okay,
your
5.
what's your what's your
Solid
scale for average of quality? What do you put that at?
Like in terms
A number.
Well, average is 5. 5
Okay.
out of 10 is.
So you think it's
average.
above average or average?
Slightly, it's either average or slightly above average. Objectively, subjectively, I would still give it like about 8 or a 9.
Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm kind of middling between 6 and 7 for a objective. Kind of a little bit more towards 7, like in between. I don't like using decimals, so I'm like a 6 or
Yeah,
7. But
sure.
Subjectively,
What's
is a 9.
I'm curious because yours is the highest score above average, right? That's what you would consider that above average.
What did he say?
Yeah.
A 7?
Objective.
Objective.
Yeah.
Sub-
So wait a minute,
Sub.
Rick. Just hold on.
Objectively,
what do you
yeah,
think
6 or
are
7.
what do you think are the most best written parts of it? Like character or something, or
The best written parts.
yeah.
Talking about writing.
Yeah, it would be the character interactions and motivations.
That's okay. Aside
But
from
I was-
everyone
Like there are,
knowing,
or
I
anything.
do.
aside for everyone knowing what happened in the Winter Soldier, right?
What about the Winter Soldier?
Well, to be honest,
Well, that Hydra grew for 40 years under shield, the most highest security in world security, without anyone
weren't
ever noticing, and like it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for the Accords, I guess.
How we all agreed if we were superheroes and we were in place of them, we would all
Be like, nah.
reject the Accords. We all agreed upon that. So why is it good that half of them don't?
6 of them, 6
We
out of
don't know
12.
why.
Just different personalities, different motivations.
Yeah, but we don't know
All
why.
right. What about let's yeah, a lot of them are pretty easy, I guess, because what's I'll throw you a softball. What's Rhodey's motivation?
For the Accords.
Right. Yeah, for the Accords.
Well, from what was talked about earlier, that he's just trying to be a model soldier and that he absolutely trusts the government 100% and just kind of values the kind of accolades of like people like Ross, you know, for having a Medal of Honor and like
He's a soldier
placing.
through.
Let me ask you this, Tom. What if Tony was not on that side of the Accords? You think Rhodey still stays on that side of the Accords and goes against Tony?
It's yeah, because he plays both sides, so it's kind of hard to. But
Because I don't think he has his own
I'll-
motivation. I think he just follows what Tony does. And I feel like
Well,
if
you
Tony was
gotta
on the
remember-
other side, Rhodes would
to
be
an
too.
extent. To an
Well, hold on,
extent.
because Rhodey gets into a fucking Iron Man fight with Tony
Yeah.
because to do what he thinks is right in Iron Man 2.
Yeah, that he doesn't
Well,
completely
I-
agree with
He
him
doesn't
100%.
100% agree with him, yeah.
I don't know what that movie is.
Iron Man 2.
Rhodey
don't-
would probably be more
I haven't seen it in a
conflicted and
long time. I
undecided.
don't remember.
than
I've never
Tony
seen it.
at the end.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, but
I remember
yeah.
not liking 2 or 3 the first time I saw and never watched them again.
Three can get the Joker treatment, except instead of coming back as an insane person, the acid just destroys it.
Well, yeah. No,
Yeah.
it gets the Thanos snap and it doesn't come back. We
Yeah.
sacrifice it off
Oh,
the
shit.
fucking soul gem, so it doesn't.
But I will say this:
Yeah.
I would rather watch Iron Man 3 than Captain Marvel or Black Panther.
Sure.
I mean, I understand
It's
that's
like-
like.
It's like, would you rather burn alive or drown?
I was about to say, it's like,
I mean, I always say, it's like it's the difference between getting stabbed or getting shot. I mean, both suck, but at the very least, getting stabbed heals better.
Yeah.
Depends
Depends
what
where
you
you
get
get
shot
where
by.
you depends where you get stabbed.
Okay, getting stabbed in like the arm or getting shot in the arm.
All right.
In the
Somebody
well, I was gonna say it depends on the
Okay.
bullet. That's what-
somebody brought up a couple good points, I think anyways. She said the best part of the writing was between Tony and Steve when they were arguing about Wanda, and it shows at least the conflict that Tony is going through and trying to help Wanda in the way that Cap feels as well
Agreed.
about it. And
Yes.
then Rhodey
Yeah, 'cause
actually got
Steve-
the
Steve
suit
was on-
from
yeah.
fighting Tony, so it's not really against his character to go against Tony in that regard.
And I'm not saying the whole movie is not well written. I'm not. That's why I gave
I'm
it a
just
3
saying
out of 10
Zemo's
because
playing in the
there's a
Accords
third of it that
mostly.
is well written. But I'm
But,
saying
like-
like when the entire plot and antagonist and the Accords
Yeah,
and
relying on
Zemo's
it.
plan, all of that makes literally 0 sense and all is contrived.
Yeah.
How is it a 7 out of 10 on writing?
No. I just want to ask him
But-
another one first.
Is it-
What
I
about
think it- I
what
think it's-
about
I think it's-
Well, I was saying 6 or 7. I
yeah,
wasn't
that's fine.
kind of middling.
Yeah, he's middling. What about Vision? His motivations for the Accords.
He must be trans.
Well, he does
He's
say
trying-
that. Sorry.
Well, he made his speech when they were having their discussion about the Accords that when Iron Man first when Tony first introduced himself as Iron Man, there were a number of cataclysmic events. I don't remember the exact quote, but basically there were more superpowered beings
Sorry,
showing themselves. And he said our very strength invites challenge.
Right.
And he says because of us there exists, I guess, supervillains. And he says oversight may not be something that we can just throw off.
But surely correlation
Well,
does not equal
And plus, he
causation.
does want to protect Wanda as well. That's his emotional motivation that he wants to protect.
Yeah, but
and he-
Wanda's
he-
on the opposite side.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter.
No,
They
but-
still
but anyways-
interact. They still care about each other.
Yeah,
That's
but
why he
Vision
what
Vision
he
is
believes is Wanda
purely.
going out there will be affected by people outside.
No, that's
He doesn't want Wanda to
Tony's
hurt.
doing. That was Tony's choice.
Well,
Tony
no,
didn't
but,
want.
But Vision completely agrees with that. He doesn't want people to see her as a monster. That's what he literally says that.
Yeah, he wants them to
Also,
see her
Vision-
how he sees her. That's what he's.
It's
think
weird
that's what he
because
said.
Vision's different. I guess I kind of think he
He's like a
operates
trans
more
person.
on the logic
Stop.
side of it.
Yeah.
Well, he's kind of battling between his logical android brain and his emotional, sentient.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't
Part
know.
of his
Why?
sentience is
His
Iron Man.
his logical side though is flawed. Correlation does not equal a causation. Just because the
That's
amount of superhero doesn't mean that caused all these catastrophes to occur. They would have occurred anyways, especially with Thanos.
I always thought it was meta. It was like, oh, so ever since Iron Man's first movie. Oh.
Could have been
Somehow.
maybe.
ever since Tony Stark blew up at the box
Right.
office, there have been a number of other movies that have come out after that.
Right.
I just
So if you
noticed
think we
when
don't being
said-
checked, what will happen? Captain Marvel. I mean, catastrophe.
What's
I-
the difference?
Just
I-
saying. Hold up. Vision was right all along.
And we kind of went through the other three:
Oh, no.
Iron Man, Natasha, and Black Panther. Right? We kind of already established their motivations.
Yeah, Black Panther wanted to fucking kill Bucky. Didn't
Right.
give a shit whose side he was on. He wanted to kill Batman.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can all pretty much agree
Natasha
on there.
Play both sides.
Yeah, clearest, best motivations.
And
Black Panther's
Tony would do anything as long as the finger's not pointed at him because he was a bitch.
Well, I mean, it's at least understandable.
At least understandable.
Yeah, he's a
I mean,
bitch.
Homeboy fucking almost killed the entire planet, like by
Yeah.
accident. Like a big
Then,
oopsie.
then, of course,
shit,
he still
I-
has
I-
the years of baggage he sold weapons on him for all those years too.
Yeah, it all compounds.
Yeah.
Love you 3000.
Yeah.
Oh.
But, okay, I won't defend.
Oh, I
Endgame's
didn't
objective
give my
quality, but-
rating. I think it's 3 out of 5. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, look at-
No,
look
I
at
would give it.
Just
I
do
would give.
tens, Dan. Just
I
do
know, I'm just
tens.
kidding.
It'll make
Yeah,
your life so much
stop being
easier.
the
That was
me-
from-
stop being
that
a
was
needless
from me.
contrarian Dan Daniels in a house.
I give it a 4 out of 10. I think it's below average, but not the worst shit I've ever seen.
Okay.
It does have a lot of
Objectively.
good moments. Yeah.
objectively.
Yeah,
Right.
Do
objectively.
you have
I
a
think-
subjective rating?
Subjective.
Well, it's probably about
It
the
is.
same actually, because I don't like.
Really?
I
He
just
doesn't like it very much.
I don't like it very much.
Shoot, I gave it an 8 to be nice.
No.
I gave it a 7 because it's.
I
like,
just
really
enjoy
how I
like
feel about it.
specific moments and specific lines. I think a lot of things were underutilized subjectively, like Crossbones, Spider-Man, fucking Black Panther.
Just to get a gauge, because I'm interested, what is everybody's objective with the writing and subjective rating of Infinity War?
Yeah,
So
I was gonna say Infinity War is probably the only one I would consider above average out of all the Marvel movies. It's the only
Really?
one.
Wait, even the first.
Yeah.
So
Iron Man?
this is a weird thing.
Oh yeah,
with the
first Iron
realities.
Man, I would have to reconsider actually. That one's pretty good.
This is a weird
And-
thing. The
and Winter
Reality Stone is
Soldier.
actually my favorite superpower. So I kind of hate Infinity War.
All right, well, like, just so what's your take on the, Infinity War? The same thing, like I asked.
The fact that he has the red stone, he does not use it through the.
No. I'm saying your rating. Your rating. I don't care about
I don't know, 6.
subjectively.
That was subjectively. Objectively, maybe
Wow.
5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I
It's
just
got a great
say?
it's got a great ending, but like I said, it's got one of my favorite superpowers, the Reality Stone, and they don't use it properly. So
Yeah,
it's
I'm
kinda
like
frustrating.
objectively, I think it's a 5, and subjectively, I'm like 9. Like I love it. I don't think it's written very well.
I love it.
I'm
I
with
love
Rick. I'm with
Infinity War.
Rick on that. I'm with Rick on that with that rating because
Yeah.
Infinity War just. Oh my god, I love it so much.
Yeah,
That's why
I
I
mean-
kind of I was like refused to debate it in terms of quality because my own bias I think would get in the way.
Yeah,
I try. I
love
really
Infinity
try.
War.
I try to separate them because I really like all these characters and stuff. But like when I look at like the writing, like what I do most of the time is I pretend like these are just like person X, person Y, person B, and this person does this, and this happens because this person Y did this, and like that's how I try to like separate the two, I guess. So I don't like because my emotions will trump me.
Mm.
You know.
We need to build a wall with Rick's
Yeah.
emotions,
Can we
and we're gonna make the emotions pay for it.
can we all
They're gonna
agree
be
that
great.
can we all agree that Ultron happened because Tony tried to create a secret police force?
Kind
Yeah.
of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to create a suit of armor around the world.
Yep.
In
Sounds
his
like a cool
words.
world. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I love this
Yeah.
movie. I'm not gonna like. That's not gonna change.
Oh, I hate Ultron though.
Yeah, actually, when I rewatched it, I didn't find a whole lot of flaws. I would actually argue. Now, here's a spicy hot
I would
take.
actually like to
That
see-
Age
I
of
would actually
Ultron
like
is
to see it.
objectively better written than Civil War.
Yeah, I probably will agree with you.
I would need to
Well,
watch
like
Age of
once, but
Ultron
maybe.
again. I just can't really stand it.
I really think that's a genuine take. I really think Age of Ultron is objectively
Because
better
it's simple.
written.
It's way
than
more
Civil War.
simple and straightforward. There's nothing like
Yeah.
I would probably say objectively it's written maybe
But
7,
subjectively,
and then subjectively it's like a 2.
I
Like,
fucking
hate
hate
it.
Ultron. I would have to give it a fan edit.
Yeah,
They're
it's
like,
bad.
and basically re-record all of Ultron's lines because I don't like him at all.
There's one scene I really like though. It's right when he captures Black Widow, and it's like this weird like, what's the word I'm looking for? He wants like acceptance. He when she wakes up, he's like, "I'm glad you woke up. I don't have anyone else to show." It's like this weird like puppy dog thing from like one of the scariest monsters in the Marvel universe. I don't know. Like I said, it's a weird like line that I actually really like, but
My
the rest of the movie's weird.
my favorite, my favorite part of Ultron was when he was like when he was one of the mangled, destroyed Iron Man robots when he was
Yeah.
came like limping in and like doing that scary speech about like going
Scary
to
speech, yeah.
like going to kill like he's going to kill the Avengers, like make them extinct. I was like, oh
okay,
shit.
hold up. You said a 2. That movie has some potential, man. Come on.
It definitely did.
The
Definitely.
Thor's hammer,
potential.
Thor's hammer slightly moving, and his
guess
face
it had
going
potential.
completely sour, like going, no shit. But
The
the reason he couldn't
Holocaust
pick it up
had
is,
potential.
Yep.
I mean, it was
Oh
great.
my goodness.
So let me ask you this: when Vision picked up Thor's hammer, was that because he was ultimately pure, or because he's more like an elevator?
It's a bit both. He is.
Little from column A, little from
elevates-
column B.
He elevates the Avengers because he's so pure.
Yeah, boy.
I would say that he is worthy, but
He is.
like,
He's
He's
worthy.
definitely really.
Yeah.
He's a fucking Infinity Stone.
obviously, I'm
Because
sorry, I'm
what
retarded.
what preceded that is like he's because he wants to fight for life. So that
Yeah.
was like a kind of like a pure thing, like
I
emotion.
was
Yeah.
gonna say, is there anything about him that's impure?
He looks fuck ugly.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
ugly
well-
as fuck when he takes his skin on. That's like weird. He looks
Yeah.
like it's the act. It's like it's not the actor's fault, but it's the actor's fault. Like I'm sorry, his face looks awful.
Jesus. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Ugh.
this is fun. Like I said, you guys
Sure.
raised a bunch of solid points. I'll change my
Yeah.
mind.
Solid.
I agree. I
want-
concede on the couple of the contrivances like the camera and other things in Zemo's plan,
I
and of
w-
course the accord, and of course the
Yeah.
accords, the accords, like the reasoning.
I want to say, guys, I am really impressed with the way that the stream went. I think it went really well.
Absolutely.
I was a little worried
Roll
that
cows.
it would just turn into a shouting match like the fucking Revenge of the Sith one.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Y'all had a Revenge of the Sith? And y'all, oh, that's right.
Well, we've done Revenge of the Sith twice now. First as a watch party, and then secondly as a
Plinkett,
review
huh?
of Plinkett. If you're
Yeah,
familiar.
Given what the New Republic did in the sequel trilogy, I'm just gonna say it. Palpatine did nothing wrong. The
Shit.
Empire.
That's right.
I'm an Empire loyalist. I don't care.
What's that line from Mandalorian? Every
Uh,
time the Empire enters the galaxy.
It
It brings
improves
peace,
every system it
prosperity.
touches. Peace,
Peace.
prosperity, trade.
Trade, opportunity.
That guy's
Opportunity.
voice is fucking rad.
I would
want him
would
to
like-
narrate my life.
Dan, remember this one? I would like to see the baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god, that was
Yeah,
hilarious.
do you remember Mandalorian?
Remember not
Yeah,
Boba Fett?
Ew.
I'm not a fan of Mandalorian. I just like that fucking actor.
I fucking hate
Yeah.
Boba Fett. Yeah, fucking Mandalorian.
Boba Fett.
Did Jin?
I know.
Not Boba
Jin,
Fett.
Barry?
I didn't think anything else would happen in this. I thought we would talk about it and we would like reach some kind of conclusion on the points because like we're all here for like a reason because we're all pretty like-minded because of the EFAP and everything.
Yeah,
So it's-
Right.
we're all fans
we're
of
all
EFAP,
like
so we're all
realists with
reasonable.
things, and we all like movies and TV and media. So I figure
Like I
like
s-
Love movies.
nothing else. I figure nothing else. Like would
Well,
come
like I
of it.
said, I like fucking Ready Player One, but I'll admit every fucking flaw in the movie.
Just so everyone's aware, there will be links in the description for everyone's channels and projects.
I just.
I'm now opening up the stream for anybody to join. If anybody wants to play a Jackbox game, I'm down for that.
Yeah, I'd say I've got
Should be
another half an hour left before I want to doze off, so I can play a game or two.
Yeah, let's do that.
I
I
will
need
have
to
to
eat.
join next
I
time.
will be right back then. I
Ah.
guess.
Well, hurry up.
Yeah, let me
Are
go
you-
do this.
Are you popping off, Isaiah?
I unfortunately think I have
Just
to.
play one game.
Oh,
One
no,
game.
I
It'll take
time for
it'll
that.
take 15
Leave him-
minutes.
Leave him alone,
They're
Dan.
not long. Everybody's doing it. Come on.
Yeah, like
Just give
peer
in.
pressure.
You guys can hear me fine if I'm leaning back, right?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Okay, Dan. Okay, we all know that you're a boomer and you can't hear shit. So
Can't hear you, Sonny.
Who would you say?
back in my day, we used
Shit.
to use our fucking Game Boys, not our smartphones, to ignore our parents.
Oh,
Back in my day, Captain America was the president.
Yeah, that's
Back in my day, we all followed that guy on the cross.